So hello everybody, good morning. My name is Joshit Singh and welcome to BYJU'S Exam Prep, the most comprehensive preparation app YouTube channel, and we are here with the Maha marathon of complete non-technical syllabus. So everybody please let me know if I'm audible and visible, full power. Just share this session with each and every friend who is preparing for engineering service examination, because this is the one shot preparation for non-technical syllabus of engineering examination. एक बार फटाफट से please let me know if I'm audible and visible. So how are you all? Aju, good morning. Hi Amrikanshu, how are you? Good morning everyone. So full power, just hit the like button, share this video with every friend of yours. In this session we are going to discuss, I think, each and every subject that we are having in our non-technical syllabus, right? So hi everyone, and I have here Artha. Hi, good morning Artha. Hi Ankit, how are you? Kishan, Monalisa, Deepak, how are you all everyone? Kishan, kitne hours tak hoga sir? This marathon will be, see, every subject will be taking somewhere around 1.5 hours. So we'll be having 2 days, today and tomorrow also we'll be having the same marathon. So today we'll be covering 4 subjects, tomorrow we'll be covering 4 subjects, and aptitude and maths will be happening separately, correct? So how are you everyone? Please let me know in the comment box by sending a heart sign. If you all are super duper fine, send me a heart sign in the comment box. And if you are full power ready for this beautiful session, please also send me a heart sign in the comment box, everyone. So hi everyone. One more time, Saksham, hello sir, waiting. Arey, amazing. I'm also waiting for that. I was actually excited for these particular topics, these particular session, because non-technical syllabus, as you know, it is very hard to find the right source to study exactly what we need to study. Right, so we are here with all those things. I'll quickly introduce myself to those who are watching me for the first time. So my name is Joshit Singh, 4 years of teaching experience, MTech from IIT Roorkee, GATE, multiple times qualified, and produced 20 plus top rankers under AIR, 100 in ESE and GATE, and let's make it more than 20 this year only by getting amazing rank in engineering service examination. Alright, so and apart from that, let me tell you guys, Rakesh sir is also coming for you in case you are interested in GATE 2023. So he'll be here with you with the strategy of your GATE 2023, and let me tell you, it is on 19th of February 8 PM. So remember the date. So let me tell you today's topic, what we are going to cover in today's class. Let me talk about that first. Neeraj, good morning, how are you? Hi Chindrada, how are you? And Balaraju, good morning guys. Ritik, good morning beta. So today, the first thing that we are going to cover is ICT and energy and environmental and this engineering for your non-technical part, ICT and energy and environment. After me, Ashutosh sir will be joining, and Ashutosh sir will be taking the class for ethics and values today. And after that, Suraj sir will be coming in front of you for design, drawing and safety class. So I hope you all are full power ready. And tomorrow we'll be covering the remaining subjects, like quality is there, right? Also a lot of other subjects are there, material science is there. Tomorrow we'll be covering all those things as well. All right, good morning, good morning, good morning. So are you full power ready for the class? Shall I begin the class? Did you hit the like button? Did you share it with your friends? If yes, send me a heart sign, and let's begin the session with full power without wasting even a single second. Without wasting even a single second for this session, because as you know, after the GATE examination, hardly 7 days are there for us, right, for preparing for engineering service examination. And you all know, even if you are preparing hardly for this ESE engineering syllabus, but as soon as GATE was there, you must have forgot to study the non-technical part also. Am I right or not? Right? Then like because of the GATE examination, because earlier what used to happen, we used to first have the engineering service examination. So you used to study that. We can study the non-technical part as well, and then freely we can talk about, freely we can study the technical part for your GATE examination. But this time it is different, right? This time things are not working according to the traditional ways, right? So let's begin with full power. Let me tell you guys, we have 4 subjects today: ICT, energy and environment, ethics and values, and आपका design, drawing and safety beta. 1.5 hour मान के चलना, each subject is going to consider 1.5 hour or maybe 2 hour. But whatever we'll be talking about in these subjects, it is going to be super duper important for you. That is what we had to make sure, right? So let's begin. What I'll be doing is, I'll be telling you some important theoretical part as well, because just example, there are a few things without which the subject is incomplete, right? So firstly we'll do that, slightly important definitions, important terminologies. First we'll be talking that, and after that we'll be discussing lots and lots of question here in this session only, right? So we'll be having 20% theoretical part and 80% will be the question part. Will that be fine for you everyone? Or should I just simply go for complete question? No theory, zero theory. Please tell me in the comment box. I think it won't work like this. I should tell you some important terminology, some important words that are very frequently being asked in the examination. Once you are done with that, we can move towards the question part as well, right? Theory, everyone needs theory. Fatafat se share karo yaar baba. Where is the share? Nobody is sharing the session, I guess, right? I'll just let my channel students know that we are live. And guys, by the way, the PDF will be available in the Telegram groups of all the faculty members. You can join. So my Telegram channel name is, group name is Civil by Ninja Sir. In case you want, you can join it, okay? And we'll be providing you the PDF. Let me tell everyone live now. Full power. Ninja is here. So do not fear. Let's first talk about energy and environment, everyone. Full power ke saath. The very first thing that we are going to talk about is the ecological hierarchy or the level of organization, because this is something that is very, very important to understand when you are talking about energy and environment. Everything here is composed of what? Everything is made up of cell. Is it correct? Yes. So cell, as soon as there is a cell will give you, lot of cell will, combine and they will make a tissue, and lot of tissues will combine and make an organ makes organism makes population makes communities make ecosystem makes zyada ho gaya. We'll talk slowly one by one about all these things, right? So that it will retain here in front of you, right? Otherwise there is no point of studying all these things, correct? Bruce Wayne is here. Arey baba, Bruce Wayne is here. Kya baat hai? I am from ESE पर आपकी class. Thank you so much. Chalo, slowly let's talk about all these things, right? First, the very first thing, the fundamental thing is what is organism or what is single individual. Let's talk about that. So single individual is what? Like me, I am a single individual, right? You, like Bruce Wayne, single individual. No, this is for every branch, beta. This is for all the branches. All the branches who are eligible for engineering service examination, this particular today's and tomorrow's session is going to be for all the branches, not civil specific. Let me clear this one thing, right? So an organism is a single individual. For an example, you can take, there is an elephant in Kaziranga. There is an elephant in the Kaziranga. So that one elephant is the individual, or you can call it organism also. Right? And then come species. Now what is a species? A species means entire elephant population in Kaziranga. Right? You can say entire elephant population that you are having in the Kaziranga, that is your species. Only elephant. We are only talking about the elephant species. Right? There will be maybe lion species, there will be snake species, there will be turtle species, there will be lot of other animals, there will be species. You know what is species, right? Then comes population. If I only consider all the elephant I'm considering, so I'll be saying that all the elephant of Kaziranga form the population of elephants in that particular area, right? So the entire population of any particular species is your population. Population you all know, because this is something that we use in the regular daily life as well. Then comes your biological community. Now what is a biological community? Let's talk about that. Now guys, there will be elephants, right? There will be rhinos, there will be bacteria, there will be other wild animals and plants also of Kaziranga. Correct? So guys, all those living beings, all those biotic organisms, they will be considered as the biological community. Right? And please remember, in biological community, we don't consider the abiotic environment or physical environment. Okay? But if I join the biological community with the abiotic environment and I join them, you know what I will get? Ecosystem. That is your ecosystem, right? So it is composed of, ecosystem is composed of biological community as well, and integrated with its physical environment, jaise gases, energies, nutrients, right? All of those things. So living and non-living, if we join both of them, biotic and abiotic world, that whole world is called as ecosystem. Set hai kya bro? Anyone have any doubt in this particular thing? If you know these things, you can solve a more complex questions also. I have complex question only, don't worry. Right? As soon as I'll be done with the theory, we'll be doing the complex thing only. Then you will say, oh my god, Turu question. Right? So chalo, then comes the biome. Now what is a biome? Let's talk about the biome. Okay. Hanji, set hai na sir, full power. If you feel any difficulty to understand anything, let me know. I'll repeat it for you in different language. Not in don't think I'll be talking Spanish or something else. Different way I'll try to explain you, right? Then comes the biome. Guys, what is biome? So biome is when we talk about a particular ecosystem. Right? When we talk about a particular ecosystem, there are various different ecosystem in entire globe. Right? So a large regional unit which is characterized by a major vegetation type. Just for example, in India, you know that in certain region, a certain crop is being found. In certain region, certain type of animal is being found. So that is their biome. Correct? That is their biome. And then comes the collection of all the biomes, and that is called as biosphere. You know what is biosphere, right? So it is on a global scale. Biosphere is on a global scale. So all the Earth's terrestrial biomes, aquatic system, they all, when we combine them, we form a biosphere, right? And then you can just see this as well. This is a very good representation. We started with only one individual, only one fish. Then the entire, you can see the fishes are your population. And then when we have it with, you know, all the other things as well, like your plants, like your jellyfish, like all other things that we are having, the living beings only, they are your community. Then when you just enter the rock also, the physical environment, the water also, the physical environment, it becomes ecosystem. One particular regional unit is your biome, and when you take the entire biome, all the biomes together, they form biosphere for you. Right or not? Yes, Narendra ji, bilkul. Acha. Now there is something called as rishtedari. You all know what is rishtedari? Please tell me in the comment. Send me a heart sign. Hai na? Have you ever experienced one-sided love? Quickly tell me in the comment box, yaar. Full power. I have done it. I have experienced one-sided love. Have you ever done it? Have you ever experienced it? Let's talk about that in a biological manner now. Okay. So guys, suppose there are two species, right? So you will see plus, minus, 0. Now what is plus? Plus is that you are getting something. Minus is you are giving something, you are not getting in return anything, and 0 is you are not getting and you are not giving. Now let's talk about this in terms of our environment. So there are two species, for example, species A and species B. So there is first relation, there is first rishtedari, and it is called as symbiotic or mutualism. We, you and me are having symbiotic relationship. You are giving me your precious time. You are giving me your precious time. I am giving you my knowledge. We are having a biotic relation. We are having a symbiotic relationship, right? What you are doing? You are giving me your precious time. Because of you, I am getting paid, and I am giving you the knowledge with the help of which you will get a job. So are we both getting something in return? Yes or no, everyone? We both getting something in return. Correct? You are giving something, I am also giving something to you, but you are also getting something and I am also getting something. So we both are in the benefit of state. We are in the state of benefit, right? So this is a symbiotic relationship. Mutualism bolte hai beta isko. Kya bolte hai? We call it mutualism, right? Apart from that, we have commensalism. Now what is commensalism? Let's talk about this commensalism. See, have you ever seen a shark? When a shark, not really, but in Net Geo or maybe Discovery, you must have seen when a shark is moving na, with the shark, you will see very small fishes are also swimming around the shark. Have you ever seen it? When the shark is moving, when the shark is swimming, there are small fishes around the shark. Why they are there? Why small fishes revolve around or stay with the shark? Do you know this? Yes, you know why? Why? Because when the shark is eating something, the pieces of all that meat, the pieces of all that whatever the shark is eating, it is going to spread everywhere. It is going to spread everywhere. So those fishes are going to eat that small pieces. The shark indirectly providing them food. Shark indirectly providing those small fishes the food. Did you get this, everyone? Now you tell me, is there any any loss? Is there any kind of loss happening to shark because of those small fishes? Any loss is happening to shark because of those fishes? No loss to the shark. But is there any benefit or the profit that is those particular small fishes are getting? Yes, those small fishes are getting the benefit. Those small fish are getting the food, but because of that benefit, there is no loss to the shark, there is no loss to the whale. This relationship where one party is having no loss, no profit, and one party is having profit, this relationship is known as commensalism. This relationship is called as commensalism. Is it correct beta? Then comes amensalism. Now what is amensalism? Let's talk about that. Suppose there is a forest, right? And there is one tree. There are two trees. Suppose there are two trees. One is here. Okay. There are two trees. One is here, for example, and one is here. Okay. Suppose this tree grows a bit larger and it is getting more broader also. So what this tree will do? This tree is going to restrict the sunlight which is coming to that smaller tree, correct or not? So this smaller tree will not get any sunlight and eventually this small tree will die, right or not? Right. Now you tell me, by doing this, the larger tree, is there any benefit to the larger tree? There is no benefit to the larger tree. But is there any problem or the loss to the smaller tree? Yes, there is a loss, there is a problem to the smaller tree because the smaller tree is not getting the sunlight. So one party is having no profit, no loss, and one party is having the loss. So this relationship is called as amensalism. This is called as amensalism. Correct hai beta? Everyone? Correct. And then comes your parasitism. Now parasitism is very common, you all know, right? See, like mosquitoes. Mosquito kya karta hai bacha? Mosquito will come, mosquito will suck our blood. The mosquito will suck our blood. Mosquito is eating our blood and giving us malaria. One party in profit, one party in loss. Mosquito in profit, I am in loss. So this is the relationship called as parasitism. Anyone have any doubt in mutualism, communalism, amensalism and parasitism? Anyone have any doubt? If not, please send me a heart sign and also subscribe the channel because we are bringing more such sessions for you. If you are enjoying, please send me a heart sign. If you have a doubt related to any one of them, please let me know. Then we'll move to the next part, that is your food chain and food web. In the comment box right now, please. Set hai, full power, understanding battery hai. That is more important because perfect. Clear? Perfect. Amazing. Now moving on to the next concept, and that is food chain. Subhash keh rahe once more please. Dekho, ek baar fadafat se I'll just quickly go through this one thing. So in symbiotic, what is happening? Both the parties are getting the profit, right? Like for example, you and me. You are giving me fee, I am giving you knowledge, you will get a job from that knowledge, right? From your fee, I will eat food, and from my knowledge, you will get a job. This is a symbiotic relationship. Both parties are in profit. Commensalism, when one party is in profit and one party is at neutral side, no profit, no loss. And then comes your amensalism, when one party is in loss and one party is neutral, no profit, no loss. And then come parasitism, which is, the example is your mosquito. Mosquitoes drink your blood and gives you malaria. So one party is in profit and one party is in loss. This is called as parasitism. So these are the four things that I have taught you just now. Moving on to the next topic, that is food chain and food web. A food chain is nothing, it is a linear sequence of organisms through which nutrient and energy pass one generation to one organism to another. So basically you all know what is food chain, right? And what is food web? Food web is nothing. Food web is nothing. Food web consists of many interconnected food chain and are more like basically the different food chain. When you connect them, when you make an interconnection between them, you will get a food web, right? And now there are two type of things. One is your producer, or also called as autotroph, and second is consumer, also called as heterotroph. Now there is a cook who is coming to my house. He is going to make the food, right? And he also will eat the food. So the cook is the producer or autotroph because he is the one who is cooking the food, right? And then me, I am heterotroph. I am the one who is eating the food made by that autotroph person or that cook. So there is this basic difference between autotroph and the heterotroph, right? Autotroph make their own organic molecules, basically the food that they need. Right now, there are two type of autotroph. First is your photoautotroph, and second is chemoautotroph. But anywhere if you see photo, you just get this understanding. It is related to sunlight. Whenever you see photo written anywhere, you will be seeing okay. You will get the understanding that okay, it is related to sunlight. So photoautotroph are such. Example is your plants. So plant uses the energy from where? Everything started from the sunlight only to make the organic compound, right? And in return, what will happen? Out of carbon dioxide, they'll be getting the photosynthesis process, and you all know what is photosynthesis, correct? And then chemoautotroph, they uses the energy from the chemicals. So this is the basic difference. Then comes your heterotroph. Heterotroph, there are two type of heterotroph. One is macro and other is micro. Macro is better that feed on the plant or animal or maybe both, and whereas micro are the decomposers. Have you ever seen decomposers? If there is something which is left for a very longer period of time, you will see that there will be decomposer on it, on that particular whatever the organic matter you have left. Okay, moving on to the two type of food chain. There are two type of food chain. One is the grazing food chain. So this is the one that we all know, guys. You know that food chain, na? It starts with the herbivorous, right? Everything starts with green plant, goes to the herbivorous and to carnivore. Basically, if the food chain is starting with the sunlight, if please understand beta, if any food chain is starting with the sunlight, that food chain is your grazing food chain. For example, this is the example of grazing food chain. Leaf. From where the leaf is getting a nutrient? Sunlight only, right? And then caterpillar is eating the leaf, chameleon is eating the caterpillar, snake is eating the chameleon, then mongoose is eating the snake, and mongoose is being eaten by the eagle. Perfect. So this is the whole cycle. This is the food chain that you will be having. Another type of food chain is your detritus food chain. Now what is detritus food chain? Beta, it starts from where? It starts from the dead organic matter. When that eagle is going to die, there will be someone who is going to eat that eagle also, right? For example, dead leaves. Dead leaves are being eaten by woodlouse, and woodlouse is being eaten by blackbird. So here everything is starting with something which is dead, right? Earlier in grazing, everything was starting with the sunlight. So this is the basic two difference between the grazing and the detritus food chain. Remember that. Then comes ecological pyramid. Basically, there are three type of ecological pyramid. You can make the pyramid on the basis of number, like on the basis of number of the organism that you are having, right? Then on the basis of the biomass they are having, and on the basis of their energy. Always remember that, always. There can be two type of pyramid. One is upright and one is inverted. What is the important thing to remember? Out of all these three pyramid that I have told you, pyramid of number, pyramid of biomass, pyramid of energy. Out of all these pyramid, there is only one pyramid which can never become inverted. Can you please guess which one? Anyone? Which pyramid can never be inverted? Which pyramid can never be inverted? Is it number? Is it biomass, or is it energy? बताइए सर. That is, अरे brilliant यार, you guys are already so awesome. There is no need. Very good, brilliant. Yes, energy can never be inverted, right? Energy can never be inverted. Number can be inverted, like a crop plant can be eaten by lot of grasshoppers, and then grasshopper can be eaten by several frog. Several frog can be eaten by few snakes, and few snakes can be eaten by one vulture. Whereas reverse, single tree, several birds and numerous parasites. So number can be inverted, but only one thing can never be inverted, beta, and that is the pyramid of energy. It can never be inverted. 1 mark question I have just told you, so please remember that. Moving on to the next thing, the next topic, and that is ecological niche. Now, what is ecological niche? Let's understand this also. So ecological niche basically represent the range of condition an organism can tolerate. So beta, this is the basically condition that any organism can tolerate. Just for example, just imagine if I take a lion and put that lion in a desert, will that work for the lion or for camel? Will that work? Please tell me. Manu is saying, so you are covering all subjects. Yeah, I'll be covering 2 subjects. After me, Ashutosh sir will be coming. He'll be covering ethics and values. And after Suraj sir will be coming for design and safety. Tomorrow, the remaining 4 subjects will be discussing. Which branch this video? This video is for all the branches who are eligible for engineering service examination. Right? So it won't work like this. Material science is tomorrow. Sir, what is difference between the biomass and number? Beta, देखो number में क्या है ना? Number we are talking about nothing but number of organism. Like lots and lots of crop plants we are having. Those lots of crop plants will be eaten by many grasshopper. We are talking in numbers. Many grasshoppers will be eaten by some frogs. Some frogs will be eaten by some snakes. And some snakes will be eaten by maybe one vulture or one eagle, right? So we are talking in terms of number. When we talk about in terms of biomass, biomass is completely different. Biomass can be, a single organism can give you lot of biomass, right? And lot of number can give you small biomass also. So remember that. If you have ever get this, if you ever get this doubt, what is biomass? You go outside your house. You take the soil in your hand, right? And that is nothing but that is also biomass. It comprises of biomass. Biomass is basically composition of lot of things like nutrients, right? There will be nutrients, there will be organic matter, there will be a lot of other things as well. It is a mixture. We study this in our energy, we study in this environmental engineering of civil engineering, okay? Today ICT, yes, today ICT will be covered, energy environment we are taking, and ethics and values, and after that design and drawing also will be done. Safety wala, sorry. Role to play is basically ecological niche. Yes, exactly. So there will be a particular loss only, there will be particular role only that can be played by particular organism, right? You cannot change it, right? You cannot change it. You cannot just simply send that lion to desert and it will work. You cannot simply send the camel to the beaches. It won't work like this, okay? A habitat may contain many ecological niche and support a variety of species. So it is not at all like this ki bhai, if lion is staying in this jungle, so only the organism like lion can only stay in that jungle. It is not true, right? There will be lots of organism of their individual niche which can remain in one habitat. But remember this one thing, each species has a distinct niche and no two species are believed to occupy exactly the same niche. कोई भी दो organism, दो species, दो अलग अलग species अभी तक ऐसा माना जाता है, believed लिखा है, ऐसा माना जाता है that they are not going to occupy exactly the same niche. So that is what you need to know about the ecological niche. Moving on to the edge effect and the ecotone. What is edge effect? So edge effect says that suppose you are having a plate, you eat food na, plate. On one half of the plate you have rice, in other half of the plate you have chole. Okay, one half you have rice and one half you have chole. Now I give you three options. Which part do you think will be more tastier? The rice part, the chole part, or the mid part where the rice and chole are getting mixed? Quickly tell me in the comment box, everyone, which part do you think will be more tastier, will give you more joy, will give you more things to, to your mind that, oh, wow, kya taste hai, maza hi aa gaya. In which part you will get more taste? Quickly tell me in the comment box, everybody. Mid part, mixed part. So this is called as edge effect. let's talk about this in environmental perspective. So edge effect is an ecological concept that describes how there is a greater diversity of life in the region where the edge of two adjacent ecosystem. Suppose there is an ecosystem of a lake and beside that there is an ecosystem of a forest, for example. Now there will be a mid part of the lake and the forest. So that mid part will be having more, the greater diversity of life. This is called as edge effect, and that zone, that mid part is called as ecotone. Clear है बेटा? जैसे grassland है. What is grassland? Grassland will be there between a forest and a desert. So forest and desert के बीच का, the mid part of the forest and your desert is your grassland. And if we take the fresh water and the salt water, that is called as estuary, right? Marshland is one example of ecotone, beta. Marshland is one example of ecotone. There are, suppose, a region where a fresh water and salt water are mixing together. So wherever they are mixing, that part is called as estuary. Clear? Marshland you will be getting, like for example, the lake and the forest example that I have gave you. Perfect, sir. You can see here also a land ecosystem, when it meets with the aquatic ecosystem, you get a ecotone in between. That is your ecotone. Perfect. Moving on to the sentinel species. Have you ever heard of this, that whenever there will be an earthquake to be there, a dog can sense the earthquake before it is already there? Have you ever heard about this? Everyone? Anyone? Right? So dog is a sentinel species. All those organisms who can detect the risk, to human by providing the advance warning of a danger, then that is your sentinel species. For example, canaries. So canary is a bird. Canary are a bird who die early in odorless carbon monoxide. Just imagine, the carbon monoxide is odorless. It is so harmful for us, but canary die first. And as soon as canaries dies, it gives us indication that there is a odorless carbon monoxide in the environment. And that can give us a lot of time to escape from that particular place. Did you get this? What is sentinel species, everyone? Then comes ecological succession. So ecological succession comprises of two things, primary and secondary. So what is primary succession? Suppose there is a barren land, there is nothing there, right? Only barren land is there. So barren land mein what will happen? There will be slowly pioneer species will come, and then intermediate community, they will evolve. You will get intermediate community, and then eventually you will reach out to the climax community. So when you start the complete succession from zero, from a barren land, that is called as primary succession. Now for example, there is a jungle, full-fledged climax community is there, everything is stable, and suddenly, unfortunately, there is a forest fire. So as soon as there will be forest fire, what will happen? Everything will be destroyed. And now again they will start the succession. So when this type of thing happen, when this type of succession will happen, that will be called as the secondary succession. So this is the basic difference between primary succession and secondary succession. If anything is starting from the barren land, if the evolution, if this particular development starts from barren land, then it is called as your primary succession. Otherwise, if suppose there is already a climax community going on and then there will be a forest fire, maybe something else has happened, maybe tsunami, that remember that tsunami, when tsunami happened, the complete coral reefs were destroyed, right? So what happened? Then again the coral starts forming. Perfect. So that is the example of the secondary succession. If is it clear, send me a heart sign, and if you are enjoying till now, please let me know in the comment box. For the PDF, I'll send you my Telegram link. You can get the PDF from this particular channel. मजा आ रहा है, full power set है scene. Anyone have any doubt? बेटा please ask ना. एक second. Those who are studying from me for the first time, I hope we are getting connected. I hope there is no problem in understanding the language that I use. My English is not that much good, but I try to improve. So I hope you are getting what I'm trying to say. right? Moving on to the invasive species. Now suppose, guys, you know what, just outside my room, I have this AC wala box, right? On AC wala box, there is a nest of a pigeon. So pigeon stays there on that AC, right? Mast ekdam, pays rent also on time, no delay, eats food also. When whatever I left, that pigeon eats, right? When I take classes, pigeon get disturbed, but also no problem, stays well, no problem, perfect. Now suppose if I take that pigeon when the pigeon is sleeping, and I take that pigeon to somewhere else where the pigeon does not belong. For that region, the pigeon will be what? Invasive species. So an alien species is basically invasive species, we can call it. An invasive species is a species introduced by human, either intentionally or accidentally. Have you ever seen the movie where, you know, human will do all these, you know, nonsense thing? They will go to the space, they will catch some organism, some species, and then they will bring it to the earth. So that is your invasive species. Are you getting, everyone, what I'm trying to talk about here? Right, so that is your invasive species. Beta, hit the like button. I can see a lot of people are watching, right? That is invasive. Like, these are few examples. No need to remember. Two name you can remember, right? Flora and fauna, two names you can remember. Moving on to the coral reef, right? So coral reef, have you ever seen coral reef? Anyone? Have you ever seen a coral reef, everyone? Ever seen a coral reef? See, Ben 10. Ben 10. Oh, same thing happened in Ben 10 also, right? So there was this spaceship happened, and you know, all those things. Superman also, na? So please reply. Is there any mock test for ESE? Yes, Rahulji, there will be. Ben 10 also it happened. I remember. Superman also, yes. Superman also came, you know, from other space, but it wasn't there because of the human. It happened by itself, right? Okay, jo bhi hai. There will be other things as well. We'll talk about that in some different session. Okay, now let's talk about the coral reef. What happened, guys? So basically there is a free swimming coral larva. Have you ever seen a larva? Larva, you know what is larva, from where, you know, butterfly will come. So there is a freely swimming larva in a sea, right? And when that freely swimming larva will attach to any submerged rock or any submerged body, eventually, you know what will happen? Eventually that coral, that larva of coral will grow. It will grow and expand. Okay, it will grow and it will expand. And there is a symbiotic relationship, guys. There is a symbiotic relationship between that larva and that rock as well. It is found in deep. Yeah, bilkul sahi. If you have ever been to Andaman and Nicobar Islands, you will notice that coral reef, right? They are a very, very significant contribution they give in the tourism also, coral reef, right? So now understanding what are the type of reef formation. But a reef is not connected to coral. Reef is a general word, right? Now what is coral reef? There are three type of coral reef. First is fringing, second is barrier, and third is atoll. So if I talk about the fringing, so they are the most common one, and they project the seaward directly from the shore, forming border along the shoreline and surrounding the island. So there is an island. So if there is a reef which is going to surround that particular island and giving you a complete, you can say, shoreline, that will be called as your fringing reef. Mic फंस गया मेरे पैर में, रुको, बच गया, ठीक है? That will be your fringing reef. Then coming to the barrier reef. What is barrier reef? Barrier reef are slightly away from the island. They are at a greater distance from the island. So those are your barrier reef, right? And then comes to be atoll. So atoll is nothing but it is a, if suppose there is a fringing reef and that fringing reef forms around the volcanic island, that is atoll. That is your atoll. Atoll are usually circular or oval with a central lagoon, as you can see here. Atoll, fringing, and your barrier reef. This is what they are look like. Moving on. Now, why they are important for us? Why coral reef are important? Why we are studying about the coral reef? So guys, coral reef protect coastline from the storm and erosion, number one. It provides the job for local communities and offer opportunities for recreation. They also are source of food and new medicines. Over 500 million people depend on reef for food, income, and protection. So that is why we are very much interested in preserving the coral reef. That is why it is important for us. Moving on. There is a global fund for coral reef, if you don't know. Yes, there is a around 10 साल में in 10 year $500 million blended finance instrument to mobilize the action and resource to protect and restore the coral reef ecosystem, to simply restore, or you can see to simply preserve this whole coral reef ecosystem. There is a fund called as Global Fund for Coral Reef. Remember that. And who has given this, who has took the initiative? Now this is important part for us. It is a joint initiative of private philanthropists. क्या होता है philanthropies, क्या होता है जल्दी बताओ फटाफट. Let me know in the comment. Who are philanthropists? Who are philanthropists? Quickly tell me. If we know that, okay, private philanthropies are there, UN organizations such as UNEP, UNDP and UN Capital Development Fund, etc. They are there. First, we need to know what is philanthropist. Sir Ratan Tata is a philanthropist. Can you tell me what does that mean? Correct. Vamsi and Surya, correct. In both ways, you are right. Right. Now comes to the wetland. Now what is a wetland? Wetland is a distinct ecosystem that is flooded by water either permanently or seasonally. Maybe what will happen? Who work for public cause? बिल्कुल सही अर्था, very good बेटा. And everyone, Manisha, correct है बेटा, बिल्कुल सही, charity करने वाले. Right. So now there is this wetland. Guys, wetland can be seasonal also, wetland can be permanent also. Right. It is nothing but it is a land which is flooded by water. Flooding result in oxygen-free process prevailing especially in the soil. Now understand what does that mean. So this is how a wetland looks like. It is nothing but it is a land which is flooded by water. And now this can be seasonal also and this can be permanent as well. Now what is the importance of wetland for us? हमारे लिए wetland क्यों जरूरी है? Let's try to understand that. Ratendra ji, good morning बच्चा. Wetland act as nature's kidney. See, we have kidney, right? इधर ही होता है ना? I have one. Another one is here, right? So wetland act is the nature's kidney. So by removing polluting nutrients and sediment from the surface and groundwater. So that is what the wetland do. It acts as a kidney. Basically, it remove all the unwanted stuff, right? It also replenish the groundwater supply and their filtering capacity also help to protect the groundwater quality. So guys, when there is a filter, for example, when you have provided a natural filter, definitely the water in groundwater, from where the water is entering in the ground, obviously it is entering, like suppose the rainwater is coming, eventually it will infiltrate, but before infiltrating, if it goes through this wetland, it will be, you can say, it will get a better filtration and that will provide better quality in the groundwater. So that is the good thing about my wetlands, our wetlands. Also provide habitat for wildlife and fishery, including threatened habitats. You know, there are some threatened habitats which are only available, which are only living in those wetlands. Perfect. It also provides the recreational opportunities for the birds, amphibians and mammals. Act like a sponge. So it act like a sponge. So whenever there will be a flood, they will soak a lot of water with them. They will capture a lot of water with them. So that is nothing but that is going to help us in controlling the disastrous, you can say, impact of flood. So wetland also help us in these things. So these are the benefit of a wetland. Also, they make very good carbon sink. You know what is carbon sink? Yes, Narendra, that is the next point only that you have asked. Carbon sink. You know what is carbon sink? Carbon sink is nothing. Carbon sink, you can say, a carbon sink is nothing but it is a reservoir. Any reservoir, natural or otherwise, doesn't matter, right? Natural or otherwise, that accumulate and store some carbon containing chemical, right? So if suppose there is a reservoir, natural or maybe anyone, man-made, maybe it can be there. So if it reserve or if it accumulate all the carbon containing chemical, that is called as your carbon sink. Globally, two most important carbon sink are vegetation and ocean. That is more important. जो absorb करे carbon को, that is carbon sink. Very good. Swati is saying sir Hindi. Swati बेटा, this channel ना ये English के लिए specified है. हिंदी वाला channel दूसरा है. Grade up, sorry, BYJU'S GATE and ESE हिंदी चैंपियंस के नाम से, उस पर भी मैंने क्लास ली है. आप वहां पढ़ सकते हो अगर आपको सिर्फ हिंदी समझ आती है. ठीक है. Otherwise, if you understand English also, you can enjoy the session here as well. Right now, let's see, guys. Everyone, come back to the topic. Come on. need to preserve wetland. Because why we need to preserve the wetland? Because it provides food, all those beautiful things that we have talked about just now. Same thing, that is the reason why we need to provide, why we need to protect them. Now comes your Ramsar Convention, of the biggest convention which is working on the wetland. So the convention mission, what is the convention's mission? So the mission is very simple: the conservation and the wise use of all wetlands through local and national action and international cooperation as a contribution towards achieving sustainable development throughout the world. What is sustainable development, beta? Anyone? What is sustainable development? Why we study a lot of things about sustainable development? Why we are concerned about sustainable development? Anyone? Please let me know in the comment box. बताइए फटाफट से, let me know in the comment box. What does that mean, sustainable development? Anyone? Quickly answer. Preserve of resources for future. Future के लिए presence करना. Development without affecting environment. जो फ्यूचर के लिए प्रोटेक्ट करना, ग्रीन डेवलपमेंट, यूजिंग द रिसोर्सेज इन द वाइज मैनर सो दैट इट कैन बी प्रिजर्व फॉर द फ्यूचर जनरेशन. शिवम गुप्ता हैज गिवन द, आई विल से द एग्जैक्ट आंसर, आई विल से, राइट. सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट इंश्योर्स रिसोर्सेज फॉर फ्यूचर जनरेशन विदाउट कॉम्प्रोमाइजिंग प्रेजेंट जनरेशन. परफेक्ट. डू नॉट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद फ्यूचर रिक्वायरमेंट्स. perfect. So basically sustainable requirement is the, you can say, how you can use present resources in such a way that you do not exploit them and you preserve them for the future generation who are wasting time on Instagram and making reels, right? So we have to preserve the resources for them. So that is your sustainable development. Okay, chalo. Next is what? So guys, Ramsar बात कर रहे थे हम. In India we have total 42 Ramsar site, let me tell you. And then comes your Montreux record. Now what is Montreux record? So the Montreux record is a register of basically wetland site on the list wetland of international importance. Okay, so all those wetlands who are of international importance, so that is nothing but all those records are being there as a Montreux record. It is maintained as a part of Ramsar site only. Do India have any Montreux record? You can say, क्या नाम है इसका? Any kind of Indian site is there in a Montreux record? I want to know. Please tell me, everyone. Quickly, everybody. $46 हो गया ना? तो 46 नहीं बेटा, अभी 49 है. Today, if I talk about present time, it is 49 Ramsar site, not 42. मैंने 42 लिख दिया क्या? Total 49 Ramsar site are here in India. Names you don't have to remember. There is no need of remembering the names. I can tell you, but there is no need. Right? Chalo ji. Moving on. There are two Montreux record sites, guys, in India, and there are Loktak Lake and the Ecological National Park. There are these two lakes. Only names are important. If you need to remember, you can remember these two names. One is in Manipur, right? So please remember these two names. Otherwise, it is being, you can remember. It is important. You can say. Okay, then the last part of this is mangrove. Guys, mangrove is what? Mangrove is also very, very important part of our ecosystem. Mangrove are basically salt tolerant plants, right? They also called halophytes that are adapted to harsh coastal condition. Okay, coastal condition. So suppose like mangrove, you know, mangrove के साथ क्या है ना? Have you ever seen mangrove forest? Anyone? First of all, like this. बताइए. Have you ever seen? What is Ramsar site? But a Ramsar site is nothing. It is a wetland which is of international importance. That's it. Which is needing more, you can say, more care, right? We have to take care more because it can extinct, and we can't, we can't afford that. Why? Because I have told you what are the benefit of the wetland. So Ramsar site are nothing. It is simply the Ramsar site is simply nothing but it is the wetland which are of international importance. Remember that. Alright, okay. Since mangrove are located between the land and sea, they represent the best example of ecotone. So there is one more example with you of ecotone, that is your mangrove forest, right? About 1/3 of world's mangrove are found in Asia, 39%. Baap re baap. Right. Now what are the importance? Please understand. Everybody quickly see here. So it acts as buffer zone between the land and the sea. That is why they are called as ecotone. They protect the land form from erosion. Erosion होने से बचाता है. Act as nature's shield against cyclones, ecological disasters, and protector of the shoreline. Also, they act as like that also, right? Sir, first paper is common for all branches. Yes, first paper is common for all. Breeding and nursery ground for a variety of marine animals. Harbor a variety of life form like invertebrates, fishes, amphibians, birds and mammals. Basically lot of diversity you can see. Why you can see lot of diversity? Because it is a ecotone. Because it is a ecotone. Now moving on to some important convention that you should know. I'll tell you the basic things about that convention that you should understand. First is your Basel Convention. Now what is the job, what is the work, what is the you can say purpose of Basel Convention? Basel Convention on the control of transboundary movement of hazardous waste and their disposal. We are not talking about the storage beta. We are only talking about the transboundary movement of any hazardous waste and their disposal. Remember that. Now what is the objective? The convention basically covers the hazardous waste that are explosive, flammable, poisonous, infectious, corrosive, toxic or ecotoxic. With respect to environmentally sound management, ESM of hazardous waste, the convention simply aims towards the restricting transboundary movement of hazardous waste except where it is perceived to be in accordance with the principle of ESM. So wherever it was supposed to be, wherever it is being perceived from, it can be there, but the transboundary movement, it's being you can say centralized by this Basel Convention. Now this is important. Yes, Sundarban is your example of mangrove forest. Then comes Rotterdam Convention. Now what is the Rotterdam Convention? Guys, Rotterdam Convention basically it is the prior informed consent procedure for certain hazardous chemical and pesticide in international trade. Suppose you want to do a trade of something which is hazardous chemical, right? One of the most hazardous chemical, you know, used to be imported in the factory, where that Bhopal gas tragedy has happened, right? So you can consider that some of those events has, you know, given the boost to have these type of convention. One of, I'm saying one of, there are a lot of other events also that has happened, right? So the convention's objective is to promote the shared responsibility and cooperative efforts among the parties in the international trade of these chemicals. Basically, both the party, the one who is importing, the one who is exporting, should have the responsibility and should have the cooperative efforts. They should take the cooperative efforts to make that trade very, very safe for the environment and for the human being as well. So that happened in the Rotterdam Convention. Moving on to the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutant, POPs. You can call it POPs. I'm going to call it POPs again and again because I'm going to call it. Basically, it is a global treaty. Why it is there? Why global treaty is there, right? So global treaty to protect the human health environment from the chemical that remain intact in the environment for longer period, right? So there are some chemical which will always, they have the tendency to remain in the environment for a longer period of time, right? That is why we call them persistent. And they become widely distributed geographically, long range transport, accumulate in the fatty tissue of human and wildlife and have harmful effect on human health or on the environment. So they are toxic also. POPs are very toxic, they are persistent, they have a wide range, geographically wide range distribution is possible. So we have to remain safe from these POPs, and it is being centralized by this Stockholm Convention. The convention was adopted in 2001 and entered into force in 2004. India signed this convention in 2006. Remember that. Clear, sir? How Basel is different from beta? In Basel Convention, what is happening? The transboundary trade of these hazardous waste. What do you have? I think you did not see that. Transboundary hazardous waste we are talking about. Okay, and in Rotterdam we are talking about the transboundary trade of hazardous chemicals and pesticides. Right, so this is the basic difference in the waste and the important chemicals that we need, because there are a lot of factories in India, in other countries also, which require these type of chemicals, the hazardous chemicals, which are not being manufactured in the same country. They have to import them. So this is all being regularized by this Rotterdam Convention. Moving on to the next thing, and that is Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety to the UN CBD. So it is an international, basically यहाँ पे क्या है आपका मूवमेंट ऑफ लिविंग मॉडिफाइड ऑर्गेनिज्म. हैव यू एवर सीन स्पाइडरमैन देखा कभी आपने? स्पाइडरमैन मूवी नई वाला, द न्यू लेटेस्ट स्पाइडरमैन मूवी, यू हैव सीन. सो देयर वाज दिस वन विलन हु वाज लिजर्ड. हैव यू सीन दैट लिजर्ड वाला? क्या, व्हाट वाज द नेम? I forgot the name. What was the name of that lizard वाला विलन? नहीं, अरे वो था, I'm not getting the name of that, I don't know, individual. Yes, made possible, it will be there, because in Cartagena we are only talking about the living modified organism resulting from the modern biotechnology from one country to another that may have adverse effect on the biological diversity, taking also into account risk to the human health. Suppose there is a living modified organism and we have to transfer it from one country to another country. So it is being regularized by the Cartagena Protocol. Remember that pharmaceuticals for humans are not at all part of Cartagena Protocol. Remember that thing. Okay, इसको याद रखेंगे हम लोग. आगे बढ़ते हैं. Antarctica Treaty. Have you ever heard of Antarctica species, everyone? सुना है कभी एंटार्क्टिका स्पीसी क्या है? एंटार्क्टिक ट्रीटी, सॉरी, बताइए सर. Sendai framework, sir, is it also agreement for disaster management? Yes sir, for disaster management. See, Antarctic treaty is nothing. See, Antarctic, you know what, when there is something which is not being claimed by anyone. Suppose I am walking and I see 100 rupee note. Narendra also seen 100 rupee note. Yatindra also seen 100 rupee note. Sagar also seen 100 rupee note. Vaibhav also, made possible also, Aditya also. Right? So we all will claim, "Arey mera, aise karenge." We all will claim that it is mine, it is mine, it is mine. Right or not? Right or not? So what we will do? We will do a treaty. We will make a treaty. That will be 100 rupee treaty. Similarly, same thing happened with Antarctic. When all the countries look towards this Antarctic, they are like, "Oh, mera, it is mine, it is mine, it is mine, it is mine." We have to make sure that no country should acquire, no country should claim that Antarctic is theirs. Because you know there are a lot of research work going on in the Antarctic region, right or not? So suppose if one country is doing the research and slowly they increase the size of their camp, and one day they will announce that okay, Antarctic is from today Antarctic is ours. Antarctic is ours. What we will do? What other countries will do? So we have signed Antarctic Treaty. Antarctic Treaty was framed with the objective that the Antarctic shall continue to be a zone that shall be useful for peaceful purpose only and shall not become an object of international discord. Did you get this, everyone? No one should say mera, mera, mera. Then another important organization is IUCN. Okay. Abhi tak set a scene. Everyone, are you getting everything? Can I have a heart sign if you all are there with me? Come on, let me know in the comment box. You are getting all the concept that I am telling you. After this, we are having questions now. Full power questions we are going to solve. Okay. Now IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature. IUCN is basically membership union composed of both government and civil society organization. What is their job? Their job is very simple. They provide you a red list. What does this red list do? So this red list is basically information. It provides us information about all the species which are either endangered or maybe about to extinct, or they are having different concern level, right? So IUCN red list is a rich compendium of information on threats, ecological requirements, habitat of species, on conservation action that can be taken to reduce or prevent the extinction. Suppose if we have a list, we can see from the list that which particular species requires our attention. Which particular species requires our attention. So that will be, can be easily retrieved from the IUCN red list. IUCN beta is nothing, it is International Union for Conservation of Nature. It is based on objective system for assessing the risk of extinction of a species based on past, present and projected threat. So with the help of this red list, we can see what was the past, present and what are the projected threat which are there for any particular species, and accordingly we can work on that. Do you remember a few years back there was this campaign in India related to tiger? Remember or not? There was a campaign related to tiger. Even we used to know the exact number of the tigers which are available. I don't remember the number now, but that time we used to remember the number also. There was advertisement as well on the television. Amitabh Bachchan used to do the television advertisement for that, these much tigers are remaining. So how we got to know that okay, tigers are now getting less because of these type of red list, because of this red list. So this is the thing. Schedule, beta schedule is today and tomorrow also 11 AM you will be having the class. UNEP is nothing, it is United Nation Environment Program, Global Environment Authority, which is going to set the global environmental agenda. They promote the coherent implementation of the environmental dimension of sustainable. Basically they are the one who are going to project, that what should be our environmental agenda, nowadays, as you know, carbon sink and all these carbon things are nowadays very, very significant because the global warming issues are getting increased day by day. Worldwide Fund for Nature. So basically it is international non-governmental organization founded in 1961. Dates are not required. Okay, dates are not required. That work in the field of wilderness preservation and the reduction of human impact on the environment. WWF. Do you remember that WWF? Right? WWF. So WWF is the world's largest conservation organization with over 5 million supporters worldwide, working in more than 100 countries, supporting around 3,000 conservation and environmental projects, right? Chalo sir, now the questions are here and I'll take my seat because there are lot of questions coming through. Decision has been finalized to have IMS through CSE through. Okay, thank you so much sir. We'll talk about that. Ajo. Ready for the questions? Can I have a heart sign in the comment box please? Everyone. Now we'll be solving questions. Okay, number 1 question. Number 1. Which of the following statement is or are correct about the Madden-Julian oscillation? Now what is this Madden-Julian oscillation? Let's talk about this. Okay, whatever I have taught you today about this energy and environment, double or triple knowledge you will get with the help of these questions. Okay, all right, majorly you will get from here only. Now what is Madden-Julian oscillation? Hi Harita, how are you? What is this Madden-Julian oscillation? So Madden-Julian oscillation is nothing, it is the major fluctuation in the tropical weather on weekly to monthly time scale, right? So whatever will be the fluctuation in the tropical weather, that will be your Madden oscillation. It is characterized by an eastward progression of large region of both enhanced and suppressed tropical rainfall. Beta, I have beautiful type of question for you. for all the subjects. So please try to answer these questions. Okay. This pattern is observed mainly over the warmer part of Indian and Pacific Ocean. It occurs due to unusual heating of the Tibetan plateau. Select the correct answer using the code given below. Please answer, everybody. Please respond. Anyone. Duration of this class. Duration of this class is technically 8 hours, but it will not go above 6 hours, that we know. Planned is 8 hours, but it won't go more than 6 hours, because we are covering 4 subjects. That is why we need this much time. Guys, quickly answer, please. Quickly answer to this beautiful question. A, B, B, A. Arre kya bhai, just give one answer. So let's understand this. So yeah, answer is B, by the way, right? Answer is B. Okay, please understand. Please understand. Okay, so it is characterized by eastward progression of large region of both enhanced and suppressed tropical rainfall. First thing. Second is the pattern is observed. The pattern is observed mainly over the warmer part of India and the Pacific Ocean. It occurs due to unusual heating of Tibetan plateau. No, that is not true. So the correct answer will be your 1 and 2. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Correct, sir? Badhiya. Moving on. Next question. All the solar energy that enters atmosphere reaches the surface of the earth. Number 1. Tropical cloudless ocean have more albedo as compared to fresh snow covered areas. Answer, please. Answer, please. Albedo क्या होता है बेटा? अच्छा, आंसर मार्क कर दो. What is albedo? Albedo. Swati, maiden Julian, beta, it is nothing. It is the fluctuation that happens in the weather. Because, okay, weekly or monthly, you can say. What is albedo? Albedo is ability, basically ability of a surface to reflect the sunlight. Okay, whatever the heat is coming, you are going to reflect it. That is albedo. Hanji sir, answer everyone. And if you are liking the session, enjoying the session, then hit the like button, please. Sir, answer बताएंगे. Sir, neither 1 or 2. Right? All of the solar energy that enters atmosphere reaches the surface of the earth. Wrong. All, they are saying all the solar energy. All the solar energy they are saying. Right? All the solar energy that enters atmosphere reaches the surface of the earth, which is not true. There are a lot of, you know, right? You know, there will be a lot of reflections that happens. Right? Then, tropical cloudless ocean have more albedo as compared to fresh snow covered areas. That is actually reverse, ulta hai iska, right? What they are saying is wrong. So neither 1 or nor 2, dono hi galat hai. Moving on to the next question. Which of the following protected area is or are located in the Western Ghat? Bataiye sir. Rugavni National Park, Kalakad, Mundanthurai Tiger Reserve or Chinnar Wildlife Sanctuary. Out of all these 3, which one are there located in the Western Ghats? Please answer. Yes, UVC gets absorbed by ozone. Good. Screen is blur. Monica, please increase the quality of the video from the setting. It won't be blur. Is there anyone who is getting the screen blur? Blur screen तो नहीं आ रहा किसी को. By the way, this Kalakad and Chinnar, these 2 are there in the region. C is the right answer. Very good. Ankit Tripathi, kya baat. Manjit, correct answer beta. Kishan, very good, very good. Next, Nag Chhatri, recently seen in news, is used for which of the following? Bataye sir, what is Nag Chhatri? Nag Chhatri. Quickly. Everybody. Is it natural pesticide? Is it perfume? Is it extraction of resin? Or is it medicine uses we are having? Answer beta. फटाफट से, full power. See, its medicinal name is Trillium. Trillium guaranianum. Right? Sounds like Harry Potter. Harry Potter वाला कोई word हो जाए एक तो. Trillium guaranianum. Right? So this is basically having a medicinal uses. Right? High value medicinal herb है ये. Basically this is a herb. And it is having a medicinal uses. Next. Okay sir. You have to join these pair. Orcha, Sabrimala, Ujjain. Betwa river, Periyar river, Narmada river. Please answer everybody quickly in the comment box. Full power. Which of the pair given above is or are correctly matched for your river and the place they are? हाँ जी पयाश. Okay, फटाफट. बताएं सर क्विकली. O, D, A, C, C. Okay, B is the right answer by the way. Only number 1 is correct. Orcha, Bedwa river. Hemant has given the right answer. Right, Hemant has given the right answer. So Periyar river and Narmada. Anyone wants to tell? Anyone wants to tell? Anyone? It starts from Vindhya range. Okay. You should have basic idea. Okay, basic idea of the rivers from where they are originating or maybe where from they are flowing. Right. Not exactly you can remember all of them, but basic idea you have to keep. Right. Narmada ka Hoshangabad. Okay. Chalo, next. Which of the following statement is or are correct about the peatlands? अब ये peatland के बारे में we are talking. Peatland. Peat with है ना? What is peat? So that region which is having a significant amount of peat, that is your peatland. They are found in both tropical and boreal forest. They store and sequester more carbon than any other type of terrestrial ecosystem. बताएं सर. कार्बन सिंक भी और ये भी. क्या बात, इससे बढ़िया और क्या होगा? ऑप्शन ए प्रसंग is saying ए आदित्य. ऑप्शन सी मेड पॉसिबल. सी कृष्ण बोल रहे हैं. ए सोनू. ए विक्रांत. सी. You are correct. Both are correct. Both the statement are correct. They are found in both tropical and boreal forest, and they store and sequester more carbon than any other type of terrestrial ecosystem. Now they can ask you this in the reverse order also, that which particular ecosystem is having the highest potential of carbon sink, among all the terrestrial ecosystems. So what will be your answer everybody? बताइए सर. Boreal. Bacha, boreal is nothing. It is the forest which is there in the high altitude, which are there on the high altitude. They are the largest biome also. Which of the following statement is or are correct about the tigers in India? Corbett Tiger Reserve has the largest number of tigers. Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh have the largest number of tiger reserves. Some tiger reserves in India have no tiger population. Baapre, that is very dark. Let's understand. Please answer. Peat means peat, beta. It is just like it is a composition of lot of things, but as a whole you can see it is partially decomposed organic matter, which is very very good for growth of plants and all. Partial decomposed organic matter, you can say. Okay, I can see B, D, C. A भी बोल दो भाई. We are democracy. We are in a democratic country. A भी बोलो. You can say anything, whatever you like. Corbett Tiger Reserve is the largest number of tiger, having largest number of tiger. So by the way, all of them are correct. Okay. Corbett Tiger Reserve has the largest number of tigers. Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh have the largest number of tiger reserve. And some tiger reserves in India have no tiger population. There is no population of tiger and they are tiger reserve. So all of them are true, and this is very sad also, the third point. Next. Which of the following are the source of particulate matter in the air pollution? You all know what is particulate matter, but what is the source of this particulate matter? That is the question that they are asking. Construction site, sea salt, pollen, या फिर chemical reaction of NOx gases in atmosphere. NOx, as you all know, NO2, NO3, all those things. Answer. Which of them are the major, you can say, the source of particulate matter? Answer. Okay, D, C. See, particulate matter are basically nothing but they are the suspended solid and also liquid which are there in our environment. They are harmful also. Some of them are harmful also. So all of them are true, by the way. Construction site, sea salt, pollen, and the chemical reaction of NOx gases in atmosphere. All of them are providing you the particulate matter in the air pollution. Next. Which of the following pollutants are released into the atmosphere in the event of forest wildfire? You must have heard about a lot of wildfires, right, from last 2 years. So that is why this question is a bit significant also. So which of the following pollutants are released in the atmosphere in the event of forest wildfire? Is it polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon, ammonia, nitrous oxide या फिर मीथेन? Out of all these, which one is correct? Quickly answer. मनोज ने बोल दिया है डी. Okay, Manoj. Everybody answer quickly in the comment box, and please count your marks also. Each question will be having 2 marks. Till now, how many have you got? How many marks have you got? All of them are correct. Polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon, ammonia, nitrous oxide, methane, all of them are released whenever there is a forest fire or a very you can say forest wildfire. Moving on to the next. The report escaping the era of pandemic. The report escaping the era of pandemic, which link the degradation of nature and increasing risk of pandemic, has been released by which of the following? Convention on Biodiversity, Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, United Nations Environment, या फिर Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. Quickly answer in the comment box. How ammonia, sir? Beta, as you know that there is nitrogen present, right? Nitrogen is present, and when there will be a heat, a lot of heat will carry out the volatilization of that nitrogen, and that can be a cause of ammonia. Chalo ji. The answer is IPBEC, Intergovernmental Science Policies Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. इन्होंने दिया था ये report. They have given us the report of escaping the era of pandemic, which links the degradation of nature and increasing the risk of pandemic, has been released by them. Next question. With reference to global climate change, the term tipping point, okay, tipping point refers to which of the following? reducing the impact of climate change by adaptation technique, when the global average temperature increases by 2 degrees Celsius, when global climate changes from one stable state to another stable state, when carbon neutrality is achieved. Those who don't know, let me tell you, after my class, in the same class, you don't have to go anywhere. After me, I'll be gone, and Ashutosh sir will be joining you for value and ethics and value subject. And after Ashutosh sir, Suraj sir will be coming for you with the design and safety subject. So tipping point basically means the global climate changes from one stable state to another stable state. So this is what this tipping point refers to. Okay, the global climate changes from one stable state to another stable state. Moving on to the next thing. Which of the following mountain range are included in the region famous as the third pole? Himalayas, Tibetan Plateau, Hindu Kush या Tian Shan Mountains. Tian Shan. इनमें से कौन सा out of all these three, which of the mountain range are being included in the third pole? Answer. Quickly. Quickly, everybody. No idea. ऊपर से निकल गया. Oh my God. Turu question. This is the Turu question. Oh my God. Okay, no problem. So basically here all of them, all of them. D. Right. Which of the following mountain range are included in the region famous as third pole? The Himalayas, the Tibetan Plateau, the Hindu Kush, and the Tian Shan mountain. All of them are included. Okay. Next. Which of the following statements are correct? The golden langur, the primate found in the forest along the Indo-Bhutan border in Assam. It is listed in Schedule 1 of Indian Wildlife Protection Act 1972. It is listed as a critically endangered species by IUCN Red List. Beta, देखो, this is how the Red List is going to be utilized by us, right? Remember that. Answer, please. Sir, pollen means, beta, pollen are like human have sperms. Plant and trees have pollens. They use that powder. It is just like a powder, and they use that powder for the fertilization. That powder is being transferred by, bees, honey bees, butterflies, or other, insects like that. And they take the pollen from one flower and they put it on the other flower, and this is how they reproduce. This is how everything happens. Okay. Don't just consider they are equal, sperm and that thing is equal. No, it is not like that. Okay, but similar thing they are. Sir, 1 and 2 only. The golden langur, a primate found in the forest along the Indo-Bhutan. That is correct, right? It is listed in Schedule 1, but it is not being considered as critically endangered species. So 1 and 2 correct hai, third wala wrong hai. Third is wrong, right? Yeah, the process is called as pollination. Bilkul sahi, maxime. Next, consider the following statement regarding the Earth R. Now this is very exciting. Let's understand this. It is an initiative of the World Wildlife Fund for Nature. It raises the awareness about climate change and the need to save the planet. The participant plant trees and participate in the afforestation activities for an R. Please answer. Quickly answer. Everybody, quickly. One and two only, right? So basically it is initiative by WWF and definitely it is initiative by nature, for nature. Next is it raises the awareness about climate change and the need to save the planet, right? And the participant plant trees and participate in, अरे भाई ये क्या बात हुई, this is wrong, right? And the theme for 2022, maybe it is you can say not fixed, tentative hai, nature and biodiversity. This is the theme for 2022, but it is not confirmed. Okay, it is not confirmed. It is not confirmed by me, by organization only. They didn't confirm it. It is basic idea that it can be. A is the answer. Moving on to the next thing. Now consider the following statement with regard to the South Asian Wildlife Enforcement Network, SAWAN. Please answer. It promotes regional cooperation to combat wildlife crimes in South Asia. Wildlife crimes we are talking about. It works under the aegis of South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, that is SAARC. All SAARC countries and Myanmar are its member. Which of the statement are correct? Bataएं sir. Everybody in the comment box right away and hit that like button if you are actually getting some information which is important for your exam. And this session is for all the branches. I'm again repeating this. Consider the following statement with regard. Quickly answer. Only one. Okay. It promotes regional cooperation to combat the wildlife crimes in South Asia. So that is your South Asia Wildlife Enforcement. As soon as you read this enforcement, you can say yes, wildlife crime combat can be there, right? When you say enforcement, this is how you can actually make a guess also, right? So only one is true here. Only one. Next. Great Barrier Reef. Beta, you answer this question quickly. Quickly answer. It is located in the Coral Sea off the coast of Queensland, Australia. It is the world's biggest single structure made by a living organism. It is World Heritage Site as well. We are talking about the Great Barrier Reef. You must have heard this word. Yes, all are correct. It is located in the Coral Sea off the coast of Queensland, Australia. It is world's biggest single structure made by a living organism. It is a World Heritage Site. So all of are correct. All of the statement are correct. Next. Consider the following statement with regard to this whatever is written. Mycorrhizal fungi. Mycorrhizal fungi. They assist the plant in nutrient uptake. They protect the plant against root pathogens and toxic stresses. They do nitrogen fixation and enrich the soil. Please answer. Everybody. Everybody. Quickly. Nitrogen fixation and enrich the soil. But a nitrogen fixation is nothing. It is basically a process by which nitrogen is going to be taken from the molecular form, that is N2, in the atmosphere. That is your nitrogen fixation. So 1 and 2 are the right answer. Muda Tage. Very good, beta. Very good. Brilliant. B is the right answer. They assist the plant in nutrient uptake. Correct hai. They protect the plant against the root pathogens and toxic stress. They do nitrogen fixation and enrich the soil. This is wrong. Next, consider the following statement. Coal washeries are the unit that reduce the ash content in the coal. Washed coal provide high grade coking coal that is essential for the steel sector, because you know coal combustion is one of the greatest threat to the humankind as well. Do you know that? I hope you know. Coal combustion is literally very dangerous for us. As an environment, I'm talking about. In environment, it is dangerous. Washed coal provide high grade coking coal that is essential for steel sector. Which of them are correct? So both of them are correct. Coal washeries are the unit that reduce the ash content, because that is the ash which is problematic, that can give you particulate matter which can be hazardous for us, right? And second is the washed coal, provided a high grade coking coal that is essential for the steel sector. So this is the important part. Moving on, with respect to the climate change performance index, consider the following statement. Climate change performance index, it is released by Yale and Columbia University along with the World Economic Forum. The climate change performance is assessed under greenhouse gas emission, renewable energy, energy use and climate policy category. Climate change performance index, बताइए सर. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. सर गेट 2022 रिस्पॉन्स शीट कब तक आएगा? कब तक आएगा? 16 या 18 को आएगा, 16 या 18, आई डोंट रिमेम्बर. आई गेस 16 और 18 को आएगा. आई एम नॉट श्योर. हाँ जी, क्विकली आंसर. सो ओनली 2 इज करेक्ट. Only 2 is correct, right? The climate change performance is assessed under the greenhouse gas emission. When we are getting the response sheet, everyone, for GATE? I'll also check. पंद्रह 17 को टुडे. अच्छा, टुडे ओनली इट विल कम. 15. ऑल राइट, टुडे ओनली इट विल कम. जर्मन वॉच करता है सर. यस, जर्मन वॉच इज द वन who released this. German watch and New Climate Institute and CAN, these three. German watch, it is released by German watch, New Climate Institute and also CAN. They all are there. What is the rank? What is India's rank? Guys, what is India's rank on climate change performance index? Anyone? What is India's rank in this climate change performance index? बताएं सर. नहीं भाई, इंडिया नहीं है. India is at 10th rank ना. India is at 10th and India is at 10th rank consecutively for 3 years. 3 साल से लगातार on 10th only it is there. Okay, moving on. With respect to the emission gap report 2020, consider the following statement. It is an annual report released by Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. It measures the gap between anticipated emission. Now this is important. It is so important that I have to stand. All right. So they are saying it is an actual report. इसको हटाओ. It measures the gap between anticipated emission and level consistent with the Paris Agreement goals. India is the 4th largest emitter of greenhouse gases. Which of the following statement given above are correct? Quickly answer, everybody. Quickly answer, everybody. So B is the right answer, bacha. B is the right answer. It is actually the measure of the gap between the anticipated emission and the level consistent with the Paris Agreement goal. And India is the 4th largest emitter of greenhouse gases. But can you tell me it is released by which agency? It is released by which agency? Quickly answer, guys. Who gives this? Quickly. Prasang, very good. Surya, very good. Yes, UNEP. UNEP is the one The United Nations Environment Program. United Nations Environment Program is the one who has released this emission gap report 2020, and India is at the 4th largest emitter of greenhouse gas. Moving on to the next question. India is the largest emitter of sulfur dioxide in the world. The largest sources of sulfur dioxide emission are from fossil fuel combustion at the power plant and other industrial facilities. Volcanoes are the natural source of sulfur dioxide. Please answer, everyone. India is the largest emitter of sulfur dioxide in the world. The largest source of sulfur dioxide emission are from fossil fuel combustion at the power plant, and volcano are the natural source of sulfur dioxide. Quickly answer this question, everybody. Yes, all are correct. India is the largest emitter, largest source of SO2 emission, fossil fuel, and volcano are the largest natural source of sulfur dioxide. Moving on to the next question. With respect to bioplastic, consider the following statement. It is a plastic made from biomass like corn, sugarcane, or cellulose. All bioplastic are biodegradable. Please answer, everybody. Please answer, everybody. Plastic is made from corn, sugarcane, cellulose, and all bioplastic are biodegradable in nature. Both are correct. Acha ji. No, only one is correct. Only one is correct. See, bioplastic का जो basic idea है, the basic idea behind the bioplastic primarily is not that it should biodegradably enhanced, right, or it should go biodegradable. The idea behind the bioplastic is to do the recycling. Are you getting it? By using renewable biomass, right? Renewable biomass that you can use. But not all bioplastic are biodegradable in nature. That you should understand. Moving on. Wetland occupy 4.6% of India's total land area. Wetland includes mangroves, marshes, rivers, floodplains, rice field, marine areas no deeper than 6 meters at high tide. The Center of Wetland Conservation and Management (CWCM) has been set up in Chennai. Please answer, everyone. Quickly. Wetland occupies 4.6% of India's total land area. Mangroves, marshes, rivers, floodplains, rice field, marine areas no deeper than 6 meters at high tide. The Center for Wetland Conservation and Management (CWCM) has been set up in Chennai. The right answer is C. The right answer is C. So wetland occupies 4.6% is correct. Center of Wetland Conservation and Management (CWCM) has been set up in Chennai. That is also correct. Moving on to the second part, the second point, and that is wetland includes mangroves, marshes, rivers, floodplain, rice field, and marine area no deeper than 6 meters is correct at low tides. At low tides. Okay, low tide, not high tide. It should not exceed, does not exceed, it should not exceed, the depth should not exceed 6 meters and low tide. Please remember this. Okay, moving on. With reference to the Asia Protected Areas Partnership, that is APAP, consider the following statement. India is the co-chair of APAP. It is chaired by IUCN Asia and co-chaired by an AP country, member? Please answer, everyone. Quickly. Everyone, full power answer, please. India is a co-chair of APAP. India, it is chaired by IUCN Asia and is co-chaired by APAP country members. Yes, India is co-chair of APAP and it is chaired by IUCN Asia and is co-chaired by an APAP country member. So C is the right answer. Moving on to the next question. Consider the following statement about the United for Biodiversity Coalition. The coalition has been launched by European Commission. Okay. Next, it is coalition of national park, aquariums, botanical gardens, zoos and natural history museums. Please answer. The coalition has been launched by European Commission. It is a coalition of national park, aquarium, botanical garden, zoo and natural history museums. How many marks are you getting till now, whatever we have discussed according to that? Can I know in the comment box, please? Ankit C, made possible. B, Sagar A, Yatindra C, Kishan A. Okay, both are correct, by the way. Right, it is being launched by European Commission and coalition of the National Park, Aquarium, Botanical Garden, Zoo and Natural History Museum. All of them are correct. Hanji, how many marks are you getting, guys? 2 marks. Arey, why 2 marks, beta? So you should just get this PDF after the class. Please go through this all the questions, right? I'll provide you this PDF in the Telegram group, Civil by Ninja sir. Next, consider the following statement about the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. After this, we will be beginning. The ICT subject, and after that ethics and value will be done by Ashutosh sir, and then Suraj sir will be here with another subject, right? No problem, Moda, no problem. So should we do guesswork for these kind of question in exam? Ankit, if you can do smart guess, right? For example, if let's consider this question only, what this is saying, right? Try to answer this. Consider the following statement about the Wildlife Protection Act. Okay, elephant reserves are notified under the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Community reserves are notified under the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Reserve forests are notified under the Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Can you make a smart guess in such question? Can you make a smart guess in this question? Wildlife Protection Act. Elephant reserves are notified under the Wildlife Protection Act. Community reserves are notified under the Wildlife Protection Act. Reserve forests are notified under the Wildlife Protection Act. It is going to be a slightly you can see. Slightly. See, if you look at the second and the third point, what they are saying, community reserve and the reserve forest, they are saying, they are talking about two different things. Community reserve and reserve forest are notified under the Wildlife Act, Wildlife Protection Act. So if you want to make a smart guess, you can guess either one of them can be true, right or not? Either one of them can be true if it is related to your Wildlife Protection Act, right? And if 1 and 2 you can see, so there is no option. Okay, there is one option C also, but I'm not sure about the first statement. So if such question come, you can just do some elimination and then accordingly answer. But the right answer to this question is A. A means only 2. So this is the only statement which is correct. Elephant reserve, they are not specifically included here, but as a community reserve, we are doing this protection for this wildlife under this Act 1972. Next question. Which of the following report are released by UN Environment Program, that is UNEP? The Adaptation Gap Report, the Emission Gap Report, the Global Risk Report, the Greening the Blue Report, the State of Connected World Report. बताओ भाई कौन कौन सा report they are releasing? Please answer. Quickly, everybody. Yeah, C is the right answer. Adaptation Gap Report, Emission Gap Report we have just seen in this session only we were talking about, and the Greening the Blue Report. All these things are being given, right? Otherwise, these 3 and 5, it is not being released by UNEP. So 1, 2 and 4 is the right answer, which is option C. Next, consider the following statement about the Bio-Trade Initiative. It is an initiative of an UN Convention on Biological Diversity, UNCBD. The program aims to contribute the conservation and the sustainable use of biodiversity to the promotion of trade and investment in the bio-trade product and services. Can you please answer it very quickly, everybody? It is an initiative by UN Convention on Biological Diversity, UNCBD. Please answer. First is, it is an initiative by UNCBD. By the way, answer is D. Both the statement are wrong. Both the statement are wrong. It is not an initiative by UNCBD. It is the initiative of UNCTAD. Okay, it is the initiative of them, not UNCBD. UN, this is nothing but United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. All right, United Nation Conference on Trade and Development, and the program aims to contribute to conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity through the promotion of trade and investment of the bio-trade products. This is what they are saying, right? So here the first statement is wrong and the second statement is also wrong. Moving on. The Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services Index is published by which of the... देखो, these type of things ना, they are very significant. They can come in your examination. So please, before going into the examination hall, please just go through this PDF that I am providing you. Answers are also mentioned in the PDF, so you don't have to worry about that as well, right? The theory marathon class नहीं होगा क्या? Theory marathon class, Raja, even if we conduct, there is no point because you won't be able to retain it. Okay, theory is a very very complicated thing to retain in such less duration. Otherwise, we are, see, I am using whole energy that I have. Okay, complete energy I am using. So doesn't matter if I teach you numerical or doesn't matter if I teach you the theory part. Both will take my same energy. But the thing is, right now in less time, how to give more amount of knowledge? Question only. That is the only thing. None of the above, by the way. None of the above. But who published this? Now tell me that. Now who published this? Please tell me. सर आप पूरे इस सेशन का PDF प्रोवाइड करोगे अपने चैनल पे या सिर्फ अपने सब्जेक्ट का? मैं I will provide mine also and Ashutosh sir also and Suraj sir also. Ashutosh sir will also provide my also, Ashutosh sir also and Suraj sir also. Suraj sir will also provide mine also, Ashutosh sir also and Suraj sir also. Okay. What about technical marathon? we are taking the Most expected question we are conducting. That is enough, I guess. Okay, so you will get all these PDF. Don't worry. बताएं sir. Who published this? Who published this? Anyone? Comment box में बताना मुझे as a homework. Consider the following statement about conservation reserve. Now this is important. Please understand. They are notified by the central government, the representative of the village panchayat. No, that is homework, Manu. In the comment box, I want the answer that the biodiversity and the ecosystem service index is published by which organization? Answer this. Till now only one homework I have given you. One homework I'll give you from ICT. They are notified by government, a central government. The representative of the village panchayats are part of the conservation reserve management committee. Committee. Please answer. Conservation reserves. Quickly answer. Everyone. Central government and the representative of village panchayat are part of conservation reserve management committee. So here only statement 2 is correct. Only statement 2 is correct, 1 is wrong. They are not notified by central government, they are notified by state government. Alright, the conservation reserves are being notified by the state government. Next, with reference to the Ramsar wetland site in India, which of the following statement is or are correct? Bihar has only one wetland listed in the Ramsar list. The Asian Conservation Reserve is the first wetland from Uttarakhand, Assam. The Assam Conservation Reserve is the first. अरे यार इधर नहीं करना था. After the class you had to do. कोई बात नहीं. The Assam Conservation Reserve is the first wetland from Uttarakhand to be included in the Ramsar site. Please answer, everyone. Bihar has only one wetland. Please answer. Anyone from Bihar here? Anyone from Bihar? So both the statements are correct. Bihar has only one wetland listed in Ramsar list, and the Assam Conservation Reserve is the first wetland from Uttarakhand to be included in the Ramsar site. So here Bihar has very good, Surya, very good. That is Kabartal. In Bihar only one wetland as the Ramsar site. Kabartal. Carry. Next. The National Ganga River Basin Authority was formed under the Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974. The Clean Ganga Fund, formed for cleaning up of the Ganga, is open to all domestic as well as international donors. Please answer, everyone. National Ganga River Basin Authority was formed under Water Prevention and Control Pollution Act. Quickly answer in the comment box right away. Full power. बताएं सर. Quickly. बेगूसराय बिहार में है. हाँ जी सर, बिल्कुल है. So only one statement is correct, and that is the Clean Ganga Fund, formed for cleaning up of the Ganga, is open to all domestic as well as international donor. जो चाहे वो donate कर सकता है. It is not at all restricted or bounded only for the domestic donor. International Janta can also do the donation. And the National Ganga River Basin Authority was formed under the Water Act 1974. Is it correct, everyone, or not? No, it is being formed under the Environmental Protection Act. (1986). All right, so it is not being formed under the Water Protection Act. It is being formed under the Environmental Protection Act 1986. Dates are not important. Consider the following statement regarding the Bonn Challenge. It is a global effort to protect human health and the environment from adverse effect of mercury. India joined the Bonn Challenge at the UNFCCC Conference of Paris COP 2015. Please answer, everyone. Bonn Challenge. Quickly answer. Everybody. India joined at Bonn Challenge. Bonn Challenge is related to your adverse effect of mercury. Yes or no? अच्छा, कवर्ड झील बेगूसराय में है मेरे घर से. अरे वाह, you can have a look also to the wetland, how it looks like. Brilliant. All right, B is the right answer. First is wrong. It is not at all related to mercury. ये mercury से related नहीं है. The Bonn Challenge is basically a global effort to restore 150 million hectare degraded land को we have to bring back. We have to replenish. We have to replenish this 150 million hectare of the degraded land. So that is the Bonn Challenge, right? That is the Bonn Challenge. That is important, right? Okay. All right. Next. Consider the following statement about the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. The first thing is it aims to protect 30% of land and ocean area by 2030. India is a party to this coalition. Please answer. Okay. It aims to protect 30% of land and ocean area. It is correct. India is not the party of this coalition. India is का part नहीं है. So only one is correct. Next. The National Board for Wildlife. Do we have to qualify non-tech paper separately? It is not the case, but in case you are not qualifying it, you cannot make sure that you will be selected for engineering service examination, even if you give very good mains also and very good interview also, right? That is a very, very important part, right? That is a very, very important part. It restores that degraded will be the better word to use, not destroyed. Can we have 200 likes right now on this video, please, everyone? If you are actually enjoying the session and you are actually getting something new that you didn't know before the session, right, then just hit the like button. And if you can share the session with all those friends who actually wants to know the non-technical part of engineering service examination, because now you know that here we are not just wasting time, we are actually talking about the actual topic which can be there in the examination, right? So today's session is for current affair. No, today's session will be of energy environment, which is right now going on. Then ICT will be there, then value and ethics, and then you will be having safety and design and safety. Tomorrow you will be having material science, current affair, and all those quality and all those things, right? Remaining part of your engineering service. Aptitude and maths, it will be conducting separately. The National Board for Wildlife is a statutory body. Without the approval of National Board for Wildlife, no destruction or diversion of wildlife habitat can be done. So ये तो I guess everyone should answer, guys. हाँ? Yes or no? बताइए बच्चे. Everybody. Answer this. The National Board for Wildlife is a statutory body without the approval. Now, after a few more questions, we will begin ICT, and trust me, you will love it. First, we will discuss some of the important theoretical part of ICT, which are very, you can say, expected part of the ICT. After that, we'll be talking about the question of ICT as well. So both are correct, by the way. National Board for Wildlife is a statutory body, and without the approval of the National Board for Wildlife, no destruction or diversion of wildlife habitat can be done. Okay guys, next. Which of the following are the major source of nitrogen emission? Crop burning, coal burning, या फिर refrigeration? Out of these three, which of them are the major source of nitrogen content or emission, sorry? Please answer. Crop burning correct, coal burning correct, refrigeration wrong. Okay, refrigeration is wrong. Coal burning correct, crop burning correct, refrigeration is not there, it is wrong. Next. Which of the following has or have recognized the principle of intergenerational equity? The Stockholm Declaration 1972, the Sustainable Development Framework, the Paris Agreement Preamble. Please answer everyone. Which of the following has or have recognized the principle of intergenerational equity? Sir, what is the safe score for paper 1? Paper 1 300, 200 marks. 82 90 you will say it is a good score, but above 90 it is amazing. 70 to 80 borderline only, you will say it will be borderline, but if you get 80 it is a satisfactory score to get. The Stockholm Declaration 1972, bete fatafat answer. Everybody correct hai. All of them are correct. Stockholm, Sustainable Development, Paris Agreement, all of them are correct. Moving on. Which of the following form of nitrogen can be absorbed by the plant? Ammonia, nitrate, nitrites. Quickly tell me everybody in the comment box. Everybody, come on, full power. Nitrates and nitrites. Let me tell you everybody, if you are not from civil engineering, maybe you didn't know this. So I'm going to tell you about this nitrite and the nitrate. See, this nitrite, it is very dangerous for us. When nitrite is found in the wastewater, this basically tells us that there is a partial decomposition happening inside the wastewater. So if we consume that water in which partial decomposition has happened, that is going to be very dangerous for the human. The tolerance limit of the nitrite for human is nothing but 0 milligram per liter. 0 beta, 0. Right? Whereas if we talk about the nitrate, nitrate is basically a symbol. Nitrate basically tells you that the decomposition is now completed in the wastewater. So if human consume it, there is not a very big problem. But for infant, for a very chota bacha, newly born baby, it is going to be very dangerous, because as soon as that baby will have that nitrate will go. Yes, nitrate is generally 45 milligram per liter for adults, but bacha ke liye, for infant, when that nitrate will go inside the stomach of that baby, that infant, that nitrate is going to combine with the acid that we are having in the stomach, and it will make nitrite. And as you know, nitrite is very dangerous, right? Now that nitrite, what will do? What it will do? Nitrite is going to you can say consume all the oxygen available in the hemoglobin, and as soon as that will happen, the baby will slowly turn into blue color. The baby will become blue, and eventually, unfortunately, baby will die. That particular disease is called as blue baby disease or blue baby syndrome in a very normal way, but in case of a biological name, it is called as methaglobulinemia, whatever it is, methaglobulinemia. Okay, yes, Surya has given the name also, methaglobulinemia, whatever it is, right? But in general, we call it blue baby syndrome or blue baby disease. Why we call it blue baby disease? I have told you. The answer is all of them. Ammonia, nitrate and nitrite, all of them. D is the right answer. Next. Which of the following statement is or are correct about the tropospheric ozone pollution? कौन है? Who is that tropospheric pollution के पीछे? Right. It does not have any direct emission sources. It is known to reduce the crop productivity. It can be drastically reduced by reducing methane emission. बेटा, please answer करेंगे. It does not have any direct emission sources. It is known to reduce the crop productivity. It can be drastically reduced by reducing methane emission. Tropic ozone pollution. So it does not have any direct emission sources. That is true. It is known to reduce the crop productivity. True. It can be drastically reduced by reducing the methane emission, and that is why all of them are correct. Moving on to the next question. मजा आ रहा है? Are you enjoying the session or not? Please tell me. Whatever were your expectation before session was started, are they getting fulfilled or not? Kindly tell me, please. Then we'll move to the next question. The Prezold initiative, which is being launched at the One Planet Summit for Biodiversity, is related to which of the following? Conservation of biodiversity in the tropical areas, conservation of coral reef, achievement of red goals, or prevention of future pandemics? Kindly answer, everybody. Full power. सीख गए. Nice. Please answer. And it is my kind request to all the students, if you are younger than me, so as an elder brother I'm telling you, and if you are elder than me, then as a younger brother I'm telling you, not as a faculty member I am saying, just don't waste your time in any of the activity. Simply focus on 20th of Feb when your exam is there, because just like gate examination, in here also you will start getting that distraction. I don't know if now you have started feeling that distraction already or not, but if not, very soon you will start getting them. Please stay away. You don't have a lot of time to invest right now. Once the exam is done, do whatever you like to do, because the time will never come back. The only thing which never come back, the only thing which always, goes like this and never goes like this, it is the time. So just take my advice, do not waste your time anywhere. Give the complete time, the entire time here to your mind, and just achieve your goal for which you have done 1 year of tremendous hard work. So it is just almost there. 20th Feb, today is 15th Feb, correct? So please stay focused. Do not intend yourself. It is our responsibility as a BYJU'S Exam Prep team, I'm saying you as a representative, that we will make sure that you don't get distracted from here, from this platform. The only thing that you get from here is the productivity, is the knowledge that is required to crack the examination, to get the goal, to achieve that goal, for which you are continuously sacrificing your leisure, sacrificing your lot of time that you could have spent with your loved ones for entire 1 year, maybe who are preparing for last 2 years. You have done this for 2 years. So now this is not the time to get distracted. This is the time to achieve the goal. This is the time to go, because I'll talk about this later, by the way, because it is getting stressed. I'll talk about this again, but please, just the cause of that whole conversation is don't distract yourself. Okay, the Prezold initiative launched at the One Planet Summit. Everybody quickly please answer now. The prevention of the future pandemic. This is very important nowadays. So that is why very, very important to understand. Prezold. Yaad kar lo. Please remember this in your mind. Prezold. Prevention of the future pandemics. Next, with reference to the leatherback turtle, consider the following statement. The leatherback turtle is the largest sea turtle in the world. They play an important role as a keystone species in controlling the jellyfish population, beta. They are fastest moving reptile and can swim at a speed of up to 35 km per hour. इससे धीरे तो बाइक चलाता हूं मैं. क्या बात. Leatherback turtle, not so slow, right? Chaliye, leatherback turtle. Quickly answer everybody. Yes, all of them are correct. Okay, all of them are correct. Have you ever wondered that why we are having so many all of them are correct? Have you ever wondered, are you wondering about this? So that you get more and more information with one question only, correct? The leatherback turtle is the largest sea turtle. One thing, it helps in controlling jellyfish population. Third, whatever the speed is given, it is true. Next, the Montrex record is a register. The Montrex record is a register of only those wetland sites where changes in the ecological character have occurred. It is maintained as a part of Ramsar list. Currently, the Loktak Lake is the only Indian wetland to be included in the Montrex record. But everyone should answer this beautiful question, yaar. Everybody should answer this question now. Everyone. Quickly. Quickly. Everybody. I need answer from each and every student right now. Please answer quickly. D, A, B, D. Okay. D, 1, 2, 3. A. So by the way, this question is wrong. This question is wrong. I mean, this question is right, okay, but have you seen that right or wrong question? They are saying which of the following statement are incorrect. How many of you missed this point? How many of you missed this point? How many of you missed this point? Which of the following statement is incorrect, they are asking, not the correct they are asking, right? So select the correct answer using the code given below. The Montrex record is a register of only those wetlands where changes in the ecological character have occurred. Montrex record is a register of only those wetland sites where the changes are likely to occur, occurring, or have occurred. All three things. Only three things you have to consider here. Already occurred, occurring, or likely to occur. What they are saying? They are saying where changes in ecological character have occurred. Only they are considering that. So this is wrong. It is maintained as a part of Ramsar list, correct? Currently Loktak, no, there are two. One more is there. I have told you which one. We had to tell the incorrect statement. So 1 and 3 should be the answer. So B is the right answer. Is it correct, everybody? Everyone? We have studied this as well, na? Before starting the question, we have studied this. Next, with respect to the red panda, consider the following statement. It is found naturally in Jammu and Kashmir. Please answer, everyone, quickly. Quickly answer this question. Montrex record we have done. All right. Kindly answer. Yeah, so B is the right answer, by the way. It is listed as endangered on the IUCN Red List of the threatened species. And second, India is having the second largest population of red panda after China. After China. China के बाद India के बाद सबसे ज़्यादा. Cartagena Protocol is adopted as a supplementary agreement or to the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species of Wildlife. Please answer. The Bonn Convention is an environmental treaty of the United Nations that provides a global platform for the conservation and sustainable use of terrestrial, aquatic and avian migratory animal and their habitat. Answer this question. Cartagena Protocol. B is the right answer. Only two statement is correct. Why one is wrong, everyone? Cartagena is related to what? What about energy and resources topic? Which topic you are talking about? Can you please be specific, Shivam? But please बता दीजिए. Hanji, we have discussed about this. So can we get PDF? Yes, you will get the PDF. Yes, Cartagena Protocol was about the hazardous chemical ka transboundary transfer, whatever, right? In which we need the cooperation and responsibility to both the parties, one who is importing and the one who is exporting. Next. Now this is very interesting. Please understand this. The global seed vault is located on a remote island in Arctic Ocean, and it houses the world's largest collection of seeds. India's seed vault is located at Changla in the Himalaya. India's seed vault is a joint venture of National Bureau of Plant Genetics Resources and the Defense Institute of High Altitude Research. Whenever you get time, there's a very beautiful video available on YouTube. I think Discovery or NetGeo has made that video. That video is on this vault only. There's a literally vault. Tijori is there in the Arctic region, right? In the Arctic region, where they are keeping the seeds to preserve there. Why we are doing this? Anyone answer, please? Mehbooba, like this PDF will be available in Civil by Ninja Sir Telegram group. Also, it will be available in Ashutosh Sir's Telegram group. Other faculty member also. When he will come, he will provide you his Telegram group also. Here you will get the PDF. Please answer quickly, everybody, full power. And give me a second also. Hanji sir, quickly answer. Why we are preserving the seed, everyone? The correct answer is D. All of them are correct. Okay, all of them are correct. But why we are preserving the seed? See, the reason behind preserving the seed is very simple, right? Basically, what happens? Suppose if, for example, there is a world war happening in some country, right? So if world war will happen, all the resource, everything which we are getting from that particular country are going to be stopped. You are not going to get any export from that country. All the vegetation will be destroyed, everything. They have to start from zero. And to start from zero, what we can do? We can get your seed, whatever the country name is. Let's take A. So country A will go, they will get their seed out of that vault and they will again start all the process for the vegetation. Same thing will be possible if in case we go to Mars. So that can work as well also, right? Chalo, next. Man and the Biosphere program is an intergovernmental scientific program that aims to establish a scientific basis for the improvement of relationship between the people and their environment. It is launched by which of the following? Guys, after this, I'll be beginning some free quizzes of non-technical subjects on my Telegram group, that is Civil by Ninja Sir. So in case you want to participate in those quizzes, you can join that group. Okay. बताइए फटाफट से बताइए. So United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, which is UNESCO. So UNESCO is basically the one who has launched this MAB, that is Man and Biosphere. With reference to the IUCN list category and criteria, please tell us, a taxon is extinct when it is known only to survive in cultivation, in captivity, or as a naturalized population well outside the past range. A taxon is extinct in the wild when there is no reasonable doubt that the last individual has died. A taxon is least concern when it has been evaluated against the criteria does not qualify for critically endangered, vulnerable, or near threatened. Answer this. As per the IUCN red list, we want to get the answer, please. No, not D. Only A is correct. Right? Only this. Least concern has been evaluated against the criteria and does not qualify for any of these category that we have here. Right? Moving on. Global biodiversity outlook. Bored to nahi ho gaye? Are you getting bored with environment? Shall we begin ICT? You tell. You are the audience. I am the performer. Whatever you will say, will do. Quickly tell me, everyone. We have more questions to discuss. Ashutosh sir is full power ready to take his subject. So after me, Ashutosh sir will be joining you. You don't have to switch the session anywhere. He will be joining you here only, right? So both of them are correct, right? Both of them are correct, by the way. Both of them are correct. Next, the Living Planet report is published every 2 years. Every 2 years by the Worldwide Fund for Nature. In 2020, the LPR shows an average rate of decline in the population size of 68% between 1970 and 2016. Please answer, everyone. The LPR shows the number of species lost or extinction. Living Planet report. By naam mein likha hai, it is there in the name only. It is there in the name only, right? The Living Planet report is published, bilkul sahi, that is true, every 2 years by the Worldwide Fund. We know that, right? Worldwide Fund we have talked about. In 2020, the LPR shows an average rate of decline in the population size of 68%, right? And the last one is wrong. We did only talk about the Living Planet reports, right? So last one is wrong. So B is the right answer. Next, consider the following statement about the sentinel species. I will not say in a single word. You will answer this question. They are the organism used to detect risk to the humans by providing advance warning of a danger. These animals are trained by the professionals to act as sentinels. Answer, please. First thing is, they are organisms used to detect the risk to the humans by providing advance warning of a danger. These animals are trained by professionals to act as the sentinels. No beta, they are naturally trained. Okay, so this statement is wrong. This is true. You don't have to train the canary, the bird which dies whenever there is a odorless carbon monoxide in the environment. You don't have to train it. Can you train some animal? Can you train them to die? Can you train them to do that? No, right? And can you train the dog that, okay, whenever the earthquake will come, you will tell me? How you will like make the dog learn? Usko pehle earthquake dikhana padega na. Are you getting it or not? When you want to teach a very small kid that this is apple, A for apple, you show that student that, okay, this is apple. Abhi, if you have to make the dog to react to the earthquake, you first have to make the earthquake, na? Right? So this is not true. These animals are naturally like this. We don't have to train them. Okay, guys? What is the name of the bird? Please. Canaries. Canaries. C-A-N-A-R-I-E-S. Canaries is the name of the bird who dies whenever there is a odorless carbon monoxide in the environment. Moving on to the next question. MIC program is related to the conservation of which of the following species? MIC program is related to the conservation of which of the following species? Elephant. It is related to elephant. Next. The Marrakesh Partnership for Global Climate Action, consider the following statement. It is a collaboration between the government and the key stakeholder to immediately lower the emission and increase resilience against the climate impact. The focus is on environmental, economic and social system transformation to collectively strive for the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature goal. Their action are guided by the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement. Please answer, everybody. Quickly, please. Paris Agreement is related to your climate change treaty. Okay, guys? Yeah, D is the right answer. All of them are correct. Right? All of them are correct. Moving on to the next question. ये क्या आ गया? Moving on to the next question. एक ऐसे क्वेश्चन घुस गया था गलती से. हाँ जी. Which of the following statement best describe the term global stock take? Global stock take. 5-yearly review under the Paris Agreement. Quantifying global greenhouse gas. The WEF initiative designed to support UN decade. It supports the implementation, follow-up and review of Sendai framework. Someone has already mentioned Sendai framework also. Comment box mein. Disaster management se related hai. It is related to disaster management, right? So basically the answer is 5-yearly review. Stock take, global stock take is a 5-yearly review under the Paris Agreement to assess the impact of climate change action on the countries. All right. Moving on. The Green Climate Fund GCF was set up in 2010 in Copenhagen, Denmark. The Green Climate Fund was established to help achieve the goal of keeping a global temperature rise under 2 degrees Celsius. The Green Climate Fund is managed by World Bank. Answer दिख गया आपको लगता है. Only option A is correct, that is 2. Okay. Only this is correct. Next. It is collective process in which carbon dioxide dissolves in the seawater and forms carbonic acid and decrease the ocean's pH. This process is known as what? No, don't worry. Now we will change the subject. We'll enter ICT. First, we'll talk something very interesting and then we will be discussing the questions to relating to that particular concept also. Don't worry. Ocean acidification बोलते हैं इसको. This is called as ocean acidification. What is eutrophication, everybody? Because this may be asked in your examination. What is eutrophication? Please answer. What is eutrophication? Related to what? Growth of what? In presence of what and where? Eutrophication. Please answer, everybody. Accumulation of nutrients. Okay. What else? What else? Growth of plants due to nutrients in the lake. Algae will be the better word to use, right? Algae in sunlight, in water body, in presence of the nutrients, that capability of that lake to support the growth of the algae is your eutrophication process. ठीक है sir? All right. Next is the ecological footprint. The ecological footprint is derived by tracking how much biologically productive area it takes to provide for all competing demand of the people. Okay. Next, ecological footprint is developed by Worldwide Fund for Nature. Please answer. Quickly, please. Quickly, please. Ecological footprint. Only A is correct, only 1 is correct. Statement 2 is wrong. Who created it? Who developed this ecological footprint concept? Anyone? It was being created by Mathis and William Rees. Mathis and William Reeves are those people who have created this ecological footprint. All right, they are the PhD research scholar of University of British Columbia. इतना भी जानने की जरूरत नहीं थी, but still okay. The global warming potential is a measure of how much energy the emission of 1 ton of a gas will absorb over a given period of time relative to the emission of 1 ton of carbon dioxide. Fluorinated gas are called high GWP gases, means global warming potential gases. Answer. Both are correct. Again, both are correct. This is the definition of global warming potential. Okay, so both are correct here. Moving on. Which of the following statement is or are correct about the Biocarbon Fund initiative of sustainable forest landscape? Please answer, everyone. Which of the following statement is correct about the Biocarbon Fund initiative? Anyone? Answer, please. This is the last question. After this, we will be having ICT. After this, we'll be having ICT. So B is correct, right? B is correct, and that is it promotes sustainable agriculture. And second is it has two key funding instruments, that is BioCF Plus and BioCF Tranche, right? Perfect. Moving on to the next thing, and that is your ICT. Can I have a heart sign in the comment box, guys, if you have actually enjoyed the entire energy and environment that we have discussed in this session, and you have actually like got something new to understand. Please take this PDF also from the respective Telegram group so that you can revise all these things, because I know it is very hard to retain everything when you see for the first time. You need to do this again and again, then you will be able to understand this whole thing in one go and you will be able to retain it. Moving on to the ICT. First, we will discuss some important topic of ICT, and then we will discuss some questions of ICT. Then after me, Ashutosh sir will be joining us with the ethics and value classes. So the first thing that I would like to discuss is the cyber security, which is one of the major concern nowadays. If you have enjoyed the video till now, please hit the like button with full power. Let's make it 200 likes right away. And also subscribe the channel if you are new here, because tomorrow also we'll be having similar class for remaining 4 subjects of ESE non-technical syllabus. And after that we'll be having marathon of your mock test, and also your most expected question classes are also coming. So please hit the subscribe button in case you don't have to miss the class that we are going to conduct on this channel, or maybe on the Hindi BYJU'S Exam Prep, Civil BYJU'S Exam Prep Gate and ESE Champion Hindi YouTube channel also you can subscribe. Moving on to the first thing, that is see, there are basically 4 type of cyber security components. The first is cyber espionage. Now what is a cyber espionage? Suppose if someone wants to obtain the secret or personal or sensitive information from you, right? So that will be the thing which will come under the consideration of the cyber espionage. Okay, that will come under cyber espionage if someone wants to take the sensitive information from you, right? Apart from that, cyber attack. Now in cyber attack, no one wants your information. किसी को नहीं चाहिए. They don't want your information. They want to destroy your system. This same thing has happened in Mumbai also, and same thing has happened in the Iran also, right? So basically, if someone is targeting the computer information system infrastructure or maybe computer network, they want to destroy it. They want to completely destroy. They don't want information. There are 2 things. One is you take the information with you, or another thing is you just destroy that piece of paper on which the information is there, right? So that comes under the cyber attack. For example, Iran nuclear attack is one of the biggest, till now biggest attack on any facility. So this has happened when USA has done the attack on Iran nuclear facility, so that all the system of nuclear facility will destroy and they won't be able to make any kind of nuclear power. And this also impacted their electricity production, right? Can you tell me quickly, with the help of your knowledge, what is the relation that India and Iran shares? Anyone? Is it a good relationship? It is a bad relationship? Is it a diplomatic relationship? Or is there any kind of relationship for which India is using Iran or Iran is using India? Can anyone tell me with full power right away? 4 subjects will be there today. In today's class, there will be 4 subjects only. Tomorrow, another 4 subjects. Please answer. Diplomatic, yes, Chabahar port, by the way, Chabahar port. So the thing is, India is having their port in Iran, and that is Chabahar port. Why India is having Chabahar port in Iran? Because China is having their port in Pakistan, which is Gwadar port. Now, if China is having in Pakistan, why we are having in Iran? Because China is also having the port in Sri Lanka. So this basically, they are basically trying to surround surround our country with the help of these ports, and on all those ports, they have also established their the warship that they are having. They are also available. They are also standing there, right? So they are basically trying to just surround the whole India, because as soon as, if maybe in future, or just hypothetically we are saying, suppose there is, for example, yes, suppose there is a war going on in between India and China. China, the first thing that they will do is, they will firstly cut off all the exports that we are having in India, right? And as soon as the export will be closed, for example, oil, as soon as the supply of the oil will be cut off, India will already become very weak. And once India is weak, they won't be able to fight back with the full intensity that they are having already, correct? So that is why China, there is this policy of China to give the loans at a very high interest rate, and when the countries are not able to repay the loan, they have this one clause that if in case you are not able to pay the loan, we will regulate, or we will use the port that you have made with our money. So first China will come to you and they will tell you that, see, you don't have money, but I am telling you, if you have a port in your country, right, you will be getting a lot of money from there. There will be a very good revenue, and you will be like, okay, very good, but I don't have money. China will say, I will give you money, and the interest rate will be this and this. You will be like, okay, very good. But what will happen? Eventually, you won't be able to pay the loan. And once you are not able to pay the loan, China will say, okay, no problem. If you don't want to pay the loan, don't pay the loan. But the port that you have made with our money, that is going to be regulated by us. We are going to regulate the port. And now they are going to establish all the warship and all the ships there in that particular port. Same thing has happened with Pakistan, same thing has happened with Sri Lanka, and same thing has happened with other countries as well, right? By this, they are surrounding the India. So to counteract this action of China, India has to have one port near to Iran, in the southwest coast of Iran, and that port is called as Chabahar port, which is going to neutralize the port of Pakistan, which is Gwadar port, owned by China. And also we have made another port in Mumbai to counteract the port in the Sri Lanka, made by China. समझ आई बात? Did you get this? ज़्यादा हो गया? Okay, I hope you got this. Moving on to the next thing. Then we have cyber terrorism. Now, what is a cyber terrorism? The first thing we have talked about, espionage, where people where they want information. Second is cyber attack, where they want to destroy the system. And now we are talking about cyber terrorism. Now, cyber terrorism is basically planning a terrorist attack, or maybe recruitment of sympathizers, or spreading propaganda to radicalize people. Like you have seen this, right? On Facebook, you will see very you can say disturbing videos right, which will be projecting one religion very bad and one religion very good, and then once you show the interest in such video, they are going to suggest you similar videos, and that will make one psychology in your brain that okay, this religion is good and this religion is bad, which is not true. All religions are same, all religions are good, all religions are bad, they all are same. Everything is basically applied to every religion, right? So but this scale is being created by these things, and this is called as cyber terrorism. Now nowadays it is very prominent, so that is the reason why Indian government is also working very hard to actually rectify it, or maybe sometime increase it. Okay, moving on to the next thing. That's my personal opinion. Cyber warfare. Now what is cyber warfare? Now if something happens between, if some cyber attack happens between two countries, right, so that is your cyber warfare. Like China USA, cyber warfare, USA Iran, cyber warfare, China India, cyber warfare. So this is your warfare. When two countries are involved in a cyber attack, that is your cyber warfare. समझ आई बात? Can I have a heart sign in the comment box please with full power? Okay, can you please tell me something about Pegasus? So can you please tell me what is Pegasus? Give me 1 minute and I'll be here, or give me 10 seconds, I'll be back. Tell me what is Pegasus in the comment box. Does anyone heard about Pegasus? Yes, it's a spyware. Okay, so Pegasus is was there recently in a news, so that is why we can say there is a chance that it may come in your examination, right? So nowadays the hacking is being advanced so much that you can actually, someone can send email from your email ID from your cell phone only, that I am going to murder you, right? And then you cannot even prove that it is not you, someone has done it with your cell phone, right? Because the cell phone will be there, you know, in your hand only, right? So this is one of the feature of the Pegasus. Pegasus is basically a spyware which is being developed by the Israeli cyber arms firm NSO Group Technologies. Can Pegasus be bought by any individual, or it can only be owned by or bought by the government? Please answer. क्या Pegasus कोई इंडिविजुअल भी खरीद सकता है या सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट खरीद सकती है? Sir, in mock test, I'm getting low score. How to? So the first thing that you should do, Narendra ji, is first please see that what actually is the mistake. Once you know the mistake, then only you will improve. Right? Do you know what is the mistake? Like why you are getting low score? Did you check that? Did you analyze the test? If yes, please tell me. Government, right? Only government can buy it from Israel, otherwise individual cannot. It mainly uses exploit link, clicking on which installed Pegasus on the target's phone. Then you can get access to the front camera, the rear camera, the microphone, and each and everything. Okay. Next is, now there are few things which we you can say preparedness. We are having a preparedness against these cyber attack. The first thing is CERT-in. Now what is a CERT-in organization? It is an organization under the Ministry of Electronics and Information, right? It is basically your computer के ऊपर जो emergency response team है ना, that is your CERT-in. In stands for India. It is to respond to computer security incident, report on vulnerabilities, and promote effective IT security practices. Then there is a Cyber Surakshit Bharat initiative. So it is a basically initiative. It is launched in 2018. What was the aim? Aim is very simple. By the name also you can guess. The aim is to spread awareness about the cyber crime and build capacity for safety measures for chief information security officers and frontline IT staff across all government departments, because they are the one. No voice? हेलो, am I audible? डरा दो यार भाई, बहुत बहुत सारा कुछ बोल दिया मैंने अभी तक. Don't say that voice is not there. Am I audible, guys? I'm speaking like continuously from so like 15-30 minutes I have. Am I audible? Now fine. अब यार, you must have closed the voice in your cell phone only, na? I know you have done it. You have mute yourself. अब सही है. Yes sir, he is a scammer. Who? Who is a scammer? No. It may happen by mistake only. Chalo. So this is basically an initiative to increase the awareness, right? In which category? The frontline IT staff, because they are the ones who are going to be exposed to such attack very prominently, very frequently. Next is cyber crisis management plan, and this actually aims at countering cyber threat and cyber terrorism. So cyber terrorism can only be rectified with the help of cyber crisis management plan. Okay. Now moving on to the next topic, that is your crypto. Let's talk about the cryptocurrency, how it works and how everything will be working here only, right? So the first thing is this. Let's understand this from very beginning. When everything was started, when we did not have money, that time we had the concept of barter system. What is the barter system? Barter system is, suppose I have a hen, I have a chicken, right? And Saksham, on the other hand, one of your friend in the comment box, Saksham is having a cow. Now when I want milk, I will go to Saksham and I will tell him, Saksham, I don't have money, I have egg of my chicken. So can you please give me milk with exchange of this egg? He will be like, okay, you can do that. Give me egg, take milk from my side. This is called as barter system. You are taking one thing in exchange of something else, right? So when everything was working fine, what was the problem? Where the problem began? So the problem began the day when I went to Saksham and I asked Saksham, please give me half glass of milk. But what I will give him in return? Can I give him half egg? Is it possible? And don't be over smart and tell me, yes, we will boil and we will, do the half and we will do that. Practically we are talking, right? So it is not possible, right? Then this system was broken down, and then we have started using the coins, or you can say gold or metal. We have started simply slowly from bronze, then silver, then eventually gold. We have reached to gold, right? But gold was very hard to carry. You cannot carry it, right? It will be very hard to carry. Perfect. So then eventually we went, and now finally we are here, and this currency is called as fiat currency, F-I-A-T, fiat currency, right? Now this is nothing but a piece of paper, but what basically makes this piece of paper a legal tender? What makes this piece of paper a 2000 rupee value piece of paper? Can anyone tell me? Yes, very good. I promise to pay the bearer the sum of 2000 rupees, governor signature, उर्जित पटेल. मैं धारक को 2000 रुपए अदा करने के का वचन देता हूं. So the signature of a credible person who is the governor of RBI, Reserve Bank of India, his sign can make this a piece of paper a 2000 rupee value. So this is the fiat currency basically. Eventually we reached here. When everything was fine, then where was the requirement of cryptocurrency? The problem with this 2000 rupee note is very simple. Can you quickly tell me, when you used to go to school, that time you used to have cold drink and you used to have the patties. Can you tell me that time what was the price of that patties? How much money did you get from your home to eat that patties? Or how much money you used to pay for that Coca-Cola bottle when you were in the school? Can you tell me in the comment box right away, quickly? Or maybe you used to eat ice cream, or maybe you used to eat aloo chaat, or maybe anything you may be used to eat. What was the price of that thing? 10 rupees. अबे अभी भी स्कूल में हो गया. We used to eat for 6-7 rupees. Yeah, 5 rupees. See, Praneeth. And what is the current price of this patties? 25 rupees, 30 rupees. You know, lot of money. Do you remember that scene from Once Upon a Time in Mumbai movie when Ajay Devgan went to meet the actress? So he had to gift that actress something. He had to gift, right? So he bought the guava. Do you remember? I think अमरूद या कुछ तो खरीदा था. So what was the price of that guava that time? Some paisa, not even rupees, right? Some ana was there, but then he bought for something rupees. I don't know how much exact amount. Today, if you see, what is the price of the same guava? Too much. So can we say there is a degradation in the value of any money? There is a degradation in the value of the money, and this is called as inflation. And this is called as inflation. So suppose if right now I have this 500 rupee note in my pocket, in my wallet, this 500 rupee note in my wallet, if I just leave this 500 rupee note in my wallet and I leave this wallet for 10 years and then I again come back and I remove that 500 rupee note, can you please tell me, can I still buy the same 500 rupee thing that I could have bought 10 years back? क्या ऐसा हो सकता है? No, that is your inflation. Are you getting it? That is your inflation. So that is the problem with the money, the fiat currency. Even if I'm not using it, then also its value is degrading. Even if I'm not using it, the value of this money is degrading every day, right? So the thing is, then so basically the problem is because they are centralized. Because they are centralized. Who is centralizing them? RBI. In our case, in India, RBI is the one who is centralizing it. Now on 31st October 2018, the anonymous Satoshi Nakamoto, he has released a famous Bitcoin white paper published month earlier in 2008 describing the crypto's technical specification and motivation. Let me tell you what are those. What are the issues with the cryptocurrency? First, let's try to understand that. So the cryptocurrency need to be continuously mined. Okay, mining is a very energy intensive process that consumes a lot of power. See, who print the note in India? Who print this fiat currency in India? Can anyone tell me? RBI holds that power, right? If more notes will be manufactured, can I say the value of each note will degrade accordingly? Right or not? अगर ज़्यादा नोट आपने बना दिए, see, you must have got this thought when you were not mature that if we have a lot of poverty, why government is not printing notes and providing money to each and every person? Why to live in poverty when we can have the machine, when we can print the note? But now you know the reason also when you are mature that will cause a very, very heavy inflation in the society, and that will go to the destruction of the whole country's system, right or not? Yes, Venezuela is happening, and a lot of African countries are also under the inflation, right? 1000, I don't know how much million you will get only one bread or piece of biscuit, right? That much inflation has been reached there. Okay, but here also cryptocurrency also we have to mine them again and again. Cryptocurrency are often subject to theft and cybercrime. Beyond the remit of sovereign government, they can be misused as there is a lack of agency and regulation. Since no one is regulating, they can be misused for ransom or maybe some other cyber crimes. Can be used for terrorist and drug mafia, etc. What is the benefit? Benefit is easy convertibility from one currency to another. Second, cannot be subjected to hacking, leads to financial innovation, right? Now, do you know how we actually make a Bitcoin? Anyone knows? And are you interested in knowing how we make a Bitcoin? Bitcoin banta kaise hai? How we make a Bitcoin? Anyone? One Bitcoin. How we manufacture? Is there any factory where it is getting manufactured? Please answer. Please answer, everyone. Quickly, please. Quickly, please. Blockchain, okay. Cryptocurrency, I'll tell you. These are the cryptocurrency, digital money basically, which is not being centralized by anyone. So the difference between the legal tender and the fiat money. See, legal tender is any currency that is being legalized by the government, right? Suppose this particular note, when 500 and 1000 rupee note were gone in demonetization, Mr. Narendra Modi ji, the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, what does he said? He said now they won't be carrying the legal tender. Means now these notes are illegal. Now the notes are illegal. You cannot use them for buying and selling all those things, right? So that is your legal tender. Fiat currency are basically those currency which are not backed by any physical commodities. Like commodities are basically your gold and all, right? Okay, by this much gold if you are having, then only this much of the money you can print. That is your fiat meaning. Okay. Now I'll tell you how the complete process work. Okay, how the complete process work. Now understand how a Bitcoin is minted. Minted means manufactured. So let's take one example and then we'll understand the whole thing. So there are two people, Alice and Bob. Alice is sending Bob a unique Bitcoin from her digital wallet. Whatever the wallet the person is using, they are going to send it. So Alice sent Bob a unique Bitcoin. Now what will happen? The software bundles this transaction along with others into a block. So there will be some other transactions also going on. Like Alice has sent the money to Bob. Similarly, I have also sent the money to Mayank or CP Legend or Praneeth or Archit or Arth or Made Possible or Omkar or Kumar, right? I have also sent money to them. So all our transactions are going to be bundled into a block. One block will comprise of the information related to the transaction that has happened. Okay guys, one thing clear? One thing clear? Now that block is going to be sent to all those computer, who are going to verify, the transaction which is there inside the block. Only those computer who are able to mine the Bitcoin. There is a whole setup. There is a whole setup of mining the Bitcoin. So all the people who are mining it, they are going to get that particular block and they are going to see if they are their laptop, the computer are going to verify the transaction. Then that block, when it is proven valid, that okay, there is no problem. Receiver is also okay, sender is also okay, there is no problem. So once it is proven valid, the block is now added to the ledger. For example, when like we have accounts, right? We have bank accounts, right? And we have bank lockers also. So what are those? Those are ledger. Those are ledger. Similarly, these blocks are going to be added in a ledger. There will be lot of other blocks as well, and all these blocks, when you combine them, you call them blockchain. Are you getting it? You call them blockchain. And that blockchain, what will happen? Now the block will be added to the already existed blockchain. Correct? Now since the blockchain is updated, since there is a new block added to the blockchain, and all the laptop, all the computers who are doing the mining, they had the earlier blockchain data, but now the new block has been added. So now that block information now will be sent to all the laptops again, all the computers again, that okay, now this is the updated blockchain. And once it is done, the transaction will be completed, and the miner whose computer are first to verify the transaction and maintain the blockchain is going to win a very small chunk of a Bitcoin. A new Bitcoin, not a commission, a new Bitcoin. This is how a birth of a Bitcoin happens. Did you get this, everyone? Please tell me in the comment box. Now you may have this doubt that okay, if this is how it works, then how it is different from printing notes, because the miners, they may mine in unlimited amount of Bitcoin, and that will simply cause inflation which is happening in our fiat currency also. Then how it is different? It is different. How? Because Bitcoin, they are limited. Only 21 million Bitcoin can be mined, not more than that. Not more than that. And you know what? The best part? The best part is in 2009 when Bitcoin was introduced, 200 Bitcoin can be generated in 2 to 3 days. 2 से 3 दिन में you can generate 200 Bitcoin. But today, if you have to mine 1 Bitcoin, you will be requiring 150 years. Today, 150 years you will consume to generate 1 Bitcoin. So this is how it is making sure that 150 million Bitcoins, 21 million Bitcoins are not going to be generated in a very less duration. Did you get this, everyone? How this is actually not getting degraded because of the unlimited amount of generation of Bitcoin, correct? Okay, moving on. Now the latest thing which is really very trendy, session ki PDF. Garima, you will get it from Civil by Ninjas or Telegram group. I'll send the link again one more time in the comment box. Anyone? Any information about the NFT? What is NFT? Yeah, so NFT is nothing but, I'll just quickly tell you, NFT kya hai? Non-fungible token. Non-fungible token. So let's do one thing. See, we have this 500 rupee note, right? Can you tell me how many? Can I say there will be lot and lot of 500 rupee note like this in the market? Yes or no? If I come to you, if I come to Saksham, if I come to Monalisa, if I come to Mayank and I ask them, I give you 500 rupees, please give me 600 rupees in return. Or please give me 1000 rupee in return of this 500 rupees. Will you give me? You will never give me. Because it is not at all unique. Why you will give more money than what it cost, right? But if I sign this note right away, if I sign this note right away, now how many note in the entire universe will be having my signature? Only one. Now this is unique. Now this is unique, right? Now I can ask for more money than it cost because I have something which is unique. Similar thing happens in NFT as well, right? NFT is non-fungible token and they are unique cryptographic token that exist on a blockchain and cannot be replicated. And that is the only reason why they are expensive. Why the paintings are so expensive? Because they cannot be replicated, right? Moving on to the networks, mobile network. The first thing that we have seen is the 1G. 1G was developed by Bell Laboratory and it was marketed by Motorola. 1G I'm talking about, right? And 1G is an analog technology that supported only voice communication. Only voice communication was there. Then comes 2G. 2G was actually developed by Motorola only. Okay? And Motorola only. Remember that, right? And also remember this, that it was you know this, right? 2G phone, you must have heard about this. You have used it also. Yes or no? Have you ever used the 2G phone? Important points I have mentioned, you can see here. Then we have 3G. 3G. Can you please tell me who developed the 3G phone? 3G, how it came into the picture? A company from Finland. What is the name of that company from Finland? Can you please tell me right away? Maximum speed of 3G is estimated to be around 2 Mbps for non-moving devices and 384 kbps in moving vehicle. Very good swap, Nokia. Then comes 4G, and 4G uses LTE, which allows us to communicate with voice and data simultaneously. See, there are this called simple thing called as duplex. Do you know what is duplex? Simple duplex, simplex, duplex. You know this or not? Simplex communication is basically like walkie-talkie. What is walkie-talkie? Like only one person can talk at one time. Okay. 4G uses LTE, which allows us to communicate with over. Then other person will say voice and data simultaneously over the same network, over. So this is your simplex. Duplex is when both the people can talk simultaneously, एक साथ बोल सकते हैं, बहसबाजी, argument, right? So that can happen. That is your duplex. In case this question comes, you know this right now. Then 5G technology is the recent one, and it is already there in the news. Can you tell me in which country the flights are actually saying that they are not going to fly? In which country the space agent, I mean not space, the aircraft agencies have said that they won't enter in the territory because of the 5G. Can you tell me which country is that where it has happened because of 5G? India's Air India. India ka Air India is also one of them. USA, correct. USA is the country, right? Why it is happening only in USA when 5G is there in Japan also, in other countries also? Why only USA? It is happening in USA because USA knows that they are superpower, right? So they have done changes in the technology and they have enhanced it, and that enhancement is going to interfere with the instruments which are being utilized in the aircraft for the navigation, and that can cause interruption, that can cause the interference with those waves, and that eventually can cause the accident. And that is the reason why aircrafts are not going to USA because of the 5G technology. India's Air India is one of them. Then comes 5G technology, which is an indigenous technology. It is being developed by three communities. One is IIT Madras, Center of Excellence in Wireless Technology, and also IIT Hyderabad. These three are the one. It is being approved by International Telecommunication Union and advocated by India, as it facilitates much larger reach of 5G towers and radio network, especially in the urban and rural areas. So wide spread of 5G network can be done with 5G technology, which is the indigenous technology backed by this India's government, and also being created by IIT Madras, Center of Excellence in Wireless Technology, and IIT Hyderabad. It is also being approved by International Communication Union. Important points I have told you. Public domain name server. First thing is, what is actually DNS? DNS क्या होता है? After this we'll solve questions. What is DNS? Anyone? What is DNS? Domain name server. Okay, see, you all know that. Please understand. You all know that if I have to call someone, suppose I have to call Rakesh sir, do I remember his phone number? No. Do I remember his name? Yes, I know. So what I will do, I will go to my contact. I will search for Rakesh sir. Yes, I have found him, Rakesh Salreja sir. I have his number. Right. Now I can simply click on this name, Rakesh Salreja sir. As soon as I will click it, I will be able to talk to him. Right or not? Right. Here, a very beautiful and very simple thing has happened. What? Instead of remembering the number, I had to remember the name only. And where I found it? I found it in the contact list. Similarly, you can't remember the IP address of any website. What you can remember? www.google.com, facebook.com, gmail.com. Right or not? This is what you can remember. youtube.com. You don't have to write the IP address. You have to write the name. And where this conversion of name to IP address is happening? DNS, domain name server. Are you getting it? Those who are not from the CS background, or maybe the background where all these things are not being utilized in a regular basis. Did you get it or not? I have told you in a very simple way. Very, very simple manner I am telling you all this. And what is this public domain server? So the government, basically our government is launching this domain name server, and its aim is very simple: providing a faster and more secure browsing experience for internet user. Now, do we have to use it? No, it is our choice. If you have to use DNS, public DNS, it is your choice. If you don't have to use a public DNS, it is your choice, not compulsion. Then comes quantum computer. What was the requirement of the quantum computer? Guys, you all know, right? What is a bit? You know what is bit? You know, everything work when we talk about the computer language, right? Everything work as 0 and 1, 0 and 1. That is binary coding. Correct or not? There are logic gates also, right? There are other things. The function that we are conducting, it is being transferred to the laptop and it has a language of 0 and 1. That is a binary code. Correct? 0 and 1, 0 and 1. But the thing is, guys, what we are doing right now is we as Moore's law has said that there will be a time when we won't be able to compact the processor. That is why we need something else, and that something else is quantum computer. Here we don't have bits, here we have qubits. Qubits is not just 1 and 0. Qubit is 1, 0 and intermediate undefined stage, which is also called as superposition. What is superposition? Superposition is basically the qubit can remain as 1 and 0 at the same time. Yes, this is your superposition. Have you ever heard of about the experiment that Schrödinger has done? It was a thought experiment. Have you ever heard of Schrödinger cat experiment? Anyone? Suna hai kabhi what is Schrödinger cat experiment? It was a thought experiment. It never has been done physically. Physically nahi kiya. It was a thought experiment. Shall I tell you? Interesting say, it will take hardly 1 minute to tell. Okay, so Schrödinger, actually what he has done a thought experiment. What he has done is he took a box, right, and in the box he has kept a very a component which is acidic, right, and he has also kept a cat inside that box. Now that acidic box that is also there inside the bigger box, it has 50-50 chances, 50% chances that the box will open and the gas will come out and the cat will die. And it has 50-50 chances that it is not going to open and there will be no emission of the gas, the poisonous gas, and the cat will be alive, right? So the box, unless the box is open, can we say the cat is in the state of superposition? The cat is live, the cat is dead at the same time or not? Can I say that unless I open the box? Please tell me. Sir, ESE. Yeah, this is ESE only. Can I say the cat is in a superposition state? Cat is live also and cat is dead also at the same time. And when the cat will acquire one of the state, either living or dead, when I will open the box. As soon as I open the box, the cat will acquire either dead or either live wala state. Unless the box is closed, the box is open, the cat in both state, live also and dead also. This is called as Schrödinger cat thought experiment. Are you getting it? Same thing happen here also. The qubit, it remain 1 also and it remains 0 also at the same time. As per the requirement, it become 1. As per the requirement, it becomes 0. And that is the beauty of this quantum computer. I hope you get this. Okay, there are 3 layers in the internet: deep net, dark net. First understand. The first layer is publicly accessible. The one that we are using is the publicly accessible first layer of internet. It consisting of site that one uses frequently, like social networking site, e-commerce site and all those things. It is only 4% of the entire internet. Second layer is the deep web. It is a network where data is stored and in database that cannot be accessed through the traditional search engine like Google. For example, can you search how much money is there in the Joshit Sir's bank account on Google? Can you search it? You can't. Can a bank employee of where I have my account can search how much amount I am having in my bank account? Yes, that person can search. So because he or she can only search because it is used to provide access to a specific group of people, because that person is having the access to that particular deep net. But normal, by using a Google, you cannot search it. This is your deep net where the data is stored. Third, the last one is the dark net. The third layer is the darknet, which is only known as the part of deep web. It is a network built over internet which is encrypted. Alright, anything present on the dark web will not be pulled up in internet searches, thereby offering a high degree of anonymity. Digital quality, see, India is doing good in digital quality index, right? So that is the only thing. The last topic is your James Webb Space Telescope. Anyone? Any information on this? James Webb Space Telescope. So James Webb Space Telescope is basically a telescope with the help of which you can look in the past. You can look in the past. You can actually see when the Big Bang has happened. You can see that also. You know how you can see the past with the help of a telescope. See, for example, just for example, let me tell you. You know how much time light takes to travel from sun to the earth's surface? 8 and a 1/3 minute. This is the time which is being taken by the sunlight from the sun to the earth, correct? So can I say, if suppose sun is gone, so can I say the sun is gone information we will get after 8 minutes? Yes or no? After 8 minutes we will know that sun is gone, correct? This is what that means, right or not? Right. Okay, right. Now suppose if I go on a planet which is very far from Earth, so can I say, if right now I'm standing on that planet which is very far from Earth, right now the Earth that I am looking at is not the present, it is the past. Yes or no? It is the past that I'm looking at. So this is how a telescope can help us in look into the past of the universe, and that is the whole concept. That's the whole thing which is which derived us this James Webb Space Telescope. Remember that. The Webb will be able to see what the universe looked like around 250 million years, possibly back to 100 million years after Big Bang, when the first star and the galaxy started to form. You can look in the past. This is the beauty of that telescope, James Webb Space Telescope. It is being yes, all these European space agencies, Canadian space agencies and NASA, they were involved in this project. Chalo, question karte hain फटाफट से. Not much questions we are having for this. Quickly answer. Consider the following statement about 5G technology. It is an indigenous technology. The technology has been approved by International Telecommunication Union. The technology facilitates larger reach of 5G tower and radio networks. Please answer, everyone. Quickly. Quickly. All of them are correct. Just now I have told you, beta. Just now I have told you in this session only. Next. With respect to the cosmic microwave background, consider the following statement. It is electromagnetic radiation which is a remnant from an early stage of universe. It is visible with naked eyes as it is everywhere in the universe. Quickly answer. Only one is true, second is wrong. It is not visible by the naked eyes, right? Cosmic microwave background is the leftover radiation basically from the Big Bang, or the time when the universe began. As the theory goes, when the universe was born, it underwent rapid inflation and expansion and cooling. Inflation, expansion, cooling. Inflation, expansion, cooling. The universe is still expanding today, and the expansion rate appears different depending on where you look. And this cosmic microwave background represents the heat of that heat left over from the Big Bang, and you cannot see it with your naked eyes, but it is everywhere in the universe. That is important to understand. Okay guys, this means its radiation is most visible in the microwave part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Next question. The 5G cyber security toolbox recently seen in news is released by which of the following bodies? 5G से related है, that is why we are studying this in the ICT subject, not in the current affair. This can be there in current affair also, but relevant to ICT as well, because 5G cyber security is there. European Commission, it is released by the European Commission. Next, the toolbox are to identify a possible common set of measures which are able to mitigate the main cyber security risk of 5G networks. Next, with respect to the Parker Solar Probe, consider the following statement. It is an international collaboration between the European Space Agency and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration to explore different aspects of the Sun-Earth system. It is the first ever mission to touch the Sun. So it is the international collaboration. No, it is being there by NASA only, not European Space Agency. And yes, it is the first ever mission to touch the Sun. Which part of the Sun? Outer corona of the Sun. Okay, the Parker Solar Probe is a NASA space probe launched in 2018 with the mission of making observation of the outer corona of the Sun. Please remember this. Okay, it will approach to within 9.86 solar radii from the center of the Sun, and by 2025 will travel at closest approach as fast as 6,90,000 km per hour, or you can say 0.064% the speed of light. Next, helium can be used for which of the following? Cooling satellite instrument, MRI scanner, inflate car airbags, या फिर scan barcodes. Please answer. All of them are correct. Next, what is AEG-12 that is often mentioned in the news? AEG, molecular scissors used in targeted gene, a protein effective against flaviviruses, or what? Very good. This is basically a protein effective against the flavivirus. So this is the mosquito protein, by the way. Mosquito protein AEG-12 strongly inhibits the family of the viruses that can cause yellow fever, dengue, West Nile and the Zika, and weakly inhibits coronavirus also, according to the scientist. Next, consider the following statement regarding Amazonia. 1. It is an optical Earth observation satellite. It has been launched by NASA to observe a recurring fire incident in Amazon forest. Please answer. Very good. It is an optical Earth observation satellite, but it is not being launched by NASA. Okay. So the Amazonia SSR-1 is the first observation satellite developed by Brazil, helped by Argentina's INVAP, who provided the main computer, altitude control and sensors, and the training Brazilian engineers, and launched at whatever, doesn't require. Right. So second is wrong, only A is right. Okay. Consider the following statement regarding the Martian blueberries. Answer. They are the Grand Canyon of Mars. Wrong. They appear dark blue due to high concentration of the iron ore mineral hematite. Correct. So 2 is correct. This is how they look like. This is how they look like. This is your Martian spherules, also called as blueberry due to their blue hue in false color image released by NASA. Next, consider the following statement about solid fuel ducted ramjet. Quickly. It is a missile propulsion technology jointly developed by India and USA. It will improve the propulsion system of future Indian long-range air-to-air missile. Quickly answer, please. Yes. So here, basically, it is not jointly developed by USA. It is being made by DRDO, right? So SFDR is being constructed by DRDO, right? Next is, with respect to the blockchain, consider the following statement. Please answer. Until then, I'll ask Ashutosh sir if he's ready. For values and ethics, sir will be joining us. Hello, sir. Sir, ready? Okay. I'll tell you, sir. Bas, na? 5 minutes only. Acha. Okay. Thank you. Okay, guys. So, with respect to the blockchain, consider the following statement. It is a centralized ledger of all transaction across peer-to-peer network. It is a type of distributed ledger technology in which transactions are recorded with an immutable cryptographic signature called as hash. Okay, why number 1 is wrong? Why statement 1 is wrong? Why statement 1 is wrong? Because it is not centralized ledger. That is the whole point. It is decentralized ledger. It is decentralized ledger, not the centralized ledger. Okay. Last question of the session. Not the session, but from my side, my subject. Now, Ashutosh sir will be joining us with the values and ethics, and after that, Suraj sir will be joining you for the design and safety subject. Okay. Now, what actually describes the cyber knife? It manipulates videos or other digital representation by sophisticated artificial intelligence that yield fabricated image and sound that appears to be real. It is a non-invasive alternative to surgery for the treatment of both cancerous and non-cancerous tumors anywhere in the body. Please answer, everybody. And that is correct. Very good, Dinesh ji. B is the right answer. It is a non-invasive alternate to the surgery for the treatment. And that is it. This was from my end. If you have liked the session, please hit the like button. Now, Ashutosh sir will be joining you here in this session only. You don't have to go anywhere with the value and ethics chapter with the subject. And guys, full power ke saath, you will welcome him as soon as he will be appearing in front of you when I'll go. Right? Till then, hit the like button, share the session with your friends, because now you know that here we are actually discussing something super important, which is going to be super important for your examination. Can I have a heart sign in the comment box if you have actually like got something new from this beautiful session? And now few things will also you will get as soon as the Ashutosh sir and Suraj sir will be joining. All right. So I will ask sir to start and I will close the session now. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Take care. I'll see you very soon. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. So I will ask sir to start and I will close the session now. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Take care. I'll see you very soon. Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
So hello friends, I welcome you on BYJU'S Exam Prep, India's most comprehensive preparation platform for all the engineers. So the candidates who are joining me live, just quickly confirm your presence in the comment section and tell me whether my audio visual quality everything is clear so that we can start with the session. Just everybody confirm about the audio and visual quality. Are we clear? So till now you were enjoying this session by our favorite Joshit sir, and it was a phenomenal session. Since morning I was watching the session. Both the subjects, environment and ICT, has been taken by Joshit sir in a very you can say very phenomenal manner, and I hope that you will be getting very similar type of concepts and questions in the upcoming Engineering Services 2022 examination. So guys, I will be starting, yes, good afternoon everyone. I will be starting with ethics and values in engineering profession, which is one of the subjects for your Engineering Services 2022 Prelims Paper 1. So everybody just tell me in the comment section everything is okay, everything is fine. Shall we start? Shall we start?
So I will ask sir to start.
Everybody just confirm once. Audio, video, everything is clear. So everybody just tell me one thing. Anybody is having this fear syndrome related to your exam, related to your upcoming engineering services exam? Is there anyone in this session who is having this fear syndrome? Do you have any fear regarding the examination? Just tell me in the comment section. Yes, good afternoon everyone. Dinesh, Wagmi. So how many of you are having this fear syndrome regarding this engineering services upcoming examination? Let me tell you one thing, and that is going to remove all your fears for this examination. My friend, engineering services is such an examination that most of the candidates, they don't feel motivated for the exam, and that is the reason most of them, they do not prepare well for the exam. But let me tell you, this is the most structured, most simple, most strategic exam for any engineer. If you can plan your preparation in a better way, if you can plan your strategy in a better way, then this is the exam which can give you a sure shot selection. For example, if you are preparing for the GATE examination, because GATE is more about tricky questions, GATE is more about fundamental concepts. So this may happen that even though your preparation is very good, but still you may not be scoring that much high in the GATE examination. But engineering services is such an examination that if you have done a right preparation, then even before the examination you can judge your performance and you can say, yes sir, I am prepared and I am going to make it to the final list. Now coming to paper 1. If you see, most of the students, most of the engineers who are preparing for this exam, they are confused with this paper 1, because these are there are 10 topics, 10 subjects to which you are not that much familiar as you are familiar with the technical subject. But let me tell you one thing. What has been the course? If you see 2021, 2020, 2019, last 3 years analysis, if you do, you will find in general paper 1, the difficulty level is going to be average. If you take across the years, especially last 3 years, you will see the difficulty level of paper 1 is going to be at the same level. It is neither too much difficult, it is neither too easy, so it is going to be at the average level, moderate level. How you have to approach this particular paper 1? You have to be aware about all those 10 topics. The minimum preparation should be there, so that if a direct question is coming in the examination which is related to the basic concept for any subject, then you are in a situation to answer that question. You are not supposed to be extraordinary in any of the topic, because the UPSC syllabus itself says that these subjects are related to the general reading and comprehension. The general reading of the subject is required, and that is why we have come up a complete Maha marathon session for general studies. Today is the first day, and tomorrow you are going to have the second day. 4 subjects are going to be completed today, and rest of the subjects are going to be completed tomorrow. So friends, yes, so now that fear factor must be gone, and tell me in the comment section with the heart symbol and fire symbol that are you ready for this session? Are you ready for this session now? So let us start quickly. Just a moment. Yes. So some of you may be joining me for the first time, so there is a brief introduction about myself. My name is Ashutosh. As you can see on the screen, 10 plus years of teaching experience. MTech from IIT BYJU in 2010. Some of the books I have written, and these are my areas of expertise. So I deal with engineering ethics also. All the candidates who are joining me live, do not forget to like, share and subscribe to BYJU'S Exam Prep English YouTube channel, so that all the important notifications you get in time for your favorite classes. Response sheet is supposed to be published today itself as per the GATE official website, but let us see. So let me just start with the first question. The first question talks about which one of the following statement is true about virtue ethics. So what is virtue ethics? Let me just give you a brief idea about the various ethical theories. Okay, I will take some time, because after discussing that particular ethical theory concept, you will be quite comfortable in dealing with the rest of the questions. Now, if you see, in general, ethical theories you can define, number one, as meta-ethics. Then you have normative ethics. Then you have descriptive ethics. Then you have applied ethics. Then you have pragmatic ethics. And the last one is justice ethics. Is it clear for everyone? The various ethical theories we are going to discuss in a very brief manner so that you are ready. Yes, Abhijit, AKG. Let us discuss quickly. See, I will just give you keywords, the key statements which are going to be in your mind for the next couple of days or some time, so that you can answer the questions in the examination. Don't need to worry about the detailed explanation. Number one, meta-ethics has a root word meta. Meta as a root word means beyond. Meta as a root word means beyond. Now, meta-ethics talks about not something is right or wrong, rather meta-ethics talk about what is right or wrong. For example, suppose you are helping some of your friend, okay? Now, meta-ethics is not asking whether helping your friend is going to be moral or ethical. Meta-ethics is asking, you leave this, whether you have helped your friend and whether it is right or wrong. I want to know what is the criteria, how you are defining that this is right and this is wrong. The very fundamental nature or inquiry about the nature of ethical and moral judgments is about meta-ethics. So what meta-ethics is going to talk about? Meta-ethics talk about, deals with fundamental nature of moral or ethical judgments. Everybody just tell me in the comment section, are you getting this? Let me just give you one example so that you understand it better. For example, I am asking you, what is the taste of sugar? What is the taste of sugar? Are you getting this? I am just giving you a very simple example. What is the taste of sugar? So now, meta-ethics is not going to ask you or answer this question in such a way that it is sweet. This is not meta-ethical question. What is meta-ethical question? What is sweet? You have to define, you have to answer the criteria, how you have decided something is sweet, something is sour. How you have decided that this is right and this is wrong. So basically, in the perspective of meta-ethics, you deal with the fundamental nature of ethical or moral judgments or the inquiry. The criteria, how you decide what is right and what is wrong. The moment you get this idea from any statement, you finally understand that he is talking about metaethics. So everybody just tell me in the comment section, if you are getting a question from metaethics, can you answer this? And let me tell you, this year you will be getting a question from metaethics. This year you will be getting a question from metaethics, because for past 4 years since 2017, they have not asked a single question regarding metaethics. Is it clear, everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Yes, Wagmi, you're right. Tell me in the comment section. You should be very fast in responding. Are you getting this? Okay. Now let us talk about normative ethics. Normative ethics has a root word which means norm. Norm means ideal. Now I will give you one example so that it remains with you and you are able to answer questions in the examination. Suppose you are going to a public place and somewhere it is written, do not spit here. Are you getting this? It is somewhere it is written, do not spit here. Are you getting this? Now why it is written there, do not spit here? Because before it was written, do not spit here, people used to spit on that place. Yes or no? Are you getting this or not? So what is the reality that comes under descriptive ethics? Descriptive has a root word or key word, that is what is. What is. The moment you get this statement, or it is presented in a way so that you find the question is asking what is the reality, then you are talking about descriptive ethics. Now once you know that people are spitting on that particular place, now you are writing a key statement, do not spit here. What is that? That is normative. Because you want to modulate, you want to guide the people's behavior in a certain manner, in a certain way. And what is that certain manner? That certain manner is ideal behavior. So when you are expecting the ideal behavior, you are saying what ought to be. What is the key statement? What ought to be. Then you are dealing with normative ethics. Everybody just tell me in the comment section. Kankala Narendra is asking, sir, how to deal with the questions of ethics which we don't know. You don't worry what we are discussing. I am giving you the master key. Whatever question you are going to get in the examination, if you have this basic idea what we are discussing in the most simple way, that will help you to answer those questions. See, the only thing you have to understand it, when you accept me as a mentor, then you have to believe in me. You have to trust me that what sir is going to tell me, that is going to be related and that is going to be important for my examination. If all the time when I am teaching something and you are having this doubt, okay, what sir is telling, if we are getting something else in the examination, what is going to happen? This is not the correct way. This is not the correct way. I am not a god. I cannot predict what is going to come in the examination, but definitely I can show you the right way. I can only show you the torch. I will only show you the light, what is the right path, but you have to walk on that path. But if you are all confused, even if I am showing you the light and you are saying, oh, this way, oh, that way, then you will be confused. No outcome. Is it clear? So normative ethics is going to deal with the fundamental question, what ought to be the ideal behavior? And you can remember it by the example, do not spit here, is about normative ethics. Then comes descriptive ethics. Descriptive ethics is about the reality. What is the actual behavior? First you understand what is the actual behavior, then you can tell the ideal behavior. Suppose people are not spitting somewhere, then you don't need to write there. Yes, no. Do not spit here. You will only write do not spit here where people are used to spit. So the first thing you have to do is you have to follow the descriptive ethics. You have to know what is the actual behavior. So the moment you get this statement, what is just a moment. Just give me a moment. Open the sliding. Bal. Yes, sorry everyone. Are you getting this? Made possible asking, sir, meta-ethics deals with right or wrong. No, meta-ethics deal with the fundamental nature of right and wrong. The criteria how you have decided that this is right and this is wrong. Are you getting this? So meta-ethics is not talking about something is right and something is wrong. No, meta-ethics is talking about what is right, what is the criteria to decide what is right and what is wrong. Is it clear for everyone? Now, descriptive ethics is going to tell you the reality, the real behavior of the people in the society. And that is the reason, suppose I want to compare the behavior of people in India and the behavior of the people in America, then there are going to be two different results. Because what is the reality in India is going to be different from what is the reality in any other society. And that is the reason this descriptive ethics is also called as comparative ethics. Comparative ethics, because you can compare the actual behavior of various societies. It is also called as behavioral ethics. Behavioral ethics, because under descriptive ethics, you discuss the actual behavior of the people in the society. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Are you able to follow this? Are you able to follow this? We are going in a very perfect manner. I hope you are with me. Descriptive ethics is okay. Now let us talk about applied ethics. The moment you read this name, applied means that you are going to use the concepts of ethics in a particular field, in a particular branch. For example, the best example of applied ethics you can give is engineering ethics. Yes or no? Tell me in the comment section. So if you want me to define what is engineering ethics, the most simple definition can be engineering ethics is a branch of applied ethics. In more simple manner, you can say the moment you apply the concept of ethics in the field of engineering, you are talking about engineering ethics. But there are some more twists in the question. There are some more twists in the concept. For example, if you go this way by this definition, what is the definition? Applied ethics. What is the definition? When concepts of ethics are applied to a particular field, then you are talking about applied ethics. Let me give you some examples. Yes or no? There can be media ethics. You apply the concepts of ethics in media. You understand what is media? Yes, my friend, you understand what is media? When you apply the concepts of ethics in environment, then you come across environmental ethics. Environmental ethics. So there can be number of ways. Business ethics. Etc. So on. Lot of examples you can give. But here comes a very important concept related to ethical theory, applied ethics. By using the concepts of ethics, can we call any topic, any subject as applied ethics? No. There are two criteria which must be satisfied if you want to categorize a particular field with respect to applied ethics. For example, the first criteria. What is the criteria? What is the conditionalities? The first condition is, what is the first condition? The first condition is that there must be significant number of people for and against the issue. Yes or no? For and against the issue. Now you will ask me, sir, can you fulfill this condition? Can you make us understand that this condition is satisfied by engineering ethics? Yes. Now when we talk about engineering ethics, please understand very clearly. Please understand very clearly. Let me use this slide. What is engineering ethics? What is engineering ethics? There are two dimensions of engineering ethics. Number one, the first one is technical competency. And what is the other dimension? The other dimension is engineering social responsibility. Engineering social responsibility. Are you getting this? Now you will find that there are some people who are saying that engineering has nothing to do with ethics. Engineering is all about efficiency and effectiveness. I give you a transformer. I'm not interested how you are going to use that transformer. As an engineer, my objective is that I will provide you a transformer which is having very close to 99 or 98% of efficiency. I will focus on its effectiveness as an engineer. But there are some other category of people, significant number of people who are saying no. How much effective and efficient machines you are making as an engineer, what is the end use, that is also going to be very, very important. Are you getting this? Are you getting this? So definitely engineering ethics is going to satisfy the first condition for applied ethics, that there must be a significant number of people who are against or in favor of that particular issue. Are you getting this? What is the second condition? The second condition is it must be an ethical issue. It must be an ethical issue categorically. Categorically means clearly, without any confusion. Without any confusion, that issue must comes under the purview of ethics. Now you will ask me, sir, how engineering is going to come under the purview of ethics? Now please understand. What is this? Engineering social responsibility. Now you understand that engineer is not a machine. Engineer is a human being. Engineer is a human being, my friend. Engineer is a human being. Engineer is a human being. Yes or no? He is a person. This person, when he is given with skills and training, this person becomes engineer. Before your BTech, you were like a simple person who was roaming around the streets. But after completing your BTech, now you are saying, no, I am an engineer. Why? Because you have completed the BTech curriculum. Now you have acquired some basic skills. Now you have received a certain amount of training. Now this person belongs to a family. Yes or no? Without very serious exceptions, every person is going to belong to some family. Now, this engineer is going to work in an organization, whether it is a private organization or whether it is a public organization. It may be public and it may be private. Now, this organization is going to be regulated by the economy. Is going to be regulated by the economy. Yes or no? See, whether you are working in a public organization or a private organization, definitely there will be some economy. Some economic system is there which is going to regulate the behavior of that particular organization. Now, this economy or economic system let me write here economic system. That would be better. This economic system is definitely going to be related to the government. Now very recently the government has published its latest budget. So government decide what type of economic system is going to be present in the country. Now this government is elected by the society. And what is the basic unit of society? Family. Family is the basic unit of society. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Made possible, do not make your own statements, okay? What I am telling you, just keep it with yourself and try to answer the questions in the real examination. So this is a complete picture. Engineer is not someone, not an alien who is coming from a different planet. Engineers also live in the same society. Are you getting this? So every single decision you are going to take as an engineer is going to affect the whole society. For example, suppose you are constructing a dam. Now that dam is going to give electricity to a lot of villages or the industries. But where you are making the dam, you have to clear the space. You have to rehabilitate the nearby people, the flora, fauna and the culture. So it is going to be a big decision. Any simplest decision taken by an engineer is going to affect a large section of the society. And that is why we are saying that engineering social responsibility is going to be the key to guide the behavior of an engineer in any organization. Are you getting this? Tell me in the comment section. So technical competency is also required, and at the same time engineering social responsibility is also required. Now this year you may get a question on engineering social responsibility. When you will face the paper, when you will face the question paper, then you will remember me. Is it clear for everybody? Tell me in the comment section. So definitely applied ethics, as far as engineering ethics is concerned, both the conditions are going to be fulfilled. So that is how we define applied ethics. Now we come to pragmatic ethics. What is pragmatic ethics? Let us try to understand. See, the simple understanding of the word pragmatic means practical. Practical. Is it clear for everyone? The simple understanding of the word pragmatic means practical. You will be getting the PDF. You attend the session. At the end of my session, when I will be completing ethics, I will be giving you the link. I will be giving you my Telegram channel link. You can follow that. I will be sharing the PDF. Okay. So pragmatic means, the literal meaning of the word pragmatic is practical. Now please understand. Pragmatic ethics. There are two philosophers, William James, you don't need to remember the names of the philosophers, and John Dewey. They have given the philosophy of pragmatism, and from there you are getting this ethical theory, pragmatic ethics. Now what is the crux of this theory? Please try to understand. He is saying, whatever ethical theory you are talking about, whether you are talking about meta-ethics, whether you are talking about normative ethics, whether you are talking about descriptive ethics, whether you are talking about applied ethics, or even if you are talking about justice ethics, every time the solution to the problem you are giving is the ideal solution. Are you getting this? For example, suppose some student is coming to me after this session and he is saying, sir, only few days are remaining in the examination for engineering services prelims. Can you give me 100% surety that I will be selected? I will say yes, why not? You read for 24 hours for next couple of days and you will be selected. Obviously, if you read for 24 hours, there is a possibility you can complete your syllabus. But is it practical? Is it practical that you can read for whole 24 hours? No, it is not possible. So pragmatic ethics is saying you don't talk about the fundamental nature of right and wrong. You don't talk about what is going to be the ideal behavior. You don't talk about what is the reality right now. You don't talk about what is going to be the justice. You don't talk about what is going to be applied. You only talk about the practical solutions. You don't expect from people the ideal behavior, because we are human beings. We are supposed to do errors. We are not machines that you give this much input, we will give you this much output. No, we are subjective. We are human beings. So pragmatic ethics focus on the practical solution. What is practical solution? Practical solution is not the best solution. The focus is not on the best solution, my friend. The focus is on the right solution. Right solution. Are you able to follow this? The moment you get this hint, that the statement or the matter which is given in the question, he is not talking about the best solution, he is talking about the right solution, then you can understand that he is talking about pragmatic ethics, the theory given by William James and John Dewey. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Are you able to understand what is pragmatic ethics? No need to read any book. No need to read any article from internet. You just follow the matter that we are discussing and you are going to be very happy before, during and after the examination. Now let me talk about justice ethics. Now see, justice ethics talks about, it says that if an act is right for the most marginalized one, then it is ethical. But this is one part of the story. Justice ethics is saying if the decision or the act you are taking is right for the most marginalized, oppressed section, then it is going to be ethical. But I'm writing in red, but if it cause harm to even one individual, then it is unethical. Now I will give you one example. Okay, thank you, Wagmi. Listen. I will give you a simple example. Have you seen a highway? It is available on internet. There is some highway and there is a small house. And this house remained intact and the highway took a turn, a diversion like this. Have you seen this? Yes or no? Have you seen this? It is available on internet. Lot of pictures like that. Suppose this is a home. Okay, this is a home, and the highway is coming like this. And now it is taking a diversion like this. Now a lot of people are laughing on this. They are saying, why you can't compensate this person and you make the highway straight? What is the problem? The problem is, as per the justice, as per the law, if the rights of a single person or an individual are infringed, then the courts are going to take the action. Every single individual is important. Even if it is one person, the policy, the decision you have taken, if it is going to affect a single individual negatively, then as per justice ethics, that act is going to be unethical. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Are you able to follow this? What is justice ethics? Now, justice is going to be a very interesting, the understanding of justice is going to be very interesting. Justice you can divide in two ways. The one is going to be retributive justice, and the other one is going to be distributive justice. Distributive justice. When you talk about deterrence, when you talk about producing deterrence, to produce deterrence against a crime, against an act of crime, then you are talking about retributive justice. For example, rape. In some of my initial classes, previous classes, I gave you the example of Nirbhaya rape case. You remember that? Now, all the culprits in that particular rape case, they are given capital punishment. But do you think the justice is done? No, my friend. Till the moment not a single case of rape is going to happen in the society, the justice is not going to be delivered as per the retributive justice. Because retributive justice says the idea is to produce deterrence, so that people should not commit that mistake again and again. This is retributive justice. Now comes to the distributive justice. Distributive justice says the fruits of development must be distributed equitably. I am writing with the red. Equitably. What is equitably? I will tell you. Suppose you are working in some organization and that organization has suppose invented a new product. Are you getting this? Suppose you are working in a particular organization, that organization has invented a new product. Now the credit for giving this innovation is going to be given to a particular team in which there are some engineers or the researchers. But please understand, when you are entering your office, there is a peon standing at the door. When you are entering in your office, the office premises are being cleaned by some particular person who is going to be acting as a sweeper. There is going to be some guards who are going to protect the security. There are going to be some assistants who are going to assist you in your work. So from the level of a peon or the lowest bureaucratic hierarchy to the highest bureaucratic hierarchy, everybody is somehow contributing in that project. But the credit for that innovation is being taken by only one team. This is the problem. The same thing happens in the society. Right now, we are able to understand that there are two Indias. There is one India which is affluent, that we are calling as India, and there is another India which is Bharat. Is still almost more than 60% of the people in our country, they are living in poverty. Some way or the other way, they are living in the poverty. It means the fruits of development we have gathered in these years, approximately 75 years, they have not been distributed equitably. So let me just make you understand what is the difference between equality and equity, because this can come in your examination. Equality means equal. Equality means equal. Equity means as per the contribution. As per the contribution. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. So this is about justice ethics. This is about justice ethics. All the ethical theories we have discussed, only one theory needs more discussion, that is normative ethics. Is it clear for everybody? If you want, you can take a picture. Now we are going to focus on normative ethics. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. And do not forget to send me the fire and the heart symbol so that I understand that you understand. Yes, I understand that you understood. Is it clear? Now let us talk about normative ethics. Let us talk about normative ethics. Normative ethics. Normative ethics is divided into three categories. The first one is virtue ethics. The second one talks about deontology. Deontology. The third one is teleology. Teleology, and it is also called as consequentialism. Consequentialism. Is it clear for everybody? Now I am giving you keywords. There is very less time to give you the complete explanation. Virtue means most dominant value. Most dominant value. Now every person is going to have various values. You are also having all the values. I am also having all the values. But the intensity or the degree of various values are going to be different in me also and you also. There may be some value which is going to be a dominant value for me, and there is going to be another value which is going to be dominant in your behavior. The most dominant value in any person, which we are calling as virtue, is going to decide in general most of your behaviors. Are you getting this? When you are talking about virtue ethics, when you are talking about the most dominant value, you are talking about the character. You are talking about the character. Is it clear? You are talking about the character. This is about virtue ethics. This is about virtue ethics. Deontology. Deontology has a root word which means deon. Deon means duty. Duty. When you are following a particular duty while taking a decision or while doing some action, when you are following a particular duty, it means you are driven by the philosophy of deontology. Suppose there is a civil engineer who is constructing a dam, and suppose after some months that dam is damaged. Now that engineer is going to be called in the court of law. Now if the judge is looking into the most important duty, whether that engineer has performed that most important duty or not, and if he has performed that duty, then he will be you can say, what we call that, there will be no charge against him, because the judge will only see if he is following deontology, that while conducting that decision, that action, while executing that action, that person as an engineer, he has followed that particular duty. So there is no mistake. There is no mistake. And he will not be charged. So when you are focusing on a particular duty while taking an action, then you are driven by deontology. Deontology. When you are talking about the consequence, consequentialism. Teleo as a root word means consequence. When you are interested only and only on the consequence of a particular action, then you are talking about teleology or the consequentialism. Is it clear for everybody? So if you see, you can divide a particular act into three parts. Number one is the doer or the agent. Who is doer or agent? Who is performing that particular action. The second is act or action. And the last one is the consequence. The last one is the consequence. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. So if you are focusing on the character of the agent or the doer, then you are talking about virtue ethics. If you are focusing on the act, whether the act has been followed in regard to a particular duty, then you are talking about deontology. And similarly, if you are focusing on the consequence of the action, then my friend, you are talking about teleology. Is it clear to everyone? Now, this is the basic minimum we wanted to discuss, and as per the questions we are going to see further, I am going to define more and more about virtue ethics, deontology and teleology. But this is the basic minimum, and I hope you understood all the ethical theories well. So now once again, can I go to the first question and can you answer this? Which is true regarding virtue ethics? Now see how you are going to read the question in the real examination. Please try to understand. It is ethical if the act is good. He is talking about act. He is talking about act. Virtue ethics is talking about the character of the agent. So this is wrong. It is ethical if the consequence of the act is good. No, this is wrong, because this is talking about teleology or the consequentialism. C option. It is ethical if the character. So you got the keyword. Sorry. You got the keyword character. So what is going to be the correct answer? C option. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Now you have full confidence. If you are getting a question on virtue ethics, you should not get confused. You should answer it in the best way. See the next question. Now let me give you some more information, because he is talking about utilitarianism. So let me just give you some more information. Let me first talk about deontology. Deontology, it is also called as duty ethics. Sometimes people also used to call one dimension of duty ethics or deontology as right-based ethics. Actually, you can say deontology has two branches. One is duty ethics and one is rights-based ethics. But there is no difference between duty and right. What is your right? That is my duty. Suppose I am working as an executive engineer in a public distribution company. Public distribution company means power distribution company. Now you are living in a particular locality and you are calling the nearby station that why I am not getting electricity. Why you are calling them? Because getting electricity is your right, not the fundamental right, but as per the directive principles of policy, okay, DPSP, getting electricity, the most common facilities from the government, is your right. That is why you are calling the power station. Now, as an executive engineer, your right is my duty. So when you divide deontology in between duty ethics and rights-based ethics, the only difference is that when you are talking about duty, you are talking about one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is rights. What is your right is my duty, and what is my right is that is your duty. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Now deontology says if all the duties are performed while executing an act, then that act is ethical. Now it looks very simple. Yes or no? Suppose this is the problem. This is the problem, and while solving this problem, there can be n number of duties to be followed. There can be n number of duties to be followed. Suppose this is D1 duty, this is D2 duty, can be D3, and so on, and there can be n number of duties. So deontology is saying in the most simple way, practical way, that whatever decision for a particular problem, engineering problem obviously you are going to take, you list out all the duties, you follow all those duties, then we will say that yes, your act is ethical. But there is a problem. What is the problem? Suppose you ask me, sir, you tell me all the important things I have to do 1 year so that next year I am selected. I will tell you, you get the best faculty, best resource, best content, you study for 8 hours daily, don't take a break from your studies, do not discontinue it, read all the important books, read all the and practice all the important previous year questions, this book, that book. Even after doing all these small duties, can you give me the guarantee that next year you will be selected? No, not possible. The same thing applies here. Even if you are doing all the duties, there is a possibility, there may be some loophole, there may be some problems in identifying all the duties. This problem of deontology has been removed by Immanuel Kant. This is the man, this is the man. Who is the man? Who is the man? Immanuel Kant. Immanuel Kant. He gave a very simple philosophy. He says, yes, he says that you don't need to do all the duties. You just need to identify the most important duty, and that duty he is calling as categorical imperative. Categorical imperative. It is a very important word. Till now it is not being asked, but it can be asked this year. So I am writing it important for 2022. If you get a question on this, you should thank me after the examination. Categorical imperative is the most important duty. Is the most important duty. Most important duty. Immanuel Kant is saying you don't focus on all the duties, because there can be possibilities of loopholes. There can be a possibility that you do not identify all the duties, and it is going to be highly subjective. If I decide the list of duties, it is going to be different. If you decide the list of duties, it is going to be different. So he gave the solution. He says you simply focus on the most important duty, and if that duty is followed, then your act is ethical, otherwise unethical. For example, for most of the duties, you can define public welfare and safety. Public welfare and safety as the most important duty to be followed. Yes or no? If this duty is followed, rest all the duties are going to be not important. Is it clear for everybody? Now, the philosophy given by Immanuel Kant was so impressive that this philosophy is also known as Kantian ethics. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section, are you able to follow this? Yes, GBL. Wagmi is saying GBL. Are you getting this? GBL. GBL stands for Gant Banlo. I generally do not write important. Why? Because imp means the son of devil. Rakshas ka bachcha. So I don't like this. I don't like writing this in my books or the notes. Imp. Better write GBL, Gant Panlo. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Are you able to follow this? Are you able to follow this? Are you enjoying the session? Keep sending me heart and fire symbols so that I also remain motivated. Is it clear for everybody? So this is about deontology. Now I'm going to talk about yes, teleology or the consequentialism. This is the last one. This is the last ethical theory. After that we will do the questions. So teleology or consequentialism. So I told you the keyword. What is the keyword? If the consequence of the action is right, if the consequence of the action is ethical, then the whole act is ethical. So what he is saying, if the consequence of the act is good, or you can say right, then the act is ethical. Now it looks very simple. Yes or no? This philosophy looks very simple, that yes, this is the right way. You just see whether the consequence of the action is right or not, and you can decide whether the act is ethical or not. But there is a problem. What is the problem? When you are doing something, you don't know what is going to be the actual consequence. For example, when you are preparing for the examination, suppose you are making 100% efforts to get into the final merit list, but there is a possibility, always there is a possibility. I am not saying that it should happen, but it may happen. This is the reality. So what you should do? You should again try, keep on trying. This is the solution. But while doing a particular act, it is not possible that you can 100% be certain about the consequence. So there is a possibility. When teleology started as a philosophy, it focused on actual consequences. For example, because giving the examples for civil engineering is very easy, so I am giving the civil engineering example. Suppose you are constructing an overbridge in your city as a civil engineer. Now you have done everything right from your side. There is no possibility of error. But the moment it was launched publicly, after some months, it is damaged. And suppose 100 people lost their life. So you should be responsible because you constructed that particular bridge. Yes or no? And if it is damaged, if there is a loss of property or the lives of the people, then you should be taken to the bars. Yes or no? No. Why? Because suppose while constructing that overbridge, you have written a board. Only 100 people can cross this bridge at a time. But we live in India. Every year we produce one Australia. This is our talent. So you are writing on the board only 100 people at a time, but what is happening? 1 lakh people crossing that bridge at a time. So it goes beyond the capacity of the bridge is damaged. But because the consequence of that action is wrong, bad, then should you be held guilty? No, my friend. That is the reason in the starting teleology focused on actual consequences, but later on it focused on intended consequences. Intended consequences. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. So if he is giving you a question, this can be asked in 2020. So GBL, Ghat Bandlo. If he is asking you a question on teleology or the consequentialism and he is giving you 4 options, out of 4 options he is giving you actual consequence and the intended consequences, possible consequences, then you are going to take what is the correct answer. The correct answer is intended consequences. Is it clear? Everybody just tell me in the comment section. Yes, you will be getting the PDF in my Telegram channel, other faculty's Telegram channel also. At the end of my session, fag end of my session, I will tell you the Telegram link. Is it clear for everybody? Now, Listen carefully. Teleology can be divided into three categories. First one is egoism. Second one is altruism, and the third one is utilitarianism. Listen very carefully. Egoism has a root word ego. Ego means self. So when your self-interest is more important, when you are focusing on self-interest, then you are talking about the philosophy of egoism. But let me tell you, egoism is not about being selfish. Egoism is not about being selfish. It is not being selfish. It is not at all being selfish. And I give you one quote also so that you can remember it. What is that quote? दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद की जय करो. If you don't understand this, because it is basically in Hindi, that is why I am telling you, you understand that it's not about being selfish. It's about that you put your interest first. Once you are going to stand, then only you can do something for others. Yes or no? Altruism means others' interest of others. I propose virtue ethics. Why you are worried about who proposed virtue ethics? They are not going to ask you about virtue ethics. There are basically two important thinkers on virtue ethics. The first one is Plato and the second one is Aristotle, but we don't have that much time to discuss about that. In between, when we are going to deal with the questions, we will discuss some of the important concepts. Is it clear? Altruism means others' interest. Utilitarianism, it says interest of all, including your interest also. Are you getting this? This is your interest. This is others' interest. Your interest first, others' interest first. And this is yours and others' interest together. Are you getting what is this utilitarianism? Is it clear? Now, utilitarianism we are going to define further. Utilitarianism I am going to define further into three categories. Number one is hedonistic utilitarianism. Then we have act utilitarianism. And then we have rule utilitarianism. Is it clear for everybody? Now, hedonistic utilitarianism, this is very interesting. Let us try to understand this. What is hedonistic utilitarianism? Hedonistic utilitarianism is based on the philosophy of hedonism. What is the philosophy of hedonism? Hedonism says that physical pleasure is the ultimate aim of human life. Physical pleasure is the ultimate aim of human life. There has been a similar philosophy or thought in Indian system of philosophy Indian system of philosophy. What is Indian system of philosophy regarding to hedonism? That is called as Charvak. Charvak philosophy. This philosophy also, and this is even older. This is even older. Charvak philosophy. It belongs to 6th century BC. 6th century BC. That was the time when Buddhism and Jainism were transforming slowly into the religion. There were 64 sects. Out of those 64 sects, one was Buddhism, one was Jainism, and some other was Charvak philosophy. So it is also, this is extreme hedonism. Extreme hedonism. I will tell you a simple thing, so that if you are getting a question like this, you can understand and you can answer that even if you have not read it. If you see the Indian system of philosophy, it is very interesting. Whatever philosophy you are going to find in any part of the world where humans are living, some trace of that philosophy you will find one way or the other way in the Indian system of philosophy also. Are you getting this? And how India has nurtured into this complex system of philosophy. How? Because whenever somebody comes from outside, we Indians, we are very much you can say infatuated or in love with our guest. We are the lovers of the guest. We love our guest. We respect them like God. Atithi Devo Bhava. You will not see this philosophy any other part of this world with this much passion. We treat our guest as God. So whosoever comes in the Indian subcontinent, we are ready to adopt the good practices of their culture. And that is how India as a philosophy hub, the center of the world, has evolved. And you should take pride that you belong to this great country. Are you getting this? Jai Hind. Are you getting this? So everybody just write Jai Hind in the comment section once again. So this is about hedonistic utilitarianism. Next one is act utilitarianism. What is act utilitarianism? Let us talk about act utilitarianism. Act utilitarianism says that you divide a particular act into number of smaller acts. Number of smaller acts. You divide it into number of smaller acts. And for every act, you predict a consequence, intended consequence, yes or no? See how I am teaching you ethics like an engineer. Are you getting this? Are you getting this, my friend? Yes. Now he is saying you check for every consequence with the golden principle. What is the golden principle? What is the golden principle? The golden principle is the greatest happiness of the greatest number. The greatest happiness of the greatest number. Is it clear for everybody? So what you are doing in the act utilitarianism, you are dividing the whole act into smaller acts. For every individual act, you see what is going to be the intended consequence, and that intended consequence you are going to check with the golden principle. What is the golden principle? The name is golden principle. You remember it. It may come in your examination. This golden principle is about the greatest happiness of the greatest number. So guys, your favorite and my favorite Abhinav Negi sir is in the session. Thank you so much, sir, for coming in the session. It's an honor. It's an honor for me, and it's a delight for our students. Everybody just say hi to Abhinav Negi sir. He's not just a great faculty. He's a great human being as a person. Thank you so much, sir. Are you getting this? So this is act utilitarianism. Now coming to rule utilitarianism. Rule utilitarianism. Now see what is happening. Rule utilitarianism says utilitarianism. It says that don't divide the act into smaller acts, Okay, the first thing. Why? Because I told you. Yes, sir, definitely. So all the candidates, all the civil candidates, today 11:15, sir is going to have a great session. The expected rank versus your expected gate marks. So this is going to be very important so that you can judge your future. You can judge. You can plan what is going to be your future course of action in terms of your career path. So this is going to be a very important session tonight, 11:15. It is going to be very, very important session. Okay. So the first thing he's saying in rule utilitarianism is that you do not divide the act into a smaller act. The whole act you have to consider together, and you don't talk about the consequence, rather you talk about the best rule to be followed. The best rule to be followed. Now it looks quite similar with the duty ethics given by Immanuel Kant. Immanuel Kant is saying that you focus on the most important duty, that is categorical imperative. And here the philosopher is talking about the most important duty, but it is different. How it is different? In the duty ethics, the most important duty or the categorical imperative given by Immanuel Kant, his focus is on the act. Whereas when rule utilitarianism is talking about the best rule, his focus is where? His focus is on the consequence. Focus is on the consequence. Is it clear for everybody? Focus on the consequence. This is the difference between these two. Is it clear? Is it clear, everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Are you getting this? Everybody just tell me in the comment section. Just give me a moment. Let me just plug in my system. Let me just plug in my system. Just give me a moment. So the problem occurred, no problem. We'll just continue. Don't worry. Just give me a moment, okay? Can you wait for just 1 minute? Just wait for a moment, okay? Just wait for a moment. The only fear I am having is that what we have discussed should not be gone. Just give me a moment. So just tell me in the comment section, are you able to cope up with the session? Okay. Today no break. Okay, you can enjoy your snacks, tea while having the session. Just a moment. Yes. Just a moment, friends. Just a moment. So no problem. I have some old PPT that I can give you. I have some old PPT because I think that is gone, and I will check whether it can be recovered or not. I will check. If it is recovered, I will share with you. Otherwise, I have some other PPT Yes, that I can share with you. Is it okay? Is it clear, everybody? So what we were discussing, I forgot. This question we have done. First question we have done. Virtue ethics, C option. It is ethical if the character of the agent is good. Okay, so we were discussing this question, second question, and we were talking about this. Let me just write here again. We were talking about utilitarianism. Utilitarianism. Whenever you are doing something good and you get lot of challenges, lot of obstacles, if you are getting, you please understand that God is giving you a symbol that you are on the right path. If you are getting challenges, you understand you are on the right path. So it means God is telling us that we are on the right path. Yes or no? First one is hedonistic utilitarianism. Hedonistic utilitarianism. We almost discussed this. One more point I want to add, that is why I am making this. Second one is act utilitarianism. And the third one is rule utilitarianism. The only thing I want to add here is that Jeremy Bentham was the philosopher who talked about hedonistic utilitarianism and act utilitarianism, whereas rule utilitarianism was talked about by John Stuart Mill. John Stuart Mill, J.S. Mill. I hope you understood the explanation for these ethical theories. Yes or no? You understood the explanation for these theories? Okay, so let us go to this question. Now, can you answer this? If you believe in making decisions for, see, golden principle is written here, good of the most of the people, you can be described as following which school of thought? Teleology, yes, but not exactly teleology, the sub-classification of teleology, that is utilitarianism. Are you getting this? Everybody just tell me in the comment section. Mona Lisa Brahma. So many people live, but I am getting very limited comments. Why? Are you having tea or snacks? Stop it and focus here. Okay. See the next question. A teleological approach to business ethics. Business ethics. What is business ethics? A branch of applied ethics. A branch of applied ethics. We'll be going a little faster now because we are done with some of the basic concepts, and now we have to do a lot of questions, and we have limited time. Okay, I think we started at 2:30. Okay, so we have 2 hours, so let us try to complete in that, so that the next faculty is very respected Suraj Gopi sir is going to continue with the next subject. Yes, he is saying the teleological approach to business ethics proposes that the guiding principle should be practice, maybe, people, maybe, yes, purpose, yes, perfectly correct, power cannot be. Practice one way or the other way can be linked to the business ethics, the best of the practices. Okay, people can be focused. If you are people centric, then also you are doing a good business, you are doing an ethical business, no problem with that. But the major focus is on the purpose. What is the purpose? Your purpose is going to decide whether you are following the guiding principles of the business ethics or not. Is it clear for everybody? Go to the next question. The ethical theory which considers the intention of the person. See. Now it is confusing. Intention of the person, the means, and the nature of the act itself. Are you getting this? This question is very confusing. A lot of people can confuse in this because he is talking about the intention of the person. Now what is intention? Some people can confuse with the intended consequence also, but you have to read further. Means methods, whether you are following the duty or not. And what is that duty? Nature of the act, the most important duty, categorical imperative. Are you getting this? So what is going to be the final answer to this? This is going to be duty ethics. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Are you getting this? How it can be see Baba? How it can be see Baba? Intention of the person choose. That is why I am saying it is very confusing. But the focus is on the act. Focus is not on the consequence, bhaiya. Focus is on the nature of the act. Now I will give you one more important concept from duty ethics. Suppose you are getting this term, intuition. Are you getting this? If you are getting this term, intuition. If you are taking a decision, any ethical decision you are taking on the basis of your intuition. You know what is intuition? You know what is intuition? You know what is intuition? Should I tell you what is intuition? I don't know how many of you have visited zoo. Have you visited zoo? In your city or in your place nearby, have you visited zoo? Zoo, park, yes? Now I don't know how many of you have this fear. When I was a small kid, I always have this intuition that if I'm going to the zoo, there is a possibility that the tiger or the lion, they may come out and I have to face them. Are you getting this? I don't know whether you have this kind of feeling when you were, now obviously you are mature, but when you were a small kid. So this is called intuition. Before something is happening, the moment you are in that situation, your mind tells you that there is a possibility this may happen. That is called as intuition. The moment you get this, intuition based ethics is nothing but duty ethics. Intuition based ethics is nothing but duty ethics. Now you will say, sir, how it is related? Let me tell you. When you are having any intuition, it is all because that is already being feeded in your system, in your brain. If you see a video on mobile, YouTube or somewhere that the person was going to zoo and somehow the tiger came out and attacked him. So already that information is given to the backside of your brain. That is why you can have intuition. So what is duty? Duty is already feeded in your brain. So when you are doing something, there is an intuition coming that if I do this, this will happen. If I do this, this will happen. So I must follow the right path. So even if you are following your intuition, at the end of the day, that intuition is nothing but the duty which is fed inside your brain from behind. Already that duty is going to be in your brain. That is why you are getting this kind of intuition. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Made possible is saying, sir, intuition and illusion are same. No, my friend. No, my friend. Illusion is a illusion, you can say, is a feeling of state of confusion. State of confusion. When you are going in the darkness, you are thinking that there can be some devil is going to attack on me, but that is not true. Intuition is about real possibilities. Intuition is about real possibilities. Intuition talks about real possibilities which can happen in real life. Now if you are thinking about some angel stories or something like that which is not real, then it's going to be illusion. It is going to be illusion. Is it clear for everybody? Is it clear, everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Next one. Ethics really boils down to a cost-benefit analysis. Cost-benefit analysis means what? If you are following this philosophy, greatest happiness of the greatest number. greatest happiness of the greatest number. My friend, this is the golden principle. As per the utilitarianism philosophy of golden principle, you can call slavery. You know what is slavery? Slavery is going to be an ethical act. Why? Because the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Few people are going to act as slaves, and the lot of the society, lot of the people in the society, they are going to be benefited from their services. Yes or no? So if you are focusing only on the majority of the people, then what is going to happen with the minority of the people? But utilitarianism is saying no. It's not that simple. It's about the cost benefit analysis. You cannot make an omelette without breaking the egg. If you want to enjoy the omelette, you have to break the egg. That is okay. But you have to break only that egg inside which there is no life. Please try to understand this. A lot of people are saying, oh, he is eating egg. He has killed. No, he has not killed. Why? Because these are farm eggs. They are supposed to be eaten. But if you are eating an egg which has some life, then that is going to be unethical. I'm just trying to make this clear for you. What is the cost benefit analysis as per the golden principle? It's not that simple that slavery is going to be an ethical act. No. Why? Because you have to do that cost benefit analysis. Okay, a lot of people are getting the benefit of slavery as an act, but what is going to happen with the minority? Are you getting this? Tell me in the comment section. So it is going to be followed by which philosophy? Utilitarianism. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Are you able to follow this? Virtue ethics. Now I think you are going to be an expert on virtue ethics. Some candidate was asking me, sir, who propounded the idea of virtue ethics? You can't take one simple name, but I will tell you that virtue ethics, Plato gave the concept of, he said that virtues are by birth. Virtues are by birth. And he gave 4 cardinal virtues. First one is prudence. Second one is courage. Third one is temperance. And the fourth one is justice. These are the 4 cardinal values. You can get a question on this. Prudence is about cognition. Cognition means some people are calling prudence as knowledge also. And they are questioning that how knowledge can be by birth. People are questioning that some people are calling prudence as knowledge also. But it is the very limited understanding of the word prudence. Prudence actually means cognition. Cognition means cognitive ability. What does it mean, cognitive ability? When you use your brain to have some reason, logic, rationality, then you are talking about cognition. You will see there are some people who don't worry about this reason, logic, rationality, and there are some people who ask hell lot of questions, thousands questions. So he says that virtues are by birth. Then courage. Courage means to stand in the face of the challenges. See, being courageous is not about having the muscle strength. There can be a weak person also, and he also can be a courageous person if he is able to stand in the face of the challenges in the life. That is very important virtue. Temperance. Temperance means moderation. Moderation. Balance. Avoiding extremes. Avoiding extremes. This is temperance. Now comes justice. Justice, you know what is that. We have discussed what is justice. The other thinker who talked about virtue is Aristotle. Aristotle says that virtues are not by birth. He says these are acquired. Now you will be confused who is right, whether Plato is right or whether, yes, Mahatma Gandhi, yes, 4 heart chambers, AKG, you are right. I think you have attended the session. Now see, now you will be confused who is right, Plato is right or Aristotle is right. So you have to understand both are right in their own context. During the time of Plato, the time was very frequent wars were happening. So Plato did not wanted anarchy in the society, in the state. Anarchy, what is the meaning of anarchy? When there is no rule which is followed by everyone. Everybody is doing whatsoever they want. Okay. Are you getting this? Everybody tell me in the comment section. Now, the same thing is happening to Aristotle in a different way. During the time of Aristotle, there was comparatively more stability in the state. So, Aristotle was trying that why not people who are out of the aristocracy, they can also come to the ruling positions. So, he is saying no, virtues are not by birth. Anybody can attain virtues by their efforts, by getting some required skills, so they can be acquired also. Is it clear for everybody? Are you getting this? Now answer this question. Virtue ethics assumes good businesses will make good decisions. Okay. Assumes good governments will enforce good ethical practices on their business. Assumes good persons. Character. He is talking about character. If you have the master key, you can deal with the questions very easily in ethics also. If you have the master key. What is the master key? Virtue, you are dealing with the character. You are interested in the character of the person who is doing the act. So C is going to be the correct. Are you getting this? Now read D option also. He is saying assumes good persons will make good decisions, but it has nothing to do with the personal qualities. Wrong. Virtue ethics is all about personal qualities. That is why he is talking about character. See the next question. Which of the following is not a moral dilemma? You please understand what is a moral dilemma. Moral dilemma. Suppose this is a decision making problem. This is a decision making problem. Now there can be n number of solutions to solve this problem of decision making. Yes or no? There can be n number of solutions. Now every single solution is going to be driven by a moral value. Yes or no? If you are following S1 solution, then you are following M1 moral rule. If you are following S2 solution, you are following M2 moral rule. And similarly, if you are following S3, suppose you are following M3 moral rule. If you are following Sn, you are following Mn moral rule. Now out of these n solutions, finally suppose you have decided that these are the two best solutions, Si, Sk. I am taking as a random one, just to make you understand like engineers understand things. For Si solution, you are having Mi moral value, and for Sk solution, you are having Mk moral value. Now finally you are deciding that these two are the best decisions. Out of these two, one you can follow. Now what is the problem? The problem is if you go with this solution, you are following this moral rule, but you are not following this moral rule. Are you getting this? In the same manner, if you are deciding this as the final solution, then you are following this moral rule. But what about this moral rule? So moral dilemma is going to be a situation in which whatever decision you take, at least one moral rule you are not going to follow. And that is the problem. You are not able to finally take a decision. The simple keyword for moral dilemma that I can give you, that in moral dilemma, better of the two evils you have to select. Better of the two evils. Better of the two evils. You have to decide in between the better of the two evils. Both are wrong. If you don't follow this moral rule, this is also wrong. If you don't follow this moral rule, this is also wrong. But you can take only one solution. So this is the situation of moral dilemma. So he is saying problem of vagueness? No. Vagueness means when you don't have the information? No. Problem of conflicting regions? Yes. This is going to be the right answer. Problem of disagreement? No. Problem of resources? No. Are you getting this? Everybody tell me in the comment section why you are giving me C as the option. Why you are giving me C as the, what happened to you? Mona Lisa is saying problem of resources. Resources are never going to be a problem. We have a hell lot of resources. My God, you have broken my heart. So can you send me some more hearts and more fire symbols to motivate me again? So you have done injustice to me. This can't be the way. Anyways, next question. Society has attached a special meaning to the term professional. Who is a professional? I told you who is a professional. You remember that? Professional word is made of a root word, and that root word is profess. The root word is profess. The word profess, the literal meaning of the word profess is, yes, lot of hearts. The literal meaning of the word profess is a very high level of commitment. Very high level of commitment. Very high level of commitment. Are you getting this? And this is the difference between a profession and a job. Yes? He's saying previous session you gave the answer as problem of resources. I don't think so, but if it happened, that is only going to be a mistake. That is not intentional. That may be a mistake from my side. But I don't feel so. I don't feel so. Please check your source from where you are telling this. I'm not sure. I don't say that you are 100% wrong. But if I have done this mistake, this is a common human error, not intentional. But I hope you are getting the concept. A job is a job where you are getting some monetary benefits out of certain services you are providing. Yes or no? Yuvraj Singh is saying macro ka question hai. We have the question for micro and macro. Don't worry. Okay. We have almost 51 questions. Let us see how much fast we can finish. Okay. We have a lot of questions. Don't worry. Just keep on enjoying the session, and please like the session here. How many times I'm saying that? Please do not forget to like the session. Okay. Do not forget to like it. Listen. Let us talk about professional. Now, on the other side, a profession is going to be, let me tell you, a job with a very high level of commitment. You are not simply getting the monetary benefits out of providing some services, but at the same time, you feel some sense of ownership and responsibility for that particular job. Are you getting this? Are you getting this? What is the difference between profession and job? Now, something can be called as a profession. Something can be called as a profession if it follows the following conditions. Number one, a minimum training and skill is required. Yes or no? The first thing you have to do is you have to complete your BTech. Yes or no? If you don't complete your BTech, it means you don't have the basic minimum qualification. After that, when you go for the job, there is some training before entering the job, before job training, and there is some on-job training also. So both basic minimum training and skill is required to get into a job, which can be called as a profession. Number one. Number two, a very high level of commitment. Very high level of commitment. Very high level of commitment. Third, can be practiced individually. Can be practiced individually. Now you see, the best example for professionals is going to be lawyers and doctors. You will see doctors open their own clinic and they prescribe medicine. Lawyers open their own chambers and they prescribe the legal advice. In the same way, we are defining a profession where an individual can practice individually also. This is also one important criteria. Number four, there must be a body. There must be a body. Body means some system of individuals, body, to protect their rights. To protect their rights. Now you remember, very recently when there was a debate between Ayurvedic and allopathic medicine, you see the doctors community, they got united. They got united. Why? Because there is a body. There is a body. ICMR, I think the name of the body is ICMR. So these are some of the important criterias. If anything has to come under the category of profession, the individuals must have a basic minimum training and skill. There must be a very high level of commitment, and this can be practiced individually also, and there must be a body to protect their rights also. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Is it clear, everybody? So see, professional. A professional is someone who has passed a qualifying exam to enter the job market. This may be right. Person who is expected to conduct himself or herself at a high level of commitment than the requirements of the society's laws and regulations. This is going to be the final correct answer. C, any person who receives pay for the services performed. No, this is job. Someone who has both an education in the trade. No, wrong. So B is going to be the correct answer. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Yes, everybody. See the next question. Match list 1 and list 2 and select the correct answers by using the following codes. Let us talk about moral, amoral, non-moral. See, there can be moral. Moral means talking about right and wrong. Then there can be immoral. No, not right and wrong. Moral is about right. If something is right, then it is moral. When something is wrong, it is immoral. Then comes amoral. Amoral means someone who do not have a sense of sense of right or wrong. What are the examples? Children. Suppose you are playing with children, you give him knife, he can hurt himself, herself also, and he can hurt you also. Why? Because they don't have a sense of right and wrong, because they don't know if I put the knife inside your tummy, what is going to happen. They treat it as a play. Are you getting this? Similarly, people who are having some mental disability, you see, what most of the people who are put behind the bars because of some particular crime they have done, what is the first thing they are going to do? Their advocates are going to do. Their advocates are going to prove in the court of law that they are not mentally healthy. That is the first thing. Anyways, I'm just telling you. The next thing is non-moral. What is non-moral? What is non-moral? Non-moral is in general, non-moral is basically non-living things. Non-living things. Generally, I'm saying generally, okay? Non-living things. Non-living things means which out of the realm of right and wrong. For example, a car. Can you tell me whether a particular car is going to be moral, immoral or not? No, you can't say. Suppose a speeding car is going, you can't say that this is immoral. Why? Because someone may be driving fast to take somebody to the hospital. And even if somebody is driving fast, the car is not the deciding factor. The car is just a machine. How you are using that machine, that act can be defined as moral or immoral, but car as an object is beyond the scope of right and wrong. Suppose you have a beautiful painting. Now you cannot say this painting is immoral. Why? Because painting is a piece of art. It's all about aesthetics. It's about your taste. Suppose I draw two lines. That may be a bad artwork for you, but that may be the greatest picture of this universe. The beauty lies in the eyes, not in the painting. Do you understand this? Are you getting this? So this is going to be the classification between moral, immoral, amoral and non-moral. So let us try to answer this. What is moral? Moral means related to right or wrong. Amoral means having no moral sense. Non-moral means out of the realm of morality. So it is going to be 1, 3, 2. 1, 3, 2. B is going to be the correct answer. Yes. Perfect. See the next question. Values are only subjective. Wrong. Values can be subjective also. Values can be objective also at the same time. Are you getting this? I think this do not need any explanation. You understand this. What is objective? Objective means something which is based on facts. Subjective means which is a value. Divide of fact. Something which is normative. That is called as subjective. Normative, do not spit here. It is not a fact. It is subjective. If I am reading this statement, do not spit here, normative sense, I may not spit there. Somebody else, he is watching, okay, do not spit here. So across all the places, he is saying do not spit here. It means this is the place where people used to spit, so I will spit here. So there is going to be subjectivity. Are you getting this? But he is saying values are only objective. No, not possible. Only subjective, not possible. Relatively stable with time. Yes. Values are not going to change very fast. It is not that today night when I am sleeping my values are different. Today morning when I am waking up I am completely different person. It is not possible. It is only possible in fiction. It is only possible in movies. in web series, but it is not possible in real life. Are you getting this? Tell me in the comment section. Yes or no? Always positive? No. Values may be negative. Values may be negative. Patriarchy. Patriarchy is a value. Purush Pradhan Samaj. But it is a negative value. Are you getting this? When males are going to dominate the society, the family, then it is called patriarchy. Patriarchy is a value, but it is not always positive. Are you getting this? There must be a balance between both the genders. Okay. That is why we say that there must be gender sensitization. We must be gender sensitive. Anyways, so only 3 is going to be the correct option. C is the correct option. Next, if you believe in making decisions for, I think this already we have done, utilitarianism. Yes or no? Already with this question we have done. Yes or no? Next question. This also we have done. Purpose. I don't know why I have taken these questions again. This also we have done. Duty ethics. Maybe some duplicacy has been done. No problem. Cost benefit analysis, C option. We have more questions, don't worry. This also we have done. This also we have done. Problem of conflicting regions. Some questions I think I have copied once again. So don't worry, we have more questions. This also we have done. Yes or no? B option. This also we have done. 1, 3, 2. 5, 6 questions I have copied. I don't know how. Only 3. This also we have done. Yes. Now we got the new question. What is the summum bonum? What is the meaning of summum bonum? Please try to understand. Summum bonum is a word which means the highest ideal to be followed. Summum bonum is a word which means the highest ideal to be followed. Now what is this? Let us try to understand. When you are dealing with ethics, you are confused whether to follow ethics, religion, or the law. There is a difference between ethics and law. What is the difference? In our country, the person who is committing the theft, he is not going to be called as a thief. The person who is committing the theft and he is held for that act, it is going to be called as thief. चोरी करने की सजा नहीं है बाबू, चोरी करके पकड़े जाने की सजा है. Are you getting this? So this is the difference between ethics and law. Even if law is not going to take its own course, if something wrong you have done, definitely as per the ethics, it is going to be wrong. Definitely as per the ethics, this is going to be wrong. So ethics is going to be more and more at a higher level than the law. Let us compare Listen, Mandeep. Do not get emotional. Don't get emotional. Don't get emotional. Okay, be practical. Yuvraj will be doing PYQ also. Don't worry. Everything is there. Everything is here. Don't worry. Don't worry. Just keep your emotions intact and keep your focus at the right place. So ethics and law you understood. Who is going to take the first priority? Ethics. Now let us talk about ethics and religion. Now religion is going to be a very sensitive issue to be discussed in India. But we have to discuss it because it is coming in our examination. So we have the full right to talk about religion. Now if you have a dilemma, whether you should follow the standard behavior as per ethics or you have to follow the standard behavior as per religion, then I would suggest you that you please follow the standard behavior as per ethics. Now you will ask me, sir, why? I am not saying that religion is going to be inferior to ethics. They are almost at the same level. But the problem is, when you talk about religion, most of the people, they understand religion with their symbols. I'm talking about the common people. I'm not talking about intellectuals. I'm not talking about the enlightened ones. They are more focusing on the symbols from which a religion is identified. The idea of symbolism. And that is the reason, if you are going to have religion as the guiding principle, when you are dealing with your profession, I'm talking about profession, I'm not talking about personal life, then there may be some problems, because you may come from a different religion and the other person may come from a different religion. So that symbolic understanding of the religion is going to play a very, very difficult situation. To avoid this conflict, we are not saying, I'm not saying that ethics is going to be superior than religion. I'm saying religion is going to be at par with the ethics, or ethics is going to be at par with the religion. But if you have to decide in between these two what you are going to follow in your profession, your choice should always be ethics, because ethics is going to be same for everyone. It does not have any religious symbols. So there are no differences. What is going to be ethically right for me, that is going to be ethically right for you also. And religion is going to be your personal choice. Are you getting this? Everybody tell me in the comment section. Now, I will ask you a very interesting question. This is ethics and this is law. This is society 1. This is society 1 and this is society 2. This is ethics and this is law. Now in one case, one society, the overlapping area is very limited, whereas in society 2 the overlapping area is very large. Now you tell me which society you are going to decide as your final home, where you want to choose to live, society 1 or society 2. Which society is going to be a better place? The overlapping between ethics and law is less, and the overlapping between ethics and law is very, very large. I am going to decide this society as the best society or better society. This society as a better society. Why? Because more laws means what? More laws means what? More crimes are happening. Yes, Rajshri, you are right. Suppose there is no rape happening in our society. So do you need any particular law on rape? No, because nobody is committing rape. So why to make a law on rape? Are you getting this? More laws means more crime in the society. So definitely the overlapping between ethics and law has to be minimum, but it should not be zero. I will tell you why. It should not be zero. Why? Because ethics, until some standards of ethics, if they are not backed by law, then it is very difficult to manage human population. So definitely it should not be like this. It should not be like this. This society is not a practical society. This is not a practical society. It means the society, this society where there is no overlapping between the ethics and law, it means this is not going to be happening in a practical world. Are you getting this? Everybody just tell me in the comment section. Is it clear? So let us read this. Summum bonum means what? Summum bonum means the morality is inferior to religion. Wrong. Morality is the highest ideal to be pursued even beyond religion. Yes. Morality is equivalent to religion. You can't say. What is going to be the correct answer? B option. Morality is going to be given priority, pursued even beyond religion. B is the correct option. Is it clear for everybody? Just tell me in the comment section. Are you able to follow this? See the next question. According to the concept of moral intensity, what do you mean by moral intensity? Please try to understand the concept of moral intensity. Suppose you have two situations. Situation 1 and you have situation 2. The situation 1 consequence is small and this consequence is huge. Are you getting this? Suppose you have two situations. In one situation, made possible is saying, but sir, more ethical values. Ethical values are never going to be a problem. Are you getting this? Because ethical values and moral values both are going to be interrelated and they come from the society. Are you getting this? Whenever there is going to be a problem in the society, new morals and ethical values are going to be created over a period of time. Ethical values and moral values are not going to be a problem. The problem is if there is a very high overlapping area between ethics and law, means lot of crimes are happening in the society and this is not a good society which we aspire for. Are you getting this? Now suppose you have two situations. In these two situations, the same person, if he is in two situations, in situation 1 the consequence is smaller. The consequence is small. Here the consequence is huge. So the same person who is going to act in these two situations, in this situation the moral intensity is going to be low. Here moral intensity is high. And when your moral intensity is high, there is high chances of moral behavior. Now I am not giving you any religious comment, I am just take it as an objective statement. This is just to make you understand. If you see Lord Krishna, he and his friends, childhood friends, they used to steal butter from the neighborhood, but they are not treated as thief. Why? Because consequence is small. Consequence is small. Are you getting this? When the consequence is small, the behavior, it is not, the consequence is small, then the behavior you cannot predict whether it is going to be followed by the moral behavior or not. But when the stakes are high, when the consequence is very, very huge, then the possibility of getting the moral behavior is very high. And that is why we say that a leader is a person who can make his subordinate aware about the consequences of the action. Are you getting this? Tell me in the comment section, what is moral intensity? Are you getting the concept of moral intensity? He is saying, according to the concept of moral intensity, a worker is most likely to behave ethically and legally when the manager observes his behavior closely. Wrong. Worker has intense moral. Wrong. The consequences of the act are minor. Wrong. When the consequences of the act are substantial. D is the correct option. Is it clear for everybody? Is it clear for everybody? Tell me in the comment section. Next question. Same question I am getting again and again. What is happening? Yes, main purpose of code of ethics. Now you have to understand the difference between code of ethics and code of conduct. Code of conduct is going to focus on general behavior, manners or etiquette, how to sit properly, how to wear your tie, how to wear your dress, yes or no, how you should be your body posture when you are going for your office. So all these small behavior, general behaviors, they come under the purview of code of conduct. It is written in the board, office notice board, that you should be wearing, on schools also, you should be wearing black shoes, you should be wearing brown shoes, in some offices, maybe some other. And when you are going to the road, it is written you should not overtake from the left. Why? General instruction. But ethics deals with big decisions. Code of ethics, big decisions affecting life of significant people. Now when I am coming to this class, even if I am wearing a tie or not, even if I am wearing a shirt or I am wearing a blazer, even if I am wearing a pant or I am wearing a lungi, is that any difference? No. Why? Because the dress I am going to wear is not going to affect the way I am going to teach you. Are you getting this? But if I teach you wrong, that will come under code of ethics. Why? Because I am going to play with your future. If dress I am doing something here and there, no problem. What is my main job? Main job is to deliver the right content to the students. Are you getting this? So ethics is all about big decisions affecting the life of significant people. Is it clear for everybody? Tell me in the comment section. Now he's saying code of ethics deals with to improve the image of the engineering profession. Wrong. Protecting the public. Yes, you can say this. This is right. You can say right. Conform to the tradition. No, it's not about tradition. Conform to the tradition established. No, wrong. So what is the correct one? Protect the public. Is it clear for everybody? Tell me in the comment section. Next question. What is meant by conflict of interest? Now please understand what is conflict of interest. You may get a question on this. Conflict of interest, I am writing like this. Nobody should be a judge. Nobody, no one. Nobody should be a judge in his or her own case. I'm just giving you a statement, key statement, so that you understand what is conflict of interest. Now I will give you one example. Suppose some of your friend is coming to you at some fine evening and he is saying that you are the director in some particular office, some particular department, and my son or my daughter is going to appear for the interview in which you are going to be one of the panelists. So do some favor. Are you getting this? Definitely you will be getting the complete PDF at the end. At the end of my session, I will tell you the Telegram link so that you can find the PDF. Okay? Are you getting this? So conflict of interest means that there is a possibility that somebody who is in a position of power, he can misuse that power. Are you getting this, everybody? See, it is a Maha marathon class. My duration was 2 hours, which is going to be, I am trying to complete it by 5. So let me just check it. I'm trying to complete it by 5. And after me, nepotism is different, I will tell you. After me, Suraj Gopi sir. is going to take over, but it will take around 15-20 minutes. I am going to be a little faster, but and some questions, if they are remaining, that I will be giving you the PDF. You can practice them. They are previous year questions. You can discuss those questions with me on the Telegram also. Okay. You can search it on Google. Here, I am not Google. Are you getting this? Now, COI can be three types: perceived conflict of interest, potential conflict of interest, and then we have actual conflict of interest. Actual conflict of interest. Now please understand, perceived conflict of interest means the seeds are sown. I am just giving you one example. The seeds are sown. It means the possibility is very high. The possibility is very high that conflict of interest may happen. Potential conflict of interest means seeds are watered and you can say nurtured. When the seeds are watered or the nurtured, when the sunshine is there, when the fertilizer is there, it has become potential COI. Here also you can stop this. You can also stop this at this stage. You can also stop this at this stage. But if you reach to this state, actual conflict of interest, it means what? Fruits are grown. Fruits are grown. This is just a way to make you understand. Seeds are sown means there is a possibility that conflict of interest may happen. Now those seeds are watered and nourished, then potential conflict of interest, the possibility of getting conflict of interest situation is extremely high. You can stop it at this stage, you can stop it at this stage, but this stage means already the situation is over. The act is done. What act? Conflict of interest. Is it clear for everybody? Tell me in the comment section. What is conflict of interest? Being interested in many subjects, wrong. Hobbies interfering education, wrong. Least interest in the wrong. A conflict between the private interest means your interest, and the official responsibility of a person in a position of trust. D is going to be the correct answer. Yes, Mona Lisa. Are you getting this? Next question. What is nepotism? Nepotism means chacha bhatija wad in Hindi. But in general, you can understand nepotism means when you give priority, when you give priority to your kins, you can say relatives, okay, anyway related to you, relatives, over merit. When your focus is not on merit, when your focus is on the contacts, who is related to me some way or the other way, then you are talking about nepotism. The just opposite of nepotism is meritocracy. The concept of meritocracy is given by whom? I told you earlier, it is Michael Young. Michael Young gave the concept of meritocracy, where merit is going to be more important than your contacts, than your relations, personal relations. Are you getting this? Undermining the moral of the worker, wrong. Harassment, wrong. Wrong. Hiring friends or relatives and showing favoritism in the work. This is nepotism. Is it clear for everybody? Next question. When should the whistle blowing be attempted? Now please understand. What is whistle blowing? In short, I will tell you. Whistle blowing. what is whistle blowing? Just give me a moment. I will just have some water and I will just get back to you. Just one moment, okay? So stay connected. Just answer me this question. I will just come back. Yes, sorry everyone. Can we continue now? Yes, made possible. Listen. Please understand what is whistle blowing. See, when you blow the whistle, when you are supposed to blow the whistle, you remember that great movie Titanic? Yes, AKG, you are right. When you blow the whistle, you remember that movie Titanic? Yes. When the Rose was whistling to get some help. Why she was whistling? Because she was not able to handle that particular situation either herself or with anybody else. Then you have to whistle, na? So when you are working in an organization where you find something big, bad thing is happening and you feel very helpless, what is the first thing you do? The first thing you do is you go to some immediate authority and you say, sir, this is happening and I don't want to be associated with this. That person says, shut up and do your work. Then what is happening? You are going to the higher authorities. You are complaining, sir, this wrong is happening in our department. I have reported this to my immediate manager. What to do? Can you help me in this? Now the moment you say this, you see your big boss, very senior manager, he started smiling. Why? Because he's also involved in that. Now you feel suffocated. You know what is happening is wrong, but you don't have the authority, you don't have channels to stop this or to communicate it to someone within the organization. In this situation, when you have nothing else to do, you blow the whistle. Are you getting this? But let me tell you, in India, right now, whistle blowing is a very dangerous act. You remember Satyendra Dubey? You remember? Yes or no? What happened to him? Engineering services officer who blew the whistle against the, I think, sand mafia. Yes or no? Something was related. Anyways, so whistle blowing, you have to go for whistle blowing when you have these conditions fulfilled: need, proximity, capability, last resort. These are the 4 conditions. If they are fulfilled, then only you should go for the whistle blowing. What is need? It is not that your colleague is drinking 1 extra coffee in the evening You are calling the media, oh, see, this is my colleague, he is my colleague. He is drinking extra coffee, only one coffee is allowed. He is drinking 2 coffees. So you have to understand the need. The situation which you want to take for you want to blow the whistle, that should be very significant. That must be impacting the life of significant number of people. It is not just a small thing that you can blow the whistle. So the first thing you have to check is the need. Second thing is proximity. You can only blow the whistle when the wrong thing is happening in some department to which you are directly related. Are you getting this? It is not that somebody called you on phone, oh, this is happening in that particular department 500 kilometers away, and you are not related to that department. Even within the same office, if you are not related to that department, someone is just telling you on phone and you are saying blow the whistle. No. You should be 100% sure that you are somehow related with that situation. Proximity. Capability. See, blowing the whistle is not just one step. It is just the start of a series of steps, infinite steps. Because most of the time when something wrong is done, very, very big people are going to be involved in that. So definitely, whenever somebody is going to blow the whistle, lot of trouble is going to be in the future. So definitely you should understand that it is not just one act, one step that you blow the whistle. No, you must have that capability that if you stand for something right, you have to stand till the end. Otherwise you, your family and others are going to suffer. That is capability. Now, last resort. Last resort means you should only blow the whistle when all other options are exhausted. It is not like that the moment you understand there is something wrong happening, you are directly going to the media. No, the first thing you have to do is the immediate officer who is just above you, you have to report him. That is your responsibility. If he is not listening, if he is involved in the act, you can go to the higher authorities. When every single channel is exhausted and you don't find any vent out, how to vent out this situation, then only you can go for blowing the whistle. Is it clear for everybody? Tell me in the comment section. I'm not getting hard and fire symbols, feeling quite demotivated. Last couple of minutes, can I get some motivation? Yes, everyone. So what is the correct answer? There must be a clear and great harm that can be avoided. Need. You see, in 2018, for the first time, I taught this need, proximity, capability, last resort. 2018. 2019, out of 14 questions, 9 questions were directly from my notes, ethics. This is need. Whistleblower must be in a clear position to report on the problem. Proximity. You see how UPSC is playing with your mind. This is also correct. The whistleblowing must have a reasonable chance of success in stopping the harmful activity. Capability. Are you getting this? Fourth, the whistleblower feels that all other lines of actions within the content of the organization have been explored and shut off. Last resort. This is how UPSC plays with your emotions. All 4 are going to be correct. Are you getting this? Everybody tell me in the comment section. Yes. See the next question. What refers to situations in which moral reasons come into conflict or in which the application of moral values is problematic? It is moral dilemma. Just now we have discussed what is moral dilemma. Yes or no? Silo mentality. Silo mentality means intentionally restricting a particular information within a department. When intentionally you keep some information within your department, you don't want that information to go to the other parts of the organization because that may hamper your career, may hamper your job, then this mentality is called as silo mentality. Are you getting this? But moral dilemma is the right answer. Next question. In normative inquiry, norms are to be identified for which of the following reason? Normative means Ideal behavior, what ought to be. You remember what ought to be. What is the reason behind work conflict? No. Which is the most desirable standard of behavior? Yes. What ought to be. Do not spit here. Are you getting this? Next question, legal rights. Now please understand what is a right. See, right is a privilege. Right is a privilege. Suppose out of these students live in my class, I say that the top 5 students I am going to allow that I will give you a party, a dinner party, once you get successful in the ESE examination. What I am doing? I am giving right to come to my dinner party only 5 people. The rest of the people I am not allowing. It means what? I am giving some kind of privilege to those 5 people. So right is a privilege. Are you getting this? Right is a privilege. Now right can be of different types. There can be natural rights. There can be human rights. There can be constitutional rights. There can be statutory rights. There can be legal rights. And so many other rights can be there. So many other rights can be there. Are you getting this? Now, what is natural right? Natural right means the state of being. Wherever you find this word natural, what is the key word? The state of being. The state of being. Human rights comes under natural rights. Because we are humans, so we have certain rights. Animal rights, they come under natural rights. Why? Because animals also have some basic rights. So any right which is there because of the state of being. State of being means something you can't change. If I am a human being, I cannot say that I must be treated under the animal rights. No. I can only be treated under the human rights. Animal cannot say that treat me as per the human rights. No, because animals are animals. So wherever you find this term natural, you please follow the state of being keyword. It can't be changed. Nature. Human rights. Right to a dignified life. When you say human life, it's not just about food, shelter. It's about a dignified life. A life with choices. A life with opportunities. A life with education. A life with health. A life to associate. A life to relate. A life to contribute, a life to cherish. That is what we call as a dignified life. So that comes under human life, human rights. Then you have constitutional rights. Now those rights which are clear-cut mentioned in the Constitution itself, the most supreme book which everybody is going to follow who is living in India. You can't go beyond or here and there with respect to the Constitution. Constitution is the mother of all laws. So there are some rights like fundamental rights. They are so important that they are clear-cut mentioned in the Constitution itself. Even the most powerful government cannot take away the fundamental rights that is written in the Constitution. So rights which are so fundamental in nature for the dignified life, they are mentioned in the Constitution. Statutory right. Statutory means as per the law. Statute means law. Some separate laws are made for a particular right, so they are called as statutory right. There are some more rights which are termed as legal rights. Legal rights are those rights which have the backing of the law, which have the legal sanction. If those rights are not fulfilled, people can use the legal course of action. Is it clear for everybody? Tell me in the comment section. Yes, everybody tell me in the comment section, are you able to follow this? So what is going to be legal right? A system of rules. Wrong. Rules are different. What is the difference between rule and law? Rule is a general, you can say a general standard behavior. For example, do not overtake from the left. This can be a rule, but this is not a law. And that is the reason people are still overtaking from the left side. Yes. And law is something which has the legal sanctity or backed by law. Legal sanctity. Are you getting this? A lack of clarity as to right, wrong. Laws must be 100% crystal clear. There should be no vagueness. They are just claims given to all humans within a government's jurisdiction. Okay. The act of inform wrong. So C is going to be the correct one. Just claims. Are you getting this? Is it clear? Who is saying D? You have broken my heart. Now you have to send me lot of hearts. The act of informing authorities of harmful, dangerous or illegal activities. Is it legal right? What you are talking about? Now, if you are saying D, it means apart from ethics, you have to prepare for verbal ability also, English also. Engineering ethics are needed because, see how simple questions they are asking. They guide the engineers in their role in the organization. No. They are not ethics is not talking about your role in the organization. They make the engineers socially conscious of their decisions. Socially conscious of their decisions. Engineering social responsibility. That is what I am saying. You are going to get a question in 2022. I salute all the doctors who contributed in this COVID situation. But I request all of you to please give some respect to engineers also. The vaccine bottle which you are using to transport, to put the vaccine, made by engineers. That temperature, what is that? Bucket which keeps the temperature, made by engineers. That injection from which you are giving the injection, made by engineers. The ambulances, made by mechanical engineers. The hospital building, made by civil engineers. Electricity, engineers. Computers, engineers. Electrical engineers, electronics engineers, computer science engineers. So please pay some tribute to engineers also. We are also equally, we have the contribution. Are you getting this? Everybody tell me in the comment section. Mr. Yuvraj Singh is saying 5 baj gaye, sir. See, so let me just stop here. Okay. Let us stop here. Is it clear? Let us stop here because Suraj Gopi sir is going to continue because we are done with the time. Okay. Around 20-30 minutes already we have taken more. So what you do, see, I think we have discussed a lot of things as far as conceptual part is concerned, and we have discussed some significant number of questions also. So you just give me a moment and I will be sharing the PDF in my Telegram channel. I will just give you the link. You can find on Telegram my personal Telegram channel on BYJU'S Exam Prep, that is Electrical by Ashutosh Saxena, that is my name, and I will be just uploading the PDF that you can enjoy. You can do the remaining part of the questions. I understand made possible, but definitely we have to abide by the time. We cannot go like this. Okay, I was allowed. Yeah, a lot of topics we have done. Okay, there are some questions which are in this PDF. I will be sharing. You just practice those questions tonight. Ask me your doubts, and if you don't find the correct explanation, I will give you. I will help you out. I will be there. Don't worry. Not possible. Let me just call sir. Stay here and let me just talk to sir and check. Let me check whether he is available or not. If he is ready, just give me a moment. So finally, your favorite and our favorite Suraj Gopi sir is going to be live soon the moment I stop the session, and he's all ready, and I know that you all are going to enjoy his session like anything. And since morning, Joshi sir, he made this environment, and I hope you enjoyed ethics classes also, ethics session also, and I wish you all the best for your upcoming examination. Do not fear with this examination, because this examination is all about every single moment you have to say all is well, all is well. ES is all about all is well, because it's a very long journey. Prelims, mains, interview. So all my best wishes. Take care of yourself. And now I'm switching with Suraj sir. Suraj sir, over to you.
Hello, very good evening, guys. Welcome to BYJU'S Exam Prep. I hope everyone is so excited, and you all are watching the sessions in 11 o'clock morning. And Joshi sir ka energy, Ashutosh sir ka energy I have seen. So I hope so. We'll be continuing with the same energy, right? And we'll be starting with a very interesting subject, that is drawing design and safety. Good evening, all of you. Very good evening. Please do write in the comment section whether my audio and video is all perfect. Anyone having any doubt or any difficulty with the audio and video, before starting the session, we can rectify that, right? And we'll try to cover almost the entire section, right, if possible. And definitely we will be concluding our session by 7:30 at max. Okay, all clear, sir, all set. So how your preparation going on? All good? So all the aspirants, the ESE aspirants, the future gazetted officers, we are seeing in the comment section, right? Okay, perfect. So let's start with the session of engineering drawing design and safety. Why I'm saying, because it's a very interesting topic. All of you have studied drawing, right? So in the first year, if you remember, there was one subject of ED, engineering drawing, and you have studied a lot of concept in that particular subject, right? The best part of paper 1 is you need to have the basic idea of the subject, right? Because if I talk about drawing, it's a very huge topic. The more you are covering, the more you will be getting into the subject, right? So what we'll be doing, we'll be understanding the logic behind each topic. We'll try to understand the concept through questions, because that is very important. We'll be trying to solve approximately 50 questions, 50, 55 or 56 questions, right? So there are a lot of questions in this particular sessions. I want your contribution also with me, okay, because we'll be solving questions and we'll be able to understand through questions, right? Okay, so all set. I hope so that 1-2 minutes of break was sufficient, right? Okay, so shall we begin? Okay, perfect. So bhai 50 plus question we have to cover up, so we'll be accelerating our speed. Okay, and I want this session to be very fruitful for your ESE preparation. Okay, fine, no problem, Ankit. You can, if you are having the access, you can definitely watch that ED sessions, right? We have already covered in detail, right? Okay, chaliye, perfect. And I'll be sharing the complete PDF of this session on my Telegram channel, that is Learn with Suraj. Fine. So ED was my fear in the college. That's the reason why I'm saying many students I have seen personally that they usually go like away from engineering drawing. They say that sir, drawing बहुत difficult. It's a very difficult subject. I'm not able to understand the drawing, but we'll be understanding in such a way that you will be able to answer almost 90% of the questions. Okay, perfect. No problem. What we can do is, Ankit, you can just see this session. I'll be covering 90% of the content which is relevant for the examination, right? More than 90%. Chaliye, and definitely you might have heard about Rakesh sir's workshop, which is scheduled on 19th of Feb, 8 p.m. So if you're having those are 2023 aspirant, definitely you can go and have a look on this. Chaliye, if I talk about the previous year's weightage of this particular subject, like in the first time it was very highest weightage, but slowly the weightage went decreasing from 1. Now it is like 7. So we can expect like 8 to 9 number of questions we can expect from this particular subject. Okay, we can expect like 8 to 9 number of questions from this subject, that design, drawing and safety. And if I talk about design, drawing and safety, drawing is having like majority of the portion will be from the drawing, then we can have safety, and then last one is design. So if you are preparing, give preference to drawing, then safety, and then design. Chaliye, so let's start with the questions and we'll be understand the concept with the questions only. First 10 questions will be very, very easy. You know about the concept. I want everyone to be really very energetic and active in the comment section, and I want, like, if there are 63 students, all the 63 students need to respond correctly and accurately. Chaliye, first question on your screen. Drafter helps in engineering drawing to make, you all have seen this drafter, you have used this instrument, that is drafter. Can anyone say why we are using this drafter? A drafter helps in engineering drawing to make concentric circles, parallel and perpendicular lines, smooth curves, or all of the above, A, B, C or D. Dekho yaar, you might have seen a device like this. There were 2 scales, right? A bigger scale, and we used to clamp over the drawing board. If you remember, we used to clamp this over the drawing board, right? 2 sides. And we used to, we can able to draw parallel lines, we can able to draw concentric circles or not, yes or no? Please read the question carefully. Dekho, it's not always mandatory that all of the above should be the correct answer. If I talk about concentric circle, can we able to draw concentric circle by using the drafter? We cannot draw concentric circles by using a drafter, right? So definitely all of the above is not the correct answer. And we cannot plot the smooth curves. We can only go for the parallel and the perpendicular lines. We can draw angles, we can draw parallel lines, we can draw perpendicular lines by using the drafter. So correct answer is option B. Smooth curves, we cannot get a smooth curve, right? We cannot have a smooth curve by using a drafter, right? Simple question, basic idea, just clear your concepts. Okay, because you all have used this instrument, that is your drafter. Okay, it is basically used, let us suppose there is a line, I need to shift this line from this point to this point, I can use a drafter. I want to draw a line parallel exactly to this, I can use a drafter, right? Okay, can anyone tell me in the comment section, if I'm not willing to use a drafter, which set of instruments I will be preferring to draw the parallel lines? Anyone? Exactly. We used to draw smooth curve by using campus. Okay, one more question is there from the smooth curves, right? So we'll be able to have a complete clarity by that, using that question. Anyone who can tell me, if I want to draw parallel lines and perpendicular lines, exactly, there is one instrument you might have heard about this, like this. Okay, we call it as T scale. We call it as T scale, right? We can use this for drawing parallel lines or perpendicular lines. Perfect. Chaliye, बहुत बढ़िया यार. Very good. We can use set square also. Now, if you have all observed about the set square, let me ask you one very important question. There are 2 types of set square, right? One is basically like this and second is like this. So what is the difference between these 2? Can anyone say? These both are perpendicular, right? Can you tell me? What is the angles made by this? Anyone? It's basically 60, 30, 45 and 45. So if I want to have angles like 30 degree angle or 60 degree, 45 like, or the multiple, because let us suppose I'm using this, right? And if I want to draw a 75-degree angle, can we draw a 75-degree angle by using the two set square? Yes, sir, we can have this. We can use this one like this. Okay, so this is your 30-degree. This is 45-degree. So what is the total angle? We are having 75-degree, right? So basically, by using two set square, I can get the angles within having a multiples of 15-degree. 15 ka multiples, right? If I want to draw, if I want to have angles having a 15 multiple, we can definitely go and use this set square. But let us suppose if I want to plot 20-degree or not a multiple of 15-degree, then we have to go for the protractor. Right, all of you use this protractor, 0-degree, 90-degree, 180-degree, right? We call it as D. In our engineering days, we used to call as D, right? If you want to have any other angle apart from 15 or like not a multiple of 15, we have to by default go for the protractor, right? Okay, now coming back to the next question, second question on your screen, a device which combines the function of t square, set square, protractor and a scale is called. Basic question. And the engineering drawing, if I talk about the drawing segment, no need to have like advanced knowledge. Basic knowledge is sufficient to answer the questions from the drawing segment. Okay, simple question. We are having a t square, right? We are having the set square, right? We are having the set square. We are having the protractor, because if you have observed in the drafter, if you have seen in the drafter, there is angles already being written. If you see, if you want to turn, you can turn it like this. You can turn it like this. So drafter, there is an angle measurement also, right? So basically, a drafter is a combination of t square, set square and a protractor. So the answer is mini drafter. Option A, mini drafter. Now, next question on your screen, because we will be having a lot of questions from the entire drawing. These are I told you first 10 questions will be very easy, then we'll be increasing the level of question. Okay, next is the size of the A1 sheet has an area of A1 ka area kitna hoga? What is the size, sheet size of A1 has an area of 1 meter square, 0.5 meter square, 0.25 meter square or 0.75 meter square. Let's see. Those who know, they can comment in the comment section. Those who don't know, I'll be telling you a very easy method to remember. Okay. 0.5 meter square. Okay, Mona Lisa is saying option B. Saranjit is saying option B. Yes, anyone else? Dekho. D. 0.75. Okay. Let's clarify the confusion. Let's clarify. So the basic size, if say this is a A0 sheet, this is a A0 sheet, right? And A0 sheet is having an area of 1 meter square. The dimension is 1189 into 841 mm. Okay, so A0 sheet is having an area of 1 meter square. Now, how we will be getting A1 sheet? A1 sheet will be equal to, what will we do? We'll be folding this paper. Let us suppose I'm having a paper, right? This is, let us suppose, an A0 sheet. If I try to fold it and make it half, that will be A1. Right? If I again fold it and make it half, that will be A2. If I again fold it, that will be A3. That means if I fold this, this will be your A1, right? If I again fold it, this will be A2. If I again fold this into half, this will be A3. That means if you are going with the half of the area, you will be getting the consecutive net series. That means this will be 1 by 2 meter square. Half of this A2 will be equal to 1 by 4 meter square. Half of this A3 is equal to 1 by 8 meter square. Is this clear? So you will be saying, sir, what will be the area of A8 series? A8 series, right? That it is very difficult. So what we can do is 1 upon 2 to the power n is basically the area of sheet, AN sheet, right? By using this formulation, we can directly get the area of the sheet, right? If I say A0 sheet, 2 to the power 0 is what? 1 meter square. Let us suppose if I want to calculate what is the area of A5 sheet. A5 sheet will be equal to 1 upon 2 to the power 5, because this is 1 upon 2 cube. Okay. So by this way, you can remember the value of the area. Very, very important. Right? Okay, now second pattern of question which you can expect from this is what will be the size of the sheet, standard size. If I say A0 is having a size of 1189 into 841, this you have to remember. This value you have to remember. If I talk about A1, A1 is nothing but the half of the area. So what I'll be doing, I'll be writing this over here. So this will be approximately 840 into half of this will be 594. Right? Again, if I talk about A2, write this 594 over here. 594 into half of 840, that is 420. If I want to write the dimension of A3 sheet, this will be 420 into half of 594 is 297. So this way we can have the complete, this all dimension is given in mm, right? All the dimension is given in mm. So by this way we can remember the size of the different sheets. My next question I want to ask you all of you is, can you tell me how many types of sheets are there? How many types of sheets are there? Anyone? We have seen A series sheet. We can have A type sheet. Already we have seen A0, A1. Are we having any other type of sheet? Apart from A type, is there any other type that we are seeing? We are having in total 3 types of sheet. We are having A type, we are having B type, and we are having C type, right? There are basically 3 different types of sheets. We have seen A types like A4 sheet, A0 sheet. We are using for drawing. We are using for the printout. We are using A4 type sheet. Where we are using this B type sheet? Anyone who can tell me? Where we are using this B type sheets? If I talk about B type sheets, you might have seen judiciary paper. Have you seen? Like we are having a stamp paper. Like we'll be having a stamp, Government of India stamp. Then we'll be having something like this. So judiciary paper, or we can say a photograph. If you want to have a photo frame, we can have a B type sheet. So this is your judiciary. For judiciary sheets, the size of the sheet or series of the paper that we're using is B type. Okay, the best example. Okay, whenever we are taking the print of any sheet in MS Office, you might have seen in legal paper, perfect, made possible, perfect. If you try to print any document by using MS Word, you might have observed there is one size given as letter, right? If you have seen, or whenever you are taking the printout, by default, they are using the size as letter. Then what we do, we try to change it to A4 size before printing the paper. You might have observed this kind of situation, because if you are taking the letter size, you'll be getting some distorted, like the print will not be accurate. Okay, basically what is happening, if I say MS Office by default takes the letter size, because the British, they used to take the official document, the size of the official document as B4 sheet, that is nothing but your letter. Okay, fine. But in India, we used to take we can say the official paper, or we can, this official size of the paper is A4 sheet. So what we do, we try to convert this letter into A4. Exactly. Right? Because the spacings will be different in letter, the spacing will be different for A. Right? If I talk about C type sheets, C type sheets is basically used for envelope. You might have seen whenever you are sending, let's say, document. We used to send the documents to different government organization. Let's say earlier we used to send the documents when we are filling up any job profile or job role, okay, or any government examination, you need to fill your application. Okay, so we are having C series considered for envelope. That means the C4 envelope or C4 envelope will be used for A4 sheet series, or C3 envelope will be used for A3 size of sheet. Okay, so C type of sheet is basically used for envelope, B type is for judiciary or legal document, and A type we are using in the A4 sheet, or we can say your engineering drawing, we are using A0, right? So these are the basic information, more than sufficient for examination perspective. Now coming back to this problem, now let's see what is the size of A1 has an area. Chaliye, now we can expect a good number of responses in the comment section. Yes, chaliye. A, B, C, D. Now, A1, A1 is 1 upon 2 to the power 1, that is 0.5 meter square, right? 0.5 meter square. Okay, can you tell me this 0.25 is telling us the area of which sheet? Anyone? This 0.25 is telling us the area of which sheet? This is nothing but the A2 sheet. 1 by 4, 0.25. Okay, 1 by 4. This is 1 upon 2 square, that is 1 by 4, that is 0.25. Okay, is this clear? Anyone having any doubt? Right, okay, let me ask you one very interesting question. Let's have a discussion on this. Let us suppose I'm having A1 sheet. Okay, let us suppose I'm having an A1 sheet. Let me write it over here. I'm having an A1 sheet. Okay, can you tell me how many A4 sheet we can obtain by using the A1 sheet? Let us suppose I'm having one A1 complete, one big A1 sheet. If you want to have how many A4 sheets we can obtain, so how we can identify? How we can calculate that? 8. Perfect. Very good. Simple method hai. How many A4 sheets can be obtained by using one A1 sheet? 8. Dekho, what's the area of A1 sheet? Area of A1 sheet is nothing but 1 by 2 meter square. Okay, what is the area of A4 sheet? That is 1 upon 2 to the power 4 meter square. If I want to have how many A4 sheet, what will be doing? I'll be taking the ratio of this, right? So I'll be taking the area of the larger sheet divided by the area of the smaller sheet. Okay, that will be equal to area of the larger sheet will be 1 by 2 divided by 1 upon 2 to the power 4, that is 2 power 3, that is 8. That means if I'm having one A1 sheet, I can cut that A1 sheet into 8 number of A4 sheets. Is this clear? Okay, is this clear now? Exactly. So I can say the number of sheets that we can obtain, I can use this expression as 2 to the power m minus n, where m is the power of the larger sheet and n is the power of the smaller sheet. Okay, is this clear? Basic questions. We will be having basic questions, right? Chaliye, next, in the drawing sheet sizes, which of the following is the A2 size? Chaliye, remember the A0 size sheet in mm. Try to halve that area and get the value. 594 mm into 841, 420 into 594, 841 into 1189 in 210 into 297. What will be the correct answer? Okay, perfect. Simple question hai. Very easy question. We know what is A0, that is 1189 into 841, right? What is A1? A1 is 840 into half of this is 590. This will be 594, right? So A2 will be equal to 594 into 420. A3 will be equal to 420 into your we can say half of this 297, like this. So if you see A2 is having a size is 594 into 420, option B is the correct answer. Simple. Okay, you should be knowing, and the same pattern is observed in the B series also. Now, if I say B0 is having X area, so B1 will be having half of that area. This ratio will always be half of that. Chalo, next question. Which of the following pencil leads is hardest? Okay, now let's do some discussion on the different types of pencil. You might have seen in your engineering drawing in the first year, there are different pencils we are using like H, HB, like 2H, right? So, exactly. So, my question is, sir, how many different types of pencils are there? Can anyone tell me in the comment section the different types of pencils? How many different types of pencils are there? in the comment section, we are having H, HB, or how many different types of pencils are there? Simple. There are 20 types or 20 classification of pencil. There are 20 classification of pencils, right? And out of this 20, in our engineering drawing, we are only using H, HB and 2H. That's it. Okay. We are actually using only 3 different types of pencil because that is self-sufficient for our engineering drawing in the first year. Okay. So in total, there are 20 classification of the pencils, right? So we only know about these 3. What about the rest of this? So we'll be having 9H, we'll be having 8H, we'll be having 7H, till we'll be having H, then we'll be having HB, then we'll be having 1B, okay, 2B till 9B, and in between H and HB we'll be having fine. Okay, this is the fine pencil. So as we move from towards the B, that means your boldness, okay, boldness will increase. That means it will become dark. If you are moving towards this, towards the H portion, if you're increasing the H means hardness. You are increasing the hardness. Okay, that means it will be very light in color. If you're trying to place that pencil and if you're scratching over your skin, it will be, you will be able to feel that there is a scratch you will be observing. So that normal pencil that you are seeing in the market, that is nothing but HB. That is an HB pencil. If you see, now this one, 9H is having the lightest or say brightest shade. If you are moving towards 9B, we are having the darkest shade. That means boldness has been increases. Boldness has increased, right? Okay, simple, just more than sufficient. Okay, now pencil is basically made up of 2 major components. One is silica and second is your graphite. Okay. Okay, is this clear? Pencil is basically made up of 2 major compositions, that is silica and graphite. So if you are moving towards hardness, if you want to increase the hardness, what will be doing? Are we increasing the silica portion or the graphite portion? Anyone? What will we be doing? Exactly. If you are increasing the silica portion, you are basically increasing the hardness. If you are increasing the graphite composition, you are increasing the boldness, right? And if I talk about HB pencil, it is having 50% silica and 50% graphite. Okay. Now I'll be saying, sir, what about F? What's the difference between F and HB? In F and HB, what is happening? If I talk about HB pencil, in HB pencil, if I say this is the lattice structure, so graphite and the silica will be having equal number and equal size. In case of F, we will be having same weightage, but the size of the silica will be slightly higher than the size of the graphite. This is the major difference. Okay, fine. And in our engineering drawing, we are only using these 3 types of pencil. That's it, more than sufficient. Okay, clear hai? Chaliye, now let's proceed. There was some now who gave this pencil? Who gave this different types of pencil? Can anyone tell me in the comment section? Who were the pencil makers who gave this different 20 classification of pencils? Anyone? What was the name of the pencil makers? Those were Brockman, if I remember. Brockman pencil makers. Okay, right? Brockman or BROOK, something like this. Brockman pencil makers first gave this different types of, these are basic standard one. Okay, we can have 10B also, we can have 15B also, but that is not actually the standard pencils. Okay, how silica size is changed? By using fine granules. If I say grain size, if I decrease the grain size, let's say this is the grain size, this is 1 atom, the grain size of silica is less and the grain size of graphite is more, and overall the percentage is same. That means if I talk about the total weight of this one and the total weight of this one will be same. That means the percentage wise it is having 50-50%, but the size is different in case of fine pencil and HB pencil. Is this clear? Right? Basic understanding. Exactly. You might have studied about Brookman in, or you might have seen in some publications also, you might have heard about this word as Brookman. Okay? Brookman. Chaliye. Perfect. Let's proceed, because by using the questions only you will be able to remember the concept. If I'm directly starting with the theory, you won't be able to catch up with the concept. So what we'll be doing, taking the question, and through question we'll be trying to understand the logic. Chaliye. To is there a full form HB pencil? Like, it's having equal edge, like means hardness and boldness, it's having same weightage. Okay, fine. Chaliye. To draw smooth curves of any nature, the drafting instrument used is an, which instrument we are using to draw the smooth curves? Template, eraser shield, French curve, or mini drafter? Very easy question, you might have used. I'll be showing you that device also. Very good. Rajeshwari, Mona Lisa, Abhay, Jatin, AKG, Saksham. Very good. Option C is the correct answer. If you have seen these kind of devices, or we can say instruments, we are using to draw the smooth curve. What we do, how we are using, let us say I'm using this curve. I'll be taking 3 random points, and by using these 3 random points, I'll be taking and I'll be drawing a freehand sketch. So by using this French curve, I'll be able to draw smooth curve. Okay, approximately smooth curve by using this French curves. Is this clear? Done? Clear hai? Usually, if I say engineers are not like many students I've seen, even me also, we have not used French curve because we used to take a freehand sketch. Okay, we used to, let's say there are 4 points given. I'll be using a freehand sketch rather than a French curve. But if I say the actual method is nothing but to use a French curve, right? So personally, I'm not at use, like just like you guys only. But yes, you should be knowing the role of a French curve. Okay, chaliye, perfect. Next question. Parallel lines can be drawn with the help of T-square, mini drafter, a pair of set square, or all of these. Very easy question. Parallel lines we can draw. Sir, T-square, perfect. Bilkul. Mini drafter. We can use a mini drafter. Already we have seen that segment. So if 2 options are correct, definitely we can go with all of these. But how we can get in the pair of set square? We can easily draw, if I'm having one set square, right? If I'm taking one more set square like this, I can easily shift my parallel lines. Let us suppose I need to have a parallel line shifting over here. Okay, fine. By using 2 set square, I can easily get a parallel lines. Now, okay. Please see in the comments, please write in the comment section, is that now, noise gone? Okay, so by using the T-square, mini draft, and pair of set square, we can get a parallel lines. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Chaliye. Now, which of the following is telling us the classification of hidden lines? Like, hidden lines are drawn as, it's basically option A is single, then dot, single, and dot like this, or a straight line, or hash lines, or double hash, then dot, double hash, then dot like this. A, B, C, or D. We're having mix of options. C. Hidden lines. Dekho, yeah, this is a very easy question. Hidden lines you can easily respond. Is it A, Jatin, Ankit, Omkar, okay, Rajeshwari? I think majority of you are going with option C. Then definitely we can go. Hidden lines is basically we are using dash lines as the hidden lines. Single dash, exactly. Single dash. Now, what about the rest of the lines? Let me show you one table for easiness. Let us suppose if I want to draw, let's suppose I'm having an object. Okay, I'm having a 3-dimensional object. Right? If I want to draw, the outline of the object will be using a dark pencil, right? Continuous thick line. The continuous thin line we will be using the portion which we don't see, or we can say the imaginary points. Let us suppose there is an intersection point over here. Okay, so we draw a straight line. So imaginary lines, the dimensions we are using light color pencil, that means we can go for H pencil. Here we'll be using HB pencil. Okay, is this clear? If I talk about we can say in some diagrams you might have seen something like this. In some diagrams you might have seen portions like this, okay. Then we are having, fine. This is basically we are drawing in order to say that this shape is being continued for a longer length. Okay, fine. This is continued for a longer length. That means if I want to have a continuous line, continuous thin freehand or continuous straight line with zigzag line, it basically tells us about there's a portion that is being cut, right, and we that same portion is being extended for the next duration. Okay, broken portion, exactly. That means I'm cutting that segment from the center. Let us suppose that length was 2 meter, but here I'm only showing you only this portion. Let's say this is 0.1 meter and this is 0.1 meter. I'm only showing you 0.2 meter, but actually the total length was 2 meter. Okay, chain thin is basically we can draw it like this, single dot, we can draw it like this. This is basically the center lines or line of symmetry or trajectories we are using as chain thin lines, right? Now if I talk about the axis that we are cutting, you might have seen that I want to cut a body. Let's say this is a 3-dimensional body like this. Okay, perfect. You all might have used, but only thing is you need to just go with the revision of this drawing portion. Okay, let's suppose there's a 3-dimensional body. I need to cut this section at two different, or the direction of the section should be cut like this. That means I need to cut like this and this. So that means I'm taking a right triangle. So if I cut this section, I'll be seeing a portion like this. If I cut out, I'll be able to cut out this section like this. This is that cutout section from here. Okay, so if I want to cut a section not in a straight line but at two different direction, I can use this cutting planes as two lines. Okay, fine, perfect hai, perfect, more than sufficient. Yes, chaliye. Next, the similar context, long dash dotted thin line is used to represent. That means long then dash or dotted. Okay, this is used to represent which type of lines? Center lines, line of symmetry, pitch circle of holes, or all of the above. Already we have discussed that this is basically your G type of line, that is chain thin line, which is used for center of lines, line of symmetry. That means I need to shift my dimensions or my point from one point to another. So that means center line, symmetry line, we used to write like this. Let's say this is a circle, we should write like this. Okay, the center line. Okay, so all of this is the correct answer. All of this is a correct answer. Line of symmetry or center lines or pitch circle of the holes. Let's say we are having we can say sheet and we are having two holes, right? And I want to showcase what is the center line. Then I'll be using this. This is the center line. Okay, this is the center line like this. This we call it as a dimensioning system, which is basically more than self-sufficient. This table is self-sufficient. If you want to revise quickly, we can. That is why I've included the different types of lines and their applications so that we can have a quick recap. Okay, chaliye. Next, very interesting question. What's the height to length to height ratio of a closed filled arrowhead? Because if you have seen the dimensions, we are drawing the arrows. Okay, so my question is, what is the length to height ratio? What is the length to height ratio for a dimensions arrow that we are using like this? Right? Simple hai. They are asking you L by H ratio, that is 3:1. 3:1. 3:1. Option C is the correct answer. That means the length is to height ratio. That is a very basic question. You might have used this type of concept in engineering drawing. You might have taken up this concept, right? So no need to have open the textbook and revise. Okay, set it 3:1 or 1:3. You know the concept. Only thing you need to recall the concept. That's it. And engineering drawing, may if I say, the best part is they are not gonna ask you, okay, what will be the projection if I'm having two different bodies connected like this. No, they'll be asking you very basic questions. Okay, next question. When dimensions are specified from a common origin and space parallel to one another, it is called progressive dimensioning, chain dimensioning, superimposed running dimensioning, or coordinate dimensioning. Chaliye, let's see who will be giving me the answer. What is chain dimensioning? What is progressive dimensioning? Or also we call it as parallel, or we can say parallel dimensioning. Okay, parallel dimensioning. Okay, option A. Everyone is going with option A. Okay, D. What is chain dimensioning is, what is chain dimensioning? Chain dimensioning is basically like this. I need to have the dimensions, every component like this. If I talk about your progressive dimensioning, I will be able to measure like this. That means one portion is fixed. From that reference portion, I'll be measuring the entire next dimension. That we call it as progressive dimension or parallel dimensions. Okay, fine. Normally we are using the chain dimension because that is quite easy for understanding, because in this case, if I say I'm having a joint like this, okay, so this will be progressive if I'm measuring like this. This is your progressive. Okay, in the same case, if I want to measure like a chain dimensioning, that means, so they are saying there is a common origin. Common origin is only applicable for the progressive dimensioning. Progressive may we are having common origin. In chain dimension, we are not having common. For every dimension, we are having the next origin. For, let's say, for this dimension, this is the origin. For this dimension, this is the origin. If I say this dimension, this is the origin, right? So for progressive, we are having a common origin. For chain dimension, we'll be having next. Okay, option A is absolutely correct. Okay, next, very interesting, because now we'll be entering into the conics part. Conics part is very important. Yes, superimposed running dimension. If I say dimensions basically classified majorly over two different categories, that is progressive and chain dimensioning. Is this clear? If I say that different types of dimensioning, there is one more type, we call it as aligned or unidirectional. If I talk about the dimensioning, different classification, that is aligned and unidirectional. I hope so you know about this. What is aligned dimensional or unidirectional? Aligned dimension means I'll be writing the dimensions over this arrow or over this line. This is aligned dimension. Unidirectional means I'll be writing the dimension in between the line like this. This is your unidirectional. Okay, this is your unidirectional. That means I'll be breaking that line, I'll be writing the dimension, the value in between this. Aligned means I'll be writing the dimension above the line. Okay, so there are two major classification of the dimension system. If I talk about superimposed running dimension, it might be like this. It might be like this. Okay, a sort of chain dimensioning. Okay. Coordinate dimension might be, if I say from the explanation, let's say there are 3 points A, B, C, the coordinate system. I'll be measuring from like this. Okay, like this. Might be, because we don't know the exact classification. The major classification, if I say standard classification, is chain dimensions and progressive dimensioning, aligned and unidirectional. Okay, chaliye, next question. If a line intersects a circle at 2 points and does not pass through the center, the line segment inside the circle is referred as. We are having a circle, okay, and there is a line which is intersecting the 2 points of the circle, but it is not passing through the center point. What do we call this line? Segment, chord, quadrant, sequent, or radial line. You all have studied this in class 9th or 8th, है If the largest chord is nothing but the diameter, okay, the largest chord is a diameter. If this line is not passing through center, that means this we call it as a chord. Simple question, very easy. If I talk about drawing segment, the majority portions of the question they gonna ask from the scales, They're going to ask from projections, very important, and the conic section. These are very important. These three are very important segment that you need to have a complete clarity. Now, because before starting, I'll be going with the scales topic. Chaliye, now let's start with the scales. The value of representative factor RF can be equal to unity, less than unity, greater than unity, or any of above. What is this RF value? What is this representative factor? Anyone who can tell me? What is this RF representative factor? Let us suppose I'm having, or you might have observed that there is a mountain. Let's suppose you are standing, you went to a hilly place and you are seeing the mountain is having this much of size. So does that mean the mountain is only having this size? No, it's not like this. I'm able to scale that value to a smaller one. Or let us suppose I need to draw the Burj Khalifa into a A4 sheet. Okay, so Burj Khalifa is having a very high length, the height is very high. So I technically, if I want to draw the actual value, I cannot draw. What I'll be doing, I'll be scaling that value according to my convenience, right? So that we call it as the representative factor. So representative factor is nothing but, yes, can anyone tell me what is the formulation of representative factor? It is nothing but drawing length divided by actual length. Okay, now if I say representative factor is greater than 1, what do you mean by this? If I say representative factor is greater than 1, what do you mean by this? That means that drawing length is more than that of the actual length. That means I'm going for micro object or larger objects. I'm drawing the diagram of micro objects or larger objects. Anyone? I'm drawing drawing length is more than that of actual, and that means I'm drawing for the micro objects. Perfect. Micro object. Let's say when you see the molecular grain size, when you are drawing the printout in a A4 sheet, okay, so we are using the representative factor greater than 1. That means I'm going for micro objects. Okay, let us suppose I want to go for representative factor equal to 1. That means I'm having this pen. If I want to draw the exact same size on a piece of A4 size, definitely I can go for that, because the size we can easily plot or draw on a piece of paper, right? So in this case, it will be having the actual size will be exactly equal to the drawing size, right? If I want to have representative factor greater than or less than 1, that means the bigger object is being scaled down to a smaller value and it is being drawn on a A4 sheet. That means this is going for a bigger objects or larger objects. So we can have the representative factor greater than 1 also, less than 1 also, or equal to 1 also. That means any of the above is the correct answer. Okay, this was basically respect to the length. But let us suppose we are having area. Then how to calculate? So in that case, we'll be having the drawing area divided by the actual area ka under root. If they are saying in terms of volume, then we'll be having the drawing volume divided by the actual volume power 1 by 3. Is this clear? Okay, if they are giving to scale the area, then you have to take the root of that. If you're asking the volume value, if you want to scale down the volume value, right, then we can go for a 1 by 3, right? This ratio to be 1 by 3. Chaliye, next question. For drawing the components of a wristwatch, the scale used is full size scales, a enlarging scale, or a reducing scale. Full size scale means RF equal to 1. Enlarging scale means RF is your greater than 1. Reducing scale is the RF is less than 1. Tell me, A, B, C, or D. If I want to go for wristwatch, that means components will be so small. Okay, so definitely I need to enlarge my scale. The representative factor should be greater than 1. Enlarging scale. Already we have discussed. I hope so now will be easy for you to answer. Yes, anyone having any doubt? Koi doubt hai, please do write in the comment section. It will be very helpful for you guys, for other students also to need to have a complete clarity. Option B. Okay, done. Now, very interesting. 2 centimeter long line of a drawing represents a distance of 70 centimeter. What is the representative factor of this drawing? Let's see. Let's apply the same concept and let's try to calculate what is the RF value of the drawing. If your 2 centimeter line on a drawing represent a distance of 70 centimeter, A, B, C or D. Simple question. Done. देखो drawing length divided by actual length. What is the actual length? Actual length is 70. What is the drawing length? That is 2. Please take care of the units. Okay, this is 1 by 35. Option C is the correct answer. Okay, sometimes they'll be giving you like the distance of 7 meter is being represented by 2 centimeter line. That means you have to convert into same dimensions. Unit should be same. Okay, is this clear? Understood? Done? 2 by 70, 1 by 35. Next question. Let's talk about with respect to area. If the area of the drawing of a roof of a house is 1 by 100 of the actual area of the roof, then the representative factor is, what is the RF value? What is the RF value if the area of the drawing of the roof of the house is 1 by 100 of the actual area of the roof? What will be RF value? A, B, C or D? Now they're talking about area, so always remember, in case of area, it is nothing but 1 by 2 drawing area divided by the actual area, right? Now they are already giving you the value. This is 1 by 100 to the power 1 by 2. This will be nothing but 1 by 10. Option D is the correct answer. Already we have discussed. Root of 1 by 100. Root of 1 by 100, that will be option D. 0.1. 0.1 will be the correct answer. Done? Perfect, perfect. देखो drawing में मजा आता है. If you are studying for one time seriously, then that will be very helpful for answering, and will be trying to cover the entire segment like this only. Okay, so by this way you will be able to have the concept also, and from using that concept we are able to solve some questions also, right? Chali, next question. Now, if I talk about scales, there are basically three different types of scale. The first scale we call it as normal scale, like a plane scale. Okay, we call it as plane scale, right? We are having your diagonal scale. Okay, we are having comparative scales, right? We are having vernier scale. Now, you might have seen that there are some scales where we are using two different units. Let us suppose they are using the scales like this. The total, this is 0, this is, let us say, 9 centimeter, this is 1. So let's say this is given in centimeter, right? This value is given in millimeter. Let's say this is given in millimeter, right? So two different units is being scaled down on a single scale. That means two different units we are using. This type of scale we call it as plane scale. Okay, you might have used the vernier scale in the labs where we used to calculate the least count. If you remember, in the examination you can expect a question for the calculation of least count, and we'll be taking that problem. Diagonal scale is basically we'll be able to use three different units. In plane scale we are using two different units. In diagonal scale we'll be having three different units like this. Let's say this is centimeter, this is, let's say, meter, this is decimeter, and here we'll be having the centimeter. Okay, so three different units we are using to get more accurate value. Obvious baat, if you're having three different units on a single scale, I'll be able to have a more accurate value being plotted, right? Okay, so in this case, coming back to this problem, the question is, in diagonal scale, the representative factor S1 is constructed to measure a maximum distance of 10 centimeter. That means the maximum length is equal to 10 centimeter. The number of primary division is 10, the number of secondary division is 10, and the number of diagonal divisions is 10. What is the least count of this scale? Now, can anyone tell me how to calculate? We are having a main scale. Okay, we are having a primary scale or main scale, we are having a secondary scale, we are having a ternary scale or the diagonal scale. Okay, they are saying I'm able to measure in total the maximum length that I can measure is 10 centimeter, right? So definitely if I'm dividing this will be centimeter. Let's say this is 9 centimeter, this is 0, and this will be your complete 1 centimeter, and this is divided into 10 different parts. That means that will be millimeter, and here also will be having millimeter. Okay, so my question is, what will be the smallest value that we can measure? 10 divisions. If you see, there is, because if you say this is 0, this is 1 centimeter, and there are 10 divisions in the secondary scale. This is already given. The number of divisions in the secondary is 10. So the minimum value that I can measure is nothing but 1 mm, right? In this case, this portion is been divided into further 10. That means we can have 0.1 mm as the least value that we can measure. Is there any buffering issue? No, no. Exactly. Is this clear? Right? Because simple. If I try to have a complete clarity, what is the question? The maximum length that we can measure is 10 centimeter. So number of units in the primary scale is equal to maximum length by primary unit, right? If I talk about number of division in the secondary scale is equal to your primary, or we can say primary unit by secondary unit, right? If I talk about the number of division in the third scale, that will be equal to secondary unit divided by the least count, right? So here what we have seen that we are having three different scales. We have three different scales. Let's say this is 1, this is secondary, and this is your ternary. So here we are having, let's say 0, this is 9 centimeter, and this is 1 centimeter. In total, we are having 10 centimeter as the maximum length that we can measure. Okay, and every scale is having 10 divisions. So if I'm having 10 divisions over here, 10 divisions over here, so this is in total is 1 centimeter, 1/10 of the 1 centimeter. That means in the secondary scale, I'm able to measure how much distance, that is 1 by 10 centimeter, that is 0.1 centimeter, that is 1 mm, right? If I talk about this diagonal scale or the ternary scale, here I'm having 10 more divisions. That means 1 centimeter is further divided into 10 divisions. So in the ternary or the diagonal scale, I'll be able to measure 0.1 divided by 10 centimeter, that is 0.01 centimeter. That means I can say 0.1 mm. And that is the least value that I can measure. That is the least count, because in the diagonals or the your ternary scale, I'll be able to get the least count. Okay. So here, by using that logic, option B is the correct answer. Is this clear? We'll be solving one more questions based on this logic, and we'll be able to have more clarity over this. Yes? Okay. AKG, I hope so now you are getting the point, because 0.01 mm is not appropriate, because that is what is least count. Least count is basically how much distance or how much measurement that we can do, the least value that we can measure by using that scale. That is the least count. Okay. Now, having the same context, there is one more problem. A diagonal scale can measure a maximum length of 200 meter. That means they are given maximum length is equal to 200 meter. Perfect. There are N1, N2, N3 are the number of primary, secondary, and the diagonal divisions. Then which of the following set will give you the least count of 5 decimeter? Okay, this is question. So that means they are asking the number of division. How many number of divisions are there in the primary scale, in the secondary scale, and the diagonal scale? So let me draw the diagram. This is your primary scale, this is the secondary scale, and this is the diagonal scale. Okay, primary scale is having N1 number of divisions, secondary is having N2, and diagonal is having N3 number of divisions. So my question is, what will be, which of these options will be giving you the least count of 5 decimeter? 5 decimeter. Chaliye, let's see. Let's apply the logic. 4. Okay, Sanjit is going with option C. 4, 10, 10. Okay, perfect. I'll be showing you how to solve. Okay, let us suppose I'm taking option A as a correct answer. Let us suppose that means I'm taking n1 is equal to 2, n2 is equal to 10 and n3 is equal to 5. What is the maximum length that we can measure? Maximum length that I can measure is 200 mm. That means in the primary scale, the minimum value that I can measure is 100 meter. In primary scale, the least value that I can measure is 100 meter. That means two number of divisions. That means there are 200, total is 200. So I can have 100 over here and 100 over here. Two number of values, right? If I talk about secondary scale, what I can measure is 100 divided by 10, that is 10 meter. And the diagonal scale, the minimum value that I can measure is 10 divided by 5, that is 2 meter. That means this is nothing but your least count, but that is not equal to 5 decimeter. That means option A is incorrect. Now are you getting the point? Now are you getting the point? How to calculate? Okay, is this clear? Primary scale, they are saying there are two number of divisions, right? So maximum length is 200 meter. That means the smallest value is 100, right? So 100 is further divided into 10 in the secondary scale. 100 meters divided into 10, that is 10 meter, right? So again, in the diagonal scale, this 10 meter divided into 5 division, that is 2. That means the minimum least value is 2 meter, which is not accurate. Let us go with option C. Let us go with option number C. Option number C is 4, 10, 10. N1 is equal to 4. N2 is equal to 10 and N3 is equal to 10, right? And the maximum length that we are measuring is 200 meter. Let us try to use this. So in the primary scale, the minimum value that I can measure is 200 divided by 4, that is your 50 meter. Okay. Secondary scale, the least value that I can measure is 50 divided by 10 is 5 meter, right? If I talk about your diagonal scale, 5 divided by 10 is your 0.5 meter. Is this clear? Right? Okay. And this is the least count. So according to the question, what they are saying, least count is equal to 5 decimeter. Sir, we know that 5 decimeter is equal to how much meter? You know that sequence: milli, centi, decimeter, deca, hecta, kilometer. Okay. Is this clear? So this is equivalent to 0.5 meter. That means our option C is absolutely correct. Option C is absolutely correct. This type of question you can expect in the examination. Scale C. Is this clear? Simple question. Done. Anyone having any difficulty to understand the scale topic? Yes. Go with the concept. No problem. Ab dekho. Now let's talk about vernier scale. All of you have used the vernier scale. There are two types of basic vernier scale: is forward vernier scale and the backward vernier scale. Okay, exactly. By using the option, we'll be able to answer it very accurately. So in the vernier scale, we are having two scales over here. This is one scale. We call it as main scale, and this is your the vernier scale. This is main scale and this is vernier scale. In the forward vernier scale, you can see that vernier scale is having one less number of division as compared to the main scale. If I try to hide myself, if you see in the forward vernier scale, this is the main scale, right? It is having a one division less than that of the vernier scale. If I talk about backward vernier scale, this is your main scale, right? This is your main scale and it is having one unit more than that of the vernier scale. More than that of the main scale, right? Is this clear? So by simple approach, what we can say that by simply, if you try to see this two diagrams, very important. If you try to see this two diagrams, I can directly say in forward vernier scale, I can say vernier scale limit is equal to main scale limit -1. It is having one shot in this. In backward, we can have vernier scale limit is equal to main scale limit +1. It is having one more than that of this. Okay, is this clear? Now, coming back to this question, what is the least count? Least count is basically the value that we are measuring in the vernier scale. So least count is nothing but the main scale division minus the vernier scale division. Mod of that. How many divisions that we are making in the main scale minus the vernier scale, this value will be giving you the least count. Mod, why I'm taking? Because in one scale we are having the main scale division lesser than that of the 1 year scale division. That is why I'm taking the mod value. Now coming back to this, the least count of 1 year scale is nothing but the primary or the main scale division minus the 1 year scale division. Option D is the correct answer. Simple. Okay. Scales may more than sufficient. If I talk about scale, there is one more scale we call it as comparative scale. Have you seen this type of scale? If you open the Google map, not right now, after the session, you can definitely open in Google map. Okay, when you try to zoom in or zoom out, okay, there are two types of scale will be given, let's say in miles and kilometer. That means two different scales is being given in a single plot. If you see at the bottom, we'll be having scales like this. Okay, in Google map, when you try to zoom in your location, that will be zoomed to, let's suppose 5 kilometer or 2 kilometer, 1 kilometer. If you try to zoom out, we can go till thousands of kilometer. You can see in the same mobile phone, I'm able to see the entire map of India, right? Okay, and the same mobile phone, I'm able to see my city having the colony, the gullies of the colony, right? So we try to zoom in or zoom out. That means the representative factor is changing, but for both the cases, the RF value will be same. Okay, this will be giving in miles. Two different units I'm using for a compare. You can see this is being used in the Google Maps. After the session, when you try to pick up the location, try to magnify or zoom in or zoom out the location, you can see there's a comparative scale that we are using, in which we'll be using two different units in a single scale. Okay, normally we are using only one scale. Whenever we are drawing, we are using only one scale, but whenever we need to have multiple units being shown on a scale, that we call it as comparative scale. Okay, chalo. Next question. Consider the following statements. The plane scale has divisions for the unit and subunits such as meter and centimeter. Diagonal scale represent three different units such as meter, decimeter and centimeter. In forward 1 year scale, n division on the 1 year scale is equal to n minus 1 division in the main scale. In the backward 1 year scale, the n division on the 1 year scale is equal to n plus 1 division in the main scale. Remember, backward mein what was happening? In forward 1 year scale, this was 1 year scale and this was the main scale. Main scale was more. In backward 1 year scale, the 1 year scale having more than that of the main scale. This is your 1 year scale. This is the main scale. Okay. Now tell me what is the correct statement. 1 and 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4 or 1, 2 and 3 only. All or 1, 2 or 1, 3, 4 or 1, 2, 3 only. Let's see in the comment section. A, 1 and 2 only. Okay. Let's start with the first statement. The plane scale is having two units. Obviously, we have seen in plane scale, we are only using the primary and the secondary. Primary and the secondary we are using. That means where you will be having a unit and a subunit. That means let us say meter and centimeter. Absolutely correct. If I talk about diagonal scale, we'll be using three different units: meter, decimeter and centimeter. They are saying one example. Okay, if I'm having this as the main scale as meter, this will be decimeter and this will be your centimeter. Okay, so definitely this is a correct statement because in diagonal scale we'll be going for three different units. If I talk about 1 year scale, the forward 1 year scale, the 1 year scale is equal to n minus 1 division of the main scale. Obviously 1 year scale is shorter than that of the main scale, so this is also correct. In backward 1 year scale is having more division than that of the main scale, n plus 1. Okay, so all the four statements are correct. So we can definitely go with option B, that is 1, 2, 3 and 4 as the correct answer. Okay, clear? Done. We are almost reached our halfway, like less than that of halfway, because 56 questions hai. So 20 questions covered. Let's accelerate. Let's accelerate our speed. How many A7 sheets are obtained from A3 sheet? Already we have discussed this. How many A7 sheets we can obtain by using A3 sheet? Chaliye. That means one A3 sheet is equivalent to how many A7? Simple hai. Number of sheets, okay, is equal to larger area by smaller area. A3 will be having a larger area. What is the area of this A3 sheet? 1 upon 2 cube. The area of a A7 sheet is 1 upon 2 to the power 7. So it will be 2 to the power 7 minus 3. That is 2 to the power 4. That is equal to 16. Perfect. Option B. Option B. Option B, 128 by 8, or we can say 4 into 4, 16. 2 square into 2 square. Okay, clear? We can expect this type of question. There is one more type of question that we'll be discussing afterwards, like your GSM. You might have heard about GSM, like in A4 sheets paper or bundle, you might have seen 75 GSM or 80 GSM. What is the meaning of this GSM? We'll be discussing afterwards in the questions. Okay, chale. Next, now we have entered into the conics part. A circle of 50 mm diameter rolls on a straight line without slipping. The curve generated by the point at a distance 35 mm from the center will be cycloid, inferior trochoid, superior trochoid, or none of above. So let us try to understand. We are having a straight line. Okay. Over a straight line, a circle is rolling. Okay, having a diameter of 50 mm. The curve generated by a point at a distance of 35 mm from the center of the roller or of the circle. Okay, so what we will be getting? Inferior trochoid, superior trochoid, or none of above. Chaliye, let's try to understand first of all how we are getting this. If I'm having a circle, let's say I'm fixing the circle, and I'm having a straight line which is rolling without slipping. Okay, there is a straight line which is rolling without slipping. Can you tell me which profile will be getting? Let's say this is point P. This will be reaching over here. Okay, let's say this P dash, this is P double dash. So the locus of this point on a line, this will be giving you an involute profile. This is involute profile. Involute. Okay, that means when a circle is fixed over the circle, I'm rolling a straight line. Let us say this is a point. I'm taking the locus of this point. The profile that I'll be getting will be the involute profile. Is this clear? Okay. Helix and spiral will be discussing afterwards. That is a different perspective. There's a different segment in the rollets. Okay. Exactly. In gears, the mechanical students might be able to correlate. They are studying in the gear segment. The non-mechanical students, it will be like first time you might have hearing. Involute is basically there's a fixed circle always. Line is rolling without slipping. If I take the reverse of that, there is a fixed. This is involute profile. These are different profiles that we are getting. Involute is a profile. Okay, that means if you take this, point P, the locus of this profile that we are getting is an involute profile. Is this clear? Okay, chaliye. Now let's talk about, there's a fixed straight line. There's a fixed straight line and there's a circle which is rolling without slipping. Let's suppose there's a point P and it is rolling. Okay, it is rolling without slipping. Rolling without slipping, right? So this circle will be rolling, it will be reaching over here. It will be rolling, it will be reaching over here. So this point P will be located, let's suppose it is reaching over here, then it is reaching over here. So if you join this profile that will be giving will be the cycloidal profile or cycloid. Okay, this profile that will be getting, that means if I join this point, the locus of this point will be the cycloid. Okay, fine. Let me take one more scenario. In this case, the point is on the circle. If I say there is one more scenario, there's a straight line and there is a circle and point P is outside the circle, then which profile that will be getting? Quickly tell me in the comment section. If this point P is outside the curve, then what profile I'll be getting? It will definitely be a, yes, is it a cycloid? It won't be a cycloid because for cycloid this point P should be on the circle. It is outside the circle. Yes. So tell me which profile we will be getting. Exterior, perfect. Trochoid, I think many of students are able to correlate. Okay. Trochoid. Okay, perfect. Whenever this point P is not on the circle, then we'll be getting the trochoid. Whenever we'll be getting a trochoid profile. Whenever this point P is not on the circumference of the circle, we'll be getting a trochoid. Now in this case, this point P is outside the circle or outside this curve. So I can say this is nothing but exterior trochoids, right? If I say, if this circle, if this point is inside the circle, this will be interior trochoids. Is this clear? Yes, this will be interior trochoids. Yes? Anyone having any doubt or difficulty till this point? Please try to tell me in the comment section, because that is very important. We need to have a complete clarity over this segment. Clear hai? Understood? Understood. Superior and inferior or interior or exterior, we call say, instead of exterior we can say superior also. Instead of exterior we can say superior trochoids. Done? Try to correlate the concept. Now let us suppose we can have one more scenario, that this instead of straight line, yes, I've already included this, I think afterwards. Okay, no worries. I'll be drawing that for you guys. Instead of this straight line, I can have a curve also. We can have a scenario like this. There is a curve which is fixed. Over this curve, this circle is rolling. And this point is on the circumference. If the point is on the circumference, let's say this is the point on the circumference, it is rolling over the curve. So are we getting a trochoid or a cycloid? First of all, tell me this. When this point is on the circumference, are we getting a trochoid profile or a cycloid profile? Tell me this in the comment section. Are we getting a cycloid or a trochoid? Cycloid, sir, perfect. I will be getting a cycloid. Perfect. We'll be getting a cycloid. And this circle is rolling above the curve. That will be epicycloid. That will be epicycloid. Same way, हाँ, circumference पे होगा cycloid, circumference पे नहीं होगा, that will be trochoid. That means it is rolling like this. This is rolling like this. Okay, this point P has reached over here, then it has reached over here. You join this point P, this profile that we are getting is epicycloid. Same way, I can have one more, we can say, scenario like this. There is a curve, right? And the circle is rolling inside the curve, but the point is on the circumference. So on the circumference, matlab will be having the cycloid, right? But this is rolling inside the curve, that will be hypocycloid. Is this clear? Hypocycloid. Done? Understood? Clear hai? Now we can have a trochoid situation also. We can have one more scenario like this. This is a curve. This is one more circle, and point P is outside the circle. This one. This is a fix, right? This is rolling without slipping. Okay, so this will be a trochoid. This will be a trochoid, right? As this point P is outside, we can say this is a exterior or superior trochoid. But it is, this circle is rolling outside this fixed curve. That will be your epi. So your curve, the profile that we'll be getting will be superior epitrochoid. The next one will be like this. You can have a scenario like this. Okay, we can have a scenario like this. This will be, let's say this point is outside. This will be superior hypotrochoid. Okay, we can have inferior epitrochoid. We can have inferior hypotrochoid. Is this clear now? Anyone having any doubt how to identify the curve? Done? Clear hai? No, one of the curves should be fixed. One of the curve. That's what I'm saying. One curve should be fixed, other curve should be rolling without slipping. Now my question is, sir, why in the straight line, why we have not taken this as epi or hypo? Can anyone tell me, in this case, why we are not saying this is a epicycloid? Why we are saying only cycloid? Reason being, whenever you are rolling over a straight line, okay, you will always get a same curve. In this case, you always get a same curve. So this will be same curve. That is why in this case, whenever a circle is rolling on a fixed line, you will be only having the cycloids. Okay, is this clear? We won't be having epicycloid or hypocycloid, okay, for a straight line. But for a curve, definitely we'll be having different profiles that we'll be getting. Done. Now coming back to this question, now you will be able to answer it very easily. A circle of 50 mm diameter rolls on a straight line. Straight line hai, right? Okay, that means it is not an involute. That means that will be cycloid or trochoid that we have to see. Okay. Epi and hypo won't be coming. Straight line hai. Chale, now let's see who will be giving me the answer. 50 mm. Okay, this is dimension is 50. The curve generated by a point at a distance of 35 mm from the center. Tell me, this point P is inside the curve or outside the curve, or inside the circle or outside the circle. If I say this is 25, this is 35, that means our point P is outside. Outside means this is not a cycloid, that is a trochoid. We can guarantee say this is a trochoid. Okay, and this point is outside, that means this is nothing but superior trochoid. Done? Understood? Option C. Option C is the correct answer. Superior trochoid. Perfect. Exactly. Okay. Many of the students will be thinking, sir, 50 hai, 35, it will be inside inferior trochoid. No. Try to understand. They are giving you the diameter. Okay. Clear? Yes. Okay. The same question, instead of straight line, I'm having this scenario like this. Same question. Can you tell me what I'll be getting? Same question, instead of straight line, they are giving a curve and the circle is rolling above the curve. That will be what? Trochoid. Trochoid. This is outside, that is superior trochoid. Superior trochoid, but it is rolling above, that will be superior epitrochoid. Superior epitrochoid. Yes, perfect. You can write it as superior trochoid, but the standard is superior point identification. Epi means over the curve, trochoid means the point is not on the circumference, outside. Done? Epitrochoid, perfect. Superior epitrochoid. Chaliye, next question. Okay. Same question, but in a statement perspective. If the generating point is on the circumference of the generating circle, the generating circle is rolling outside the directing circle, the curve obtained will be, generating point is that point P, it is on the circumference, that means the answer will not be trochoid, it will be a cycloid. So you can eliminate option B and D. If this point is on the circumference, that means it won't be a trochoid. We can eliminate B and D. The circle is outside the directing circle, that means it's like this. Outside this is your directing circle. Okay, this is your generating circle. It is outside. That means that will be epicycloid. Done? Understood? Option C. Option C. Now you are able to correlate our concept with the questions. Okay. Done hai? Anyone having any doubt till this point? I hope so. You all are able to understand this logic. Drawing is a very big topic. You won't believe it's actually the highest we can say duration of the, if I say in the complete non-tech portion, if let us suppose any subject is having 10 hours, this will be having 40 hours, right? So this is a very huge topic. So we need to cover in 2 hours, but let's take additional time क्योंकि 2 hours में खत्म होने वाला नहीं, I think. When a straight line rolls over the circumference of a semicircle, the locus at its end point will be, that means we are having a semicircle, okay, and this is fixed, and there is a line which is rolling over the semicircle. Which profile I'll be getting? Projection. After this, we'll be starting with the projection. That means, let's say this is a point. Okay, it is going like this. What profile I'll be getting? This is nothing but our involute profile. Already we have discussed, whenever a straight, the curve is fixed and a straight line is rolling without slipping, we'll be getting an involute profile. That will be a circle or a curve. That is a circle or a semicircle. It's both having the same significance. ठीक है, चलिए, perfect. Next question. Yes, perfect as spiral. Now, if I talk about spiral, spiral is basically having two different classification, that is your logarithmic spiral and Archimedean spiral. I hope so you might have heard about this. A spiral is basically, one is the Archimedean spiral and logarithmic spiral. In the Archimedean spiral, what is happening? The consecutive radius is always constant. Just like whenever you are a cassette, you can take an example of a cassette. Okay, we used to have a cassette, okay, or the thread. Okay, the radius difference will always be constant. If I say logarithmic spiral, the ratio will be constant. That is, the consecutive ratios of the radius will be having a constant value. That is, R1 by R2 will always be having a constant value. Okay, exactly. Like just like a snail shell. Just like a snail shell. Okay, we can take an example of a snail shell. It's an example of a logarithmic spiral. Why this have taken into consideration is, okay, let us go with the question. In logarithmic spiral, the consecutive radius vector enclosing the equal angles are in arithmetic progression, geometric progression, harmonic progression, or any of the above. Okay, we know that in logarithmic spiral, the consecutive ratios are always constant, right? So can you tell me, is this a arithmetic progression, geometric progression, or harmonic progression? Simple. A, B, C or D. देखो, if you're having any confusion, we know that exactly. Let's say R2 by R1 is equal to constant. R3 by R2 is equal to constant. If you take this, we'll be having R square. R2 square is equal to R1, R3, or R2 is equal to root of R1, R3. That is nothing but the example of a geometric progression. Option B is the correct answer. GP. Okay. We can have, because if R1 by R2 is constant, R2 by R1 will also be a constant value. So I can directly say that in logarithmic spiral, this is the major significance or major important point that you have to remember. But I can also go with this particular approach that it is always following a geometric progression. Why I have taken this segment? Because from this I'll be able to understand very important term, that is golden ratio. Anyone who can tell me what do you mean by golden ratio? It is basically phi value. Now in nature, in nature, every stable body should follow the golden ratio. Okay, that means 1 is to 1.618. If I take my hand, okay, this ratio to this ratio will always be 1.618. If I take my face, this ratio, my total ratio will be 1.618. If I talk about my complete body, if I say this is my body, not my body, all human beings, okay, if I talk about heart, the location of the heart with the entire height will be always following the golden ratio, 1.168. 1 is to 1.618 approximately. Okay, fine. If I talk about the navel part, the height of the navel with a complete, it will always have a ratio of 1 is to 1.618. Okay, is this clear? It's very important. If you take my finger, if you take your finger, you can take, they already shown you, this is 1, this is 1.618, this ratio. If anybody is following this ratio, it will be having stability. And it's a beauty about God created us. Bhagwan ne hum log ko banaya hai, right? God has created us, and in such a way that if you take any body which is stable, they will always follow this ratio. If you take the lengthwise, if I talk about ears, also, my ear is following this ratio. If I talk about my ear, it will be following this ratio. It is an example of a logarithmic spiral. You take this example. Exactly. If you take this is an example of a Mona Lisa, right? If you take the consecutive ratio, this ratio by this ratio, 1.1 is to 1.618. If you take this ratio, this radius ratio, this ratio, this, let's say this is R1, this is R2, this is R3, this is R4, this is R5, right, R5, and this is R6. So if you take any radius, this ratio will always be following the golden ratio. This is always following a golden ratio, that is 1 is to 1.618. Very, very important segment. you can expect, क्योंकि CSE में, if I talk about civil service में, there was a question from this particular segment, golden ratio. So you should be knowing the importance of this ratio and the value of this ratio. Okay. Now, why I've taken up this example is, I think they have not yet included. Okay, we can have, if I talk about a snail, this snail, if I say it's a stable snail, this R1 by R2 will be 1:1.618. Okay, fine. So logarithmic spiral, we can have this particular scenario that it will be following the golden ratio. Ek aur example, let me tell you. Ek aur example. If you take about face, let's say this is eyes, right? This is eyes. Let us suppose I'm not having a correct shape, like let's say I'm not having a correct shape, like so. In this case, if you see, it is not a stable situation. You won't be if you see, it is not a stable ratio. Okay, because the golden ratio won't be satisfied in this case. It won't be satisfied. It won't be 1.168. Okay, so if you are having a normal person, okay, the width between, or the distance between eyes and nose or brain is to the complete ratio will always follow the golden ratio. Okay, very important. Chaliye, perfect hai, perfect. Understood the importance of golden ratio. Value is important, right? And we can have a scenario where the logarithmic spiral is also getting like this. Okay, this is an example of a logarithmic spiral. Example of a logarithmic spiral where R1 by R2 will be equal to 1 upon 1.618. Chale, next question. This is the last question from the conic section. Then we'll be starting the projection part. Projection mein, it's important. You need to visualize the concept. If in Archimedean spiral R1 and R2 are the length of the two consecutive radius vector enclosing equal angle, then the relation between them will be A, B, C or D. It's a easy thing, right? Option D or B. Okay, Archimedean. Archimedean is basically this one, option B. Logarithmic, this will be logarithmic. Logarithmic. That's the reason if I talk about Mona Lisa painting, it's it's not like they have haphazardly drawn that Mona Lisa painting, right? Okay, right? Fine. So this minute calculation has been observed. It is being fulfilled. It's not a just random drawing. This minute portions is being fulfilled, right? Chaliye, perfect. Option B, perfect hai. Next question. Now let's talk about the projection parts, okay, and also the ellipse, hyperbola. List 1 shows the shape of the section produced due to the cutting of a right cone. List 2 shows the orientation of the cutting plane. So you have to tell me which of these will be giving you the ellipse, parabola, hyperbola and triangle. Which of these will be giving you a parabola, hyperbola or triangle? Okay. In order to get these profiles, I can use a right circular cone. I can cut that and I can get different profiles. How we can get different profiles? I'll be showing you one animation. We'll be able to visualize it very clearly. Chaliye. I think that animation. Chaliye, dekh lijiye. If this is a right circle cone, if I'm cutting this like this, I'll be getting a circle. If I'm having, let's say this is the right circular cone, okay, that's side view, right? If I'm cutting an angle less than that of this angle, this side angle, right? Let's say this angle is beta and this angle with the horizontal is theta. If theta is less than beta, then I'll be getting an ellipse. Okay. If theta is equal to beta, then I'll be getting the parabola. That means this cutting section and the your slant height both will be having same inclination. I'll be getting a parabola. If the cutting portion is having more angle than that of the slant height, I'll be getting a hyperbola. And if I'm going for a section like this, exactly 90 degree, theta is equal to 90 degree, I'll be getting a rectangular hyperbola. Okay, right? Exactly. That means if I cut having theta equal to 0 degree, if I cut an angle of cutting plane theta equal to 0 degree, I'll be getting a circle. I'll be getting a circle. If theta is between 0 degree but less than the beta, then I'll be getting ellipse. right? If its theta is exactly equal to beta, I'll be getting a parabola, right? And if theta is greater than beta, I'll be getting a hyperbola. And if we are having theta is equal to 90 degree, I'll be getting a rectangular hyperbola. Okay, now this one, the same case in some three-dimensional perspective. If you see, this is theta equal to 0 degree, this is theta less than this angle. Let's say this angle is beta, less than beta, right? In this case, theta is exactly equal to beta, same, this inclination will be same. If I talk about this, it will be hyperbola. Okay, but make sure, very important point, let me tell you, very important point, this cutting plane is not passing through the vertex. This is, we call it as vertex. Let us suppose if this cutting plane is passing through vertex, then what will be happening? If this cutting plane is passing through vertex like this, what or which profile I'll be getting? Let's say I'm cutting at an angle of like this. What I'll be getting? I'm cutting, let's say 0 degree or some any other angle, or at some this position. What I'll be getting? A triangle. I won't be getting anything. I'll be getting a point. I will only be getting a point. Yes, I'll be only be getting a point. Hana? Dot, a dot. Perfect. But if I say I am cutting an angle like this, I'm cutting a plane, let's say these are two right circular cone, and I'm cutting a plane like this, then what I'll be getting? If I'm cutting a plane like this, I'll be getting a straight line. Okay, clear? Perfect. I'll be getting a straight line. Understood? Right? Try to visualize. Now coming back to this problem. Now try to see list 1 and list 2 and try to tell me the correct answer. Now you'll be able to answer it very clearly and accurately. I'm so confident that you will be able to answer it very easily. Chaliye, perfect. Chaliye, bataiye quickly. Option A, option B, option C, or option D. Let me hide myself. I think you are not able to see the list 2. C. Perfect. Done. Anyone having any doubt? C aa raha hai. I need more responses, guys. Sabke liye, it's not about only selected students. I want you guys to be the next officers. Next officers hai yaar aap log. You are just to grasp that concept. Chaliye, perfect. Option C. If everyone is going with option C, then we can definitely have this answer. If I talk about first one, in this case, the theta is greater than that of beta. That means I'll be getting a hyperbola. In this case, your theta. Acha, no. If I say it is passing through this, na? It is passing through this. It is passing through this. Right? If it is passing through this, but is having theta greater than beta, it is passing through a vertex. I'll be getting a triangle. Right? In this case, it is not passing through vertex, but theta is greater than beta. I'll be getting a hyperbola. Okay. In this case, if you are trying to see, this is having equal inclination. So I can say this is kind of theta equal to beta, that is parabola. Right? In this case, it is having a less angle. That means that is nothing but an ellipse. So A, ellipse is 4, A4. Parabola B is 3, hyperbola C is 2, and this is 1. Clear hai? Fine. Done. Understood. Perfect. Anyone having any doubt? Dekho, same example I have taken. In this case, theta is equal to beta. If I'm having a scenario like this, these are the two right triangles. Arey bhai, right triangle banana hai. Or cone, right circular cone. Right. I'm cutting a section like this. In this case, I'll be getting a hyperbola. Oh, sorry, triangle. I'll be getting a triangle because it is passing through your vertex. I'll be getting one cone point like this. Two triangles milenge. I'll be getting two triangles. Right? Chali, perfect. Next question. Now, there are two possibilities. There are two ways where we can obtain the profiles like ellipse, parabola, hyperbola, or circle, I can obtain by two methods. One is by using the cutting plane inclination that we have already seen over here, by using at which angle the cutting plane is inclined. There's one more method by using the eccentricity, right? What is this eccentricity? Let us first of all understand what is eccentricity. This line we call it as directrix. This line we call it as directrix. Let us suppose I'm having a point P which is moving like this. There's a fixed point. This we call it as fixed point, and this is the moving point. This is moving point. Okay. So eccentricity is equal to the distance, the perpendicular distance from the directrix line over the move. This point is moving like this. This is moving over this profile. Okay. So Pn divided by Pf. The distance between the perpendicular distance from the directrix to the moving point and the distance between that point with the fixed point, we call it as, this ratio we call it as eccentricity. Is this clear? Exactly, perfect. Now let us take one scenario. Dekho. Let's try to see this animation. In this case, this pink line that is coming, that is directrix. Okay, if the directrix is at infinity, let us suppose if this directrix is somewhere around infinity, that means your Pn, or I can say, sorry, this is reverse of this, Pf by Pn. Fixed wala upar hota hai, Pf by Pn, right? This is reverse. Pf by Pn. So if I say this directrix is at somewhere at infinity, let us say if directrix is some at infinity and there's a point P, right? This is point P and this is the fixed point, and this P, let's say this is N. Pn is tending to infinity. If Pn is tending to infinity, then what will happen? What will be the value of E? What will be the value of E? If Pn is tending to infinity, value of E will be equal to 0. If E is equal to 0 and if this point P is moving, then it will be having a complete circle. You'll be having a circular profile. If your eccentricity is equal to 0, I'll be getting a circle, right? Let us take one scenario. We can have a scenario like this. Okay, let me have a scenario like this. This is your directrix. Okay, this is your fixed point and this is your point P. Let's say this is your N. If Pf is equal to Pn, that means equidistance. In that case, eccentricity is equal to 1. So if you take this profile, you will be basically getting an ellipse. You'll be basically getting an ellipse, right? Something like this. Say this is F1, this is F2, this is let's say P, right? This is your directrix 2. This is D2, this is D1. So there are two directrix. Okay. So we can say this is point P, this will be vertex V1, this will be vertex V2. So whenever we are having the distance between the directrix line and the moving point, the ratio of that with the fixed point with the moving point, this ratio is equal to 1, you will be getting directly ellipse. You can see from this animation, this pink line is nothing but your, this is infinity circle, this is a path, it is coming ellipse. Then as it is having a smaller value, it will be converting into a hyperbola. And when this eccentricity will be exactly equal to √2, we'll be getting a rectangular hyperbola. Okay, if eccentricity is greater than 1, we'll be getting a less than 1. This is less than 1. Equal to may will be getting a parabola. Equal to will be getting a parabola, right? Equal to may will be getting a parabola, and greater than 1 will be getting a hyperbola. And for equal to √2 will be getting a rectangular hyperbola, right? There's one clarification over here, right? Okay, fine. So by using this eccentricity, we can easily get to know the type of profile. Again repeating, if E is equal to 0, we'll be getting a circle. If it is between 0 to 1, I'll be getting an ellipse. If it is equal to 1, I'll be getting a parabola. Same sequence that is being followed in the cutting section, the same way I'll be getting. If E is greater than 1, I'll be getting a hyperbola. If E is let us suppose exactly equal to √2, I'll be getting a rectangular hyperbola. And one more thing, if E is tending to infinity, If E is tending to infinity, what's the meaning of that? Can you tell me? What is eccentricity? That is equal to PF by Pn, right? That means your Pn equal to 0. This is directrix line. This is point P exactly on this, and this is the fixed point. Okay, this point P is moving like this. So in this case, I'll be getting a straight line. I'll be getting a straight. That's point P will always move over this. This point P is moving over this line. This point P is moving like this. So if you take the locus of this point, we'll be getting a straight line. Perfect, eh? Understood. Now let us come back to this question. What is the answer for this? 28th answer. I want everyone here. Ellipse eccentricity value is given. Correct combination. Ellipse, we know that it is less than 1. So A ka will be having 1. This is correct. Parabola exactly equal to 1. This is also correct. Hyperbola, it should be exactly greater than 1. This is 1.5. Circle ka 0 hota hai. Option B. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4 is the correct answer. Okay. By using this logic, we will be able to understand. By using this logic, we'll be able to understand. We can get the different profiles very easily. Done? Clear hai? Perfect. Chaliye, next. Let's proceed. Okay. The same thing I have taken by using the section also and the eccentricity also. I have used that so that we can have a more clarity. Chaliye, next. One more important property. If I talk about ellipse, there's a very significant feature about ellipse. If I talk about ellipse, if I say this is an ellipse, right? This is the directrix. Let's say these are the vertices V1. Let's say this is D1, this is D2, this is V2, this is F1, the fixed point, and this is F2. Okay, if I take any point, let's say I'm taking a point P. So the property of an ellipse is, it is always the summation of this point with the fixed point Pf1 plus Pf2 will always be equal to a constant value. The property of an ellipse, what we have found out that Pf1 plus Pf2, the summation will always be equal to 1. If I talk about hyperbola, it is Pf1 minus Pf2, the mod of this will always be a constant value. Very, very important significance, right? And there are some other ways to calculate eccentricity in ellipse also. Simple. If I say eccentricity, tell me eccentricity for ellipse is less than 1 or greater than 1. Eccentricity of an ellipse is less than 1 or greater than 1. It is less than 1, right? We have already seen that it is less than 1. Okay, there are 3 different formulas to get eccentricity of an ellipse. I'll be telling you a best way to remember. If I say F1, F2, say this is F1, F2, we call it this as focus. This we call it as vertices or vertex. This we call it as a directrix. Okay, so F1 by F2 by V1 by V2, this will be less than 1. This is also equal to V1 by V2 by, let's say this is D1, D2. But if I want to take the largest distance and the smallest distance, your eccentricity will be equal to under root of your F1, F2 by D1, D2. So in an ellipse, there are 3 different formulations where we can use to get the value of eccentricity. Okay, okay? And by using this, I can get the other value. Let us suppose by calculating this, I am getting E is equal to root 2. Let us suppose it is taken ellipse as a standard value, but if I'm getting a E value to be different, right? I can identify, let's say E value is getting root 2. That means it is nothing but a rectangular hyperbola. Okay. If E is equal to 1, that is an example of a parabola. So how to remember that? Draw an ellipse, right? Draw this or use this formulation, I can get the value of eccentricity. So next question that you are seeing on your screen, the eccentricity of an ellipse can be determined by Chaliye, let's see who will be giving me the answer. Length of the major axis by distance between the directrix, distance between the focus divided by the length of the major axis, distance of a point on an ellipse from the focus to distance of the same point from the directrix, under root of the distance between the focus and the directrix. Which of the following is correct? Only 3, 1, 2 and 3, none or all of the above. Which of this is correct answer to identify the eccentricity of an ellipse? Very easy but important. ठीक है, चलिए let's try to understand the length of the major axis divided by the distance between the directrix. Okay, let's try to draw the ellipse. Let's try to draw the ellipse. This is the ellipse. This is the major axis. This is minor axis. Let's say this is V1, V2, the vertices. This is the focus F1, F2. This is the directrix line. This is directrix line. This is D1, D2, right? Length of the major axis divided by the distance between the directrix. That means they are saying V1, V2 by D1, D2. This is an eccentricity consecutive length. ठीक है, बिल्कुल सही है, बिल्कुल absolutely correct. Distance between the focus and the length of the major axis. That means they are saying distance between the focus is F1, F2. Major axis, that is V1, V2. V1, V2, that is also equal to eccentricity. This is also correct. Third option, the distance of a point of an ellipse from the focus divided by the distance of the same point from the directrix. That means if I say this is the directrix, okay, let's say this is an ellipse I'm taking a point P. The distance of this, let's say this is the fixed point and this is the directrix. So they are saying PF by P, let's say this is N. This is the definition that we have already studied. This is the definition of the eccentricity. Statement 3 is absolutely correct. The distance between the focus, that means F1, F2 divided by D1, D2 ka under root. This is also an example way to calculate the eccentricity. That means all of these are the correct statement. Okay, so now I can directly say that, देखो simple सा तरीका है. Ellipse का, or if I talk about ellipse is less than 1. I know that. That means the numerator will be low, smaller value, the denominator will be higher value. If you see this, the maximum length that we can obtain is the distance between the directrix. Okay, if I say this is an ellipse, this is V1, V2, this is F1, F2. Okay, if you take the consecutive distance means F1, F2 ka next higher value is V1, V2. If I talk about V1, V2, the next higher value is D1, D2. Or if I say this is O1, this is O2, better we can write it as O1 and O2, right? These are equal, right? If I take the smallest value and if I take the largest value, then I have to go with the square root of that. This is your eccentricity. So by this way, I can calculate the eccentricity for any curve, and by using this value, I can obtain which curve I'll be getting by taking these values which I've already provided. This, if I'm getting equal to 0, circle, less than 1, greater than 0, ellipse, equal to 1, hyperbola, greater than 1, hyperbola, and equal to root 2 will be getting rectangular hyperbola, and if I tending to infinity, we'll be getting a straight line. Is this clear? Chaliye, done. Now if you try to see this animation, now you'll be able to have a more clarity. That is coming closer. It is coming exactly root 2 pe will be getting a rectangular hyperbola, and when it is overlapping, we'll be getting a straight line. Okay, this pink line is nothing but the directrix. Perfect, guys. Next question. If a point P moves in a plane in such a way that the sum of the distance between the two fixed points is constant, that means if I'd say I'm having a curve, say this is a point P, right? And there are two fixed points. This is F1, F2. They are saying the sum of these two fixed points are equal. That is PF1 is plus PF2 is constant. Which curve we will be getting? Ellipse, parabola, hyperbola, or none of the above? Obviously, we have already seen that this is nothing but a ellipse. For hyperbola, PF1 minus PF2 will be having a constant value. If you're having a subtract, that is a hyperbola. If you're having your summation value constant, then it will be a parabola. Oh, sorry, ellipse. Done? Chaliye, next question. Exactly, apart from this will be having other. Exactly. Chaliye, when a bullet is shot in air, the path traversed by the bullet. This, for answering to this problem, I think the concept of engineering mechanics is more than sufficient. If you throw, let us suppose I'm not taking a bullet. If you throw a stone at some angle, There is a stone. If I'm throwing at some angle, which pathway it will be following? Which pathway will be following? A, B, C or D? Already we have studied parabolic pathway. For answering to this, I told you, for answering to this, just you need to have a basic understanding. Projectile motion, remember you might have studied about projectile motion in first year engineering mechanics. For civil and mechanical students, that will be very easy to correlate. For EC or electrical student, you might have studied this in the first year. Projectile motion. If you throw any body, right, it will always follow a projectile motion or parabolic profile. Okay, we used to say like this, it's a parabolic profile we are getting. Right, we used to calculate the height or the range value. Kinetics mein. Perfect guys. Absolutely correct. Chaliye, next question. The longitudinal section of the reflector of headlamp of automobile is having a shape of ellipse, parabola, hyperbola or square. No, a bullet at some point of time, it will definitely be coming back to, due to the gravitational force, it will be coming back to the earth's surface, right? If you are shooting a bullet, it will definitely be going upward, but after some point of time, it will have to follow that projectile motion. A, B, C or D? It's a simple question. AKG is going with, okay, C or B, hyperbola reflector or parabolic reflector. Ellipse and square nahi hoga. Dekho, we are not using an ellipse or square. We have to confirm between hyperbola or parabola. Longitudinal section of the reflector. If I cut in a longitudinal fashion, chaliye, I'll be getting a parabola or hyperbola. I'm having a headlight, guys. The headlight kuch aisa hota hai, right? Something like this. I cut like this. Basically, I won't be getting a hyperbola. Hyperbola will be having more inclination. We'll be having like this. Headlight is not like this. We'll be having. We always go for parabolic reflectors. Not hyperbolic. Hyperbolic mein it will be having a wide range, but it won't be concentrated. If you see the headlight, we always try to follow the parabolic shape. Ellipse nahi hoga. Hyperbola, if you are going with hyperbola, the range will be more, but the intensity, because we need to see the road. Okay, is there any pits or is there any disturb or is there any holes on the road? So what we do? Okay, for that we have to go for parabolic. If I go for hyperbolic, I can go for a larger distance. I can definitely go with if I say this is hyperbolic, I can get a larger area will be covered, right? But if I talk about parabolic, I'll be getting a smaller area, but that will be more accurate. I don't want what is there after let us suppose 20 meter. I need to have a closure vision as clear as possible. And if you have seen, there are two, high beam and low beam. If you might have observed that low beam basically concentrate on the closer part and high beam concentrate for slightly more length. Exactly. For highways, dekho, if a vehicle is going for only for highways, so definitely we need to have both, because if you have seen, it's not possible to have let's say correct vision or accurate vision is possible if you are having the light is having a larger distance, because let's say there is a pit stop, there is a pit on the road that is only visible. You need to have a clarity. Okay, the vision should be clear. If you want to cover till let's say this is the road, you are covering till this distance, and there's a hole which I'm not able to see by using a hyperbolic reflector. So it's very difficult. I need to have a clear vision. It can be a shorter one, but we need to have a clear vision. Intensity will be decreasing in hyperbolic reflectors. In parabolic reflector, the intensity will be high. We'll be able to have a clear vision. Okay, it won't be that much of distance, but yes, it will be having clear vision. If I go for hyperbolic, we can have a clear vision, but it won't be as clear as that of parabolic. Okay, for highways also, we will be preferring parabolic only. In that case, we are having two different high beam and low beam. We are using in parabolic only. Okay, chaliye, perfect. Next. What is the name of the curve traced out by a point P moving in a plane such that the difference of its distance from the fixed point is constant? Exactly, Manu. Exactly. Already we have seen. Option C, hyperbolic. If I say this is a profile, this is a point P, right? This is F1, right? And let's say this is F2, right? So I can say this distance will always be, the difference of this distance will always be constant. Sir, my gate didn't went well. Okay, देखो यार, try to have one important, those students whose gate examination didn't went well. This is a very important suggestion that it's not the only exam, right? After that we are having many examination. If you are from mechanical or civil guys, okay, we are having HEL also, we are having DRDO also, we are having ESE on the verge of 20th ko hai ESE, right? So try to rectify your mistake. Always try to have a clear vision. Okay, if that didn't went well, do not curse that day for the next 10 days or 20 days. Okay, you can have one day as what happened. Try to analyze the result, what happened that day. Okay, rectify your mistake and move forward. That is the important lesson. That is, you can apply this logic to your life also. If any mistake happened last night, okay, last day or yesterday, there's some mistake happened from your side, try to identify the mistake and next time make sure you're not repeating that mistake. That should be your we can say vision towards the life. ये एक बहुत ही important point है that you can apply examination perspective और life के perspective में. ठीक है, चलिए next question. For a conic section, the distance between the focus is 180, the distance between the directrix is 80. What is the eccentricity value? चलिए, try to cover maximum portion. Okay, there's one suggestion for paper 1 because time will be very less. You know that ESE mein time is very crucial. Try to cover almost the entire paper. Okay, do not spend more time on us. If any question, if you are stuck out, try to leave that, go for the next question. Okay, A, B, C or D, simple question hai. Focus distance F1, F2 is given. F1, F2 is equal to 180, right? And the distance between the directrix, that is D1, D2 is given as 80. So what is the value you are getting? A, B, C. Definitely it is greater than 1. Option B will not be the correct answer. Okay, so yes, what is the answer you're getting? A key option hai, we are having option C. It is not twice, it is not equal. So eccentricity will be equal to under root of F1, F2 divided by D1, D2. Right, so it is 180 by 80 ka under root, that is 9 by 4, that is equal to 3 by 2, that is 1.5. Can you tell me which profile we are getting? Which profile we are getting? Is it a ellipse? Is it a parabola, hyperbola, rectangular hyperbola? Which profile you are getting? You are getting a hyperbola. You are getting a hyperbola. Okay, is this clear? Simple approach. Try to get a clarity in the concept. That's it. Concept clarity hoga, you will be able to answer it very easily. Hyperbola, you can get a question instead of having the value, they can ask you like this, which profile you will be getting, hyperbola, ellipse, parabola or circle. For that you have to calculate the E value. Done. देखो यार, do not only remember for safe score, it depends upon the how the paper they have we can say framed. If the paper is difficult, then we can have the safe score to be lower. If the paper is easy, then the safe score will be increasing, right? So do not rely on that. Chaliye, the Boyle's law, this is from thermodynamics. PV is equal to constant, generate which curve? That means if I say x into y is equal to constant, which curve will be getting? X into y is equal to constant. Hyperbola, rectangular hyperbola, parabola, or rectangular parabola. देखो rectangular parabola कुछ नहीं होता. It's not like this. Okay, this is only a simple statement. It is a rectangular hyperbola. X into y, x is directly proportional to inverse of y. This is nothing but an equation for a rectangular hyperbola. X into y equal to constant. That is example of rectangular hyperbola. Option B, perfect. Let us increase the pace and let us start the projection also. इसके बाद we'll be starting the projection. चलिए, in a rectangular hyperbola, x and y are the coordinates of a point on a curve. Then the asymptotes coincide with the x-axis and y-axis. Then x plus y is equal to constant, x minus y is equal to constant, x into y is equal to constant, or x by y is equal to constant. A, B, C or D. Quickly, Rectangular hyperbola, something like this. A rectangular hyperbola. Okay. They are saying there's a point P on the curve. It's asymptote. What do you mean by asymptote? I'm coming to that. What do you mean by asymptote? Anyone? What do you mean by asymptotes? Anyone who can help me out in this? You might have heard about this asymptotes in your mathematics also. Mathematics is very important. Once or twice you might have heard about this asymptotes. Yes, anyone? Mona Lisa, Rajeshwari, AKG, Manu, made possible, Saksham. Answer is correct. Exactly. That means, dekho, it's like this. If I take the tangent at this point, let's say, if I draw this more accurately, it's like this. This is the tangent or the common line, the end point of this, okay, like this, and we are having a curve like this. Basically, it should be, let me draw it first of all, the rectangular hyperbola. This is, we call it as asymptotes, like this. It's not intersecting, it is basically tangent, okay. It will be having a common point. Tends to infinity, it will be having the end point will be tending somewhere at the infinity point, okay. For rectangular hyperbola, this will be these are asymptotes line, this will be meeting at the infinite positions, okay. The question is x and y are the coordinates of a point on the curve, then the asymptotes coincide this at which point. That means I can directly say this is x into y is equal to constant. This is the answer to this, because rectangular hyperbola already we have seen any point will always be following this particular equation. This is the equation for a rectangular hyperbola, x into y, okay, x into y. If I talk about the other profiles, it will be intersecting at some finite position. If I let us suppose a hyperbola, I'm not talking about rectangular hyperbola, I'm talking about a hyperbola, it will be intersecting at one finite position, okay. It will be intersecting at some finite position. But if I talk about rectangular hyperbola, they will be intersecting at the infinite position. Done. Root locus, exactly. Root locus, we call it as like this. Chale, next, we need to start with the projection. Okay, now we have started with the projection of point, line, and the solids. We have started. This is very important segment. A point whose front view and the top view are above the reference line. Let me first of all tell you what is reference line. Let me show you one diagram. Now, this we call it as the vertical plane. This we call it as the horizontal plane. Okay. This line we call it as a reference line. This line we call it as the reference line. Okay. Perfect. Point whose front view and top view is above the reference line. This is the front view. If you see this body, this will be the front view. This will be the top view. If you see from this end, the top view. Okay. So, if the front view, the top view is above the reference line, where will be the point located? First, second, third, or fourth quadrant? Which quadrant? Second quadrant. A, B, C, or D? Perfect. 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 Dekho. The point whose front view and top view is above the reference line, that simply means first quadrant. Acha, first of all, tell me, if I say this is the vertical plane and this is the horizontal plane, right? And if I draw it like this, okay. So tell me which is the first quadrant, where I need to write the first, here, here, or here. Let's say this is A, this is B, this is C, or D. Where we need to write the first quadrant? At A segment, behind the vertical plane, in front of vertical plane, above HP. Where need to write the first quadrant, and second quadrant, third quadrant, and fourth quadrant. Perfect. The B, that means in front of vertical plane and above horizontal plane, this will be your first quadrant, right? Second quadrant will be, the second quadrant will be over here. This will be second quadrant, this will be third quadrant, and this will be fourth quadrant, right? Yes or no? Exactly. Okay, now question is the point, the front view, both are above. Okay, both are above, right? Chaliye, above HP, and behind VP. A is second quadrant. Chaliye, tell me, is this second quadrant or fourth quadrant? Is our second quadrant correct or incorrect? Quickly. That is important, guys. We need to have a clarity which is the quadrant. Then only we'll be able to have the complete understanding where is this point located. Correct now? Perfect. Now the question is, there is a point whose front view is always seen from the first quadrant. This is the front view, right? The front view is above the reference line. That means somewhere around here. The point is somewhere around here. Let us suppose, according to this perspective, it won't be below HP. If it is above a reference line, the projection of this point will be somewhere around here. Top view is above the reference line. So if the top view is above the reference line, that means this point is nothing but at the perfect. Is this clear? चलिए अब बताइए, are our quadrants given in the correct position? Quickly. Quickly, guys. Okay. That should be, exactly. That should be first. You see, yeah. Control P. This is first, this is second, this is third, and this is fourth quadrant. I hope so. Now this is clear. If I talk about first quadrant is nothing but in front of VP and above HP. If I talk about second quadrant, it is actually behind VP and above HP. If I talk about third quadrant is below HP and behind VP, right? And fourth one will be this. Okay, done, right? If I talk about fourth quadrant, that will be below HP and in front of VP, right? Chaliye, perfect. Now the question is, if I see from the front view is above reference. This is the reference line. If I talk about top view, what we are doing? If I take this point in the first quadrant, then what will happen? If I see from the top view, this point projection will be, this is the top view, right? If you rotate this point, this top view will be coming over here. That means this is the reference line. And the top view will be this. This is below. This is point P. Okay, fine. So this is not appropriate. That means it is not in the first quadrant. Let us talk about the second quadrant. If I talk about the second quadrant, let's say this is the second quadrant I'm having. Okay, this is the point over here. If you see the front view will be somewhere around here. If you see from this point, this is the front view. This is the eyes. So this point will be located above the reference line. This is the reference line. Okay, reference line. This is the front view, right? And if you see the top view, this point projection will be located somewhere around here. If you try to rotate this over here, so this will be somewhere located at above the reference. That means the top view and front view is above the reference line. So that means it is located in the second quadrant. So your answer will be option C. Clear? Second quadrant, this one, that means our point will be somewhere located over here. Because if you see the top view will say, if you see from the top view, you'll be seeing this point on this point over here. If you try to rotate this point will be located somewhere around here, that is above the reference line. Okay, if you see from the front view, if you see the same point in the front view, it will be located over here. Okay, fine, that is above the reference line. So whenever the reference line, if the top view and the front view is above the reference line, that means it is in the, we have to rotate because I have to see in a single plane. This is a two plane. This is vertical plane. This is horizontal plane. If you see, देखो, simple है. Let us suppose this is horizontal plane. This is vertical plane. Let us suppose there is a point in the first quadrant. Let us take an example. There's a point, let us suppose this height is 10 and this distance is 5. Can you tell me what will be the distance between the front view and the reference line? Can you tell me? This is reference line. For the front view, what is the distance between the front view and the reference line? If you see this point, it will be having a projection exactly over here on the vertical plane. And what is this distance? This is nothing but 10. So in the front view, you will be seeing this point having a distance of 10. This is the front view. If you are seeing from the top view, that means you are seeing from this end. You are seeing from this end, right? You are seeing from this end. So this point will be located somewhere around here. Let's say over here. Okay. So when you try to rotate this point, this distance is 5. So it will be moving at a distance of 5 below this is the top view. We have to rotate now. This is the sign convention. We have to rotate the plane, then only I'll be able to have the reference line, because with respect to reference line, I need to rotate the horizontal plane in a clockwise direction. Okay, clockwise, always rotate in the clockwise direction like this. This will be going downward, this will be going upward. Right? Important. This is very, very important. Done. Done. Let us take more examples, because then only will be having more clarity. A point whose elevation is above the reference line is probably situated in. What do you mean by elevation? What do you mean by elevation? Can you tell me? Elevation is top view or front view? There are 2 points. One is elevation, second is plan. What is the meaning of elevation? The front view or the top view? How we can see the body is elevated? Are we seeing from the front view or the top view? If I want to know the elevation of a body, I need to go for the front view or the top view. There are 2 things. One is plan and second is elevation. By front view, yeah, front view. Top views will be, if you see the, whenever you are seeing any construction site, okay, we used to have like this, there is bedroom, there is your, we can say, drawing room, we are having the kitchen, this is the lobby, this is the plan. This we call it as plan, the top view. This is the top view. If I want to see how much elevated this body, that we can see only from the front view, right? Okay, now coming back to the question, top view. Okay, chaliye. Coming back to the question, the point whose elevation is above the reference line. Elevation means front view. This is a reference line, front view. That means, is it in the first quadrant, second quadrant, both first and second, or none of above? Obviously, it can have 2 possible locations. If you see, if there is a point over here, his front view will be above the reference line. Let's say there is a point behind. This is first quadrant, this is second quadrant, this is third quadrant, and this is fourth quadrant, right? So if there is a point on the second quadrant whose projection will also be coming in the above the reference line. Is this clear? So option C is the correct answer. Done. Option C is absolutely correct. Chaliye, let's increase our pace. Projection of line B bacha hai B. A line joining the front view and the top view of a point. Let's suppose I'm having this as a reference line. This is the, let's say, top view. This is the front view. So if you join this line, the top view and the front view, this line we call it as, this we call it as projectors. This we call it as projector. Okay, this we call it as projector. Option C. इसको बोलते हैं projectors. Okay, do not use connectors. It's not a electric connection, right? So standard terminology is whenever you are joining the front view and the top view, that line we call it as projectors. Chaliye, perfect. Next question. A point is lying in HP and its top view is above reference line. Let's try to understand. The point is lying on HP. Chaliye, HP pe, it could be over here or it could be over here. And its top view is above reference line. So tell me, are we talking about point A or are we talking about point B? Top view above reference line. Point A or point B? Try to understand. Top view above reference line. This is your reference line. Top view, this is the top view. If you try to see this body, rotate clockwise below the reference line, rotate clockwise above the, that means we are talking about point B, we are not talking about point A, right? So coming back to this question, its front view will be, they are saying its front view will be, there is a point B on the horizontal plane, its front view will be, this is the front view. Now, above reference line, on reference line, below reference line, or any of the above. Quickly. It's on the second quadrant that we have confirmed, but they are saying the front view will be on the reference line, above reference line, or below reference line. Try to see. There is a point, okay, there's a point on this plane. If you try to see, I'll be seeing that this is basically exactly on the reference line. Exactly on the reference line, right? Clear? If you see this point, okay, which is on the horizontal plane, if you see from this perspective, this projection will be exactly on the reference line. That means if say this is the reference line, this will be the front view and this will be the top view according to this point B. Is this clear? Done? Okay, fine, understood. This is the reference line, top view will be above the reference line. Okay, done? Clear hai? Very easy. Projections are very easy if you try to have the clarity of the concept. Now we'll be shifting to lines also. This is points and normally questions mein points se aata hai. Lines also it is coming. Chaliye, next, a point is 30 mm below HP and 40 mm behind its top view. Chaliye. A point is 30 mm below HP and 40 mm behind its top view. 30 mm below reference line, 30 mm above reference line, 40 mm above reference line, or 40 mm. Top view, exactly. In order to see the top view on the reference line, we need to rotate the horizontal plane because the top view we can see on the horizontal plane only. Hai na? Okay, so let's try to plot a 30 below HP. So that means it could be over here also, it could be over here also. Okay, this is either 30, either this or this, that we need to confirm. And they're saying 40 mm behind its top view. 40 mm behind its top view means this is not about talking about this. This is your vertical plane. The top view will be somewhere around here. So it is exactly at this position. That means this is first, second, third quadrant. Third quadrant confirm. Perfect, Manu. Third quadrant confirm. They are saying this point will be 30 mm below reference line, 30 mm above reference line, 40 mm above reference line, or 40 mm below reference line. Chaliye, bataiye. From the reference line, what will be the value? This is the dimension they have given. This dimension is 40, I think, right? So from the reference line, what will be the dimension? 30 mm above, 30 mm below. Chaliye. So if you see the top view, front view will be somewhere around here. Okay, this will be the front view, right? So this is the reference line. This is the front view, right? Can you tell me what will the distance? It will be 30. This height will be 30, right? This will be 30. If I see the top view, this will be top view. This distance is 40. So it will be having a 40 in the top view. Chaliye. Now, they are saying the top view is 30 mm below reference line, 30 mm above reference line. So top view is 40 mm above the reference line. They are asking you the top view. Okay. Below HP, 40 mm behind. It's actually should be VP, right? This VP is missing. Option C. है ना? Clear है? Done. Very easy question. Try to visualize the concept. Try to visualize. Simple है. We are having 30 mm below HP. This is HP. And 40 mm behind VP. That means this is exactly on the third quadrant. So this will be the top view. This will be the front view. So this is the reference line. For the front view, exactly that will be your diagram. So front view below the reference line, top view, try to rotate this. When we will be rotating, this dimension will be your nothing but 40. 40 above reference line will be your answer. Perfect. Option C. Absolutely correct. Done. Clear hai? Let us proceed. Next question. Okay, the front view of a point is 50 mm above the reference line. Front view, they are saying this is your reference line. Front view above 50 mm. This is 50. This is front view, and the top view 20 mm below the this one. This one is 20, and this is your top view. So they're asking the point lies in first, second, third, or fourth. Very easy question. The point lies in first, second, third, or fourth. Now they have asked in the reverse fashion, right? Second, first. देखो, above reference line, that means I'm talking about a point. Let's say this is the horizontal plane, this is the vertical plane, right? So I'm talking about the points which is above the horizontal plane. So either it will be this or this, either 1 or 2. Right? 3 won't be possible. 3 and 4 won't be possible. So 3 and 4 ko to hata do. Let's talk about between A and B. And they're saying the top view is in front or above reference line. If top view is above reference line, that means your point will be somewhere around here. Okay, this will be the top view, and we rotate it, it will be above the reference line. That means it is in the second quadrant. It's in the second quadrant. Perfect. Very good. Done. It's basically located in the second quadrant. Try to understand. Same concept again and again we are repeating. Chaliye. Perfect time. Done. Can we proceed? Anyone having any doubt? Clear hai? Chalo. Next. It's a very easy question. I think now you'll be able to answer this point wala. Can we proceed for the next aage? Or let us try to solve it. Only 10 more questions left out. If both the front view and the top view of the point lies on the same side of the reference line, the point is situated on which of the quadrant? Let's say we can have two feasibilities. This is the reference line. Either the top view and the front view both are on the same side. Either we can have this possibility or we can have this possibility as top view and the front view. So which of the following is correct? First or second, second or fourth, first and third, third and fourth. देखो, front view, if they are saying above reference line, that means it is in the first or the second quadrant, right? If top view is above reference line, that means it is exactly clear. Either it will be in the how this both front and the top views of the point lie on the same side of the reference line. So which of the following quadrant is feasible? First or second, second or fourth, first and third, or third or fourth? B. Very good, very good. Perfect, perfect. Dekho. Let us suppose I am saying there is a point over here. Okay. If you see there is a point in the, let's say this is first, this is second, this is third, and this is fourth. The point is located in the fourth quadrant, right? So if it is located in the fourth quadrant, the front view will be over here, the top view will be over here. So that means this is the front view on the vertical plane, this is the top view on the horizontal plane. If you say this is the reference line, the top view and the front view will be located on the same side. Okay, it will be the dimension will be slightly different, but it will be located on the same side. Okay, fourth quadrant. Next feasibility is, we can have a feasibility like this. It is located in the second quadrant. In second quadrant, if you see the top view will be located over here. The front view will be located over here, right? This is the top view. This is the front view. So if you try to rotate this, this is the reference line. Top view and front view will be on the same side of the reference line. That is 2 and 4 as the combination. 2 and 4, option B is the correct answer. 2 and 4 is the combination. Second or the fourth quadrant is the combination. Option B is the correct answer. Done. Chaliye, next 44th. Okay, if the front view is above the reference line, the top view is below the reference line. The point is situated. Very easy question. Front view and top view. The point is located in which quadrant? I think this is the most easiest question. Now we'll be able to correlate the answer. Perfect. टॉप व्यू बिलो, बिलो है मतलब इट इज इन फ्रंट ऑफ VP, right? And front view above reference, it is, that means it is above HP. That is only one possibility, that above HP and in front of VP. That is your nothing but which one? First quadrant. First quadrant, guys. Try to visualize first quadrant. Okay, that means this one, there's a point in the first quadrant, the front view will be above HP. Let's say this is the front view, this is above above reference line. Okay, if I talk about the top view, this will be the top view, right? It will be rotating, it will be below the reference. If I say this is the reference line, front view over here, top view over here, that means this is located in the first quadrant. Clear है? Fourth quadrant नहीं होगा. How we are getting fourth quadrant? In fourth quadrant, both front view and top view will be below the reference line. Clear? Clear? Understood? Okay, perfect. Next, let's proceed. Next problem. The regular polyhedral solid is having how many number of having minimum number of faces is cube, square pyramid, triangular prism, or tetrahedron. What is regular polyhedron? Regular polyhedrals are basically, I'm using the same shapes in order to define a three-dimensional body. Okay, exactly. In cubes, I'm using 6 squares. In cubes, I'm using 6 squares. Then only I'm getting a cube. Okay, cube is having 6 squares. That means I'm joining 6 squares, I'm getting a cube. Square pyramid. Okay, if I talk about square pyramid, what is a square pyramid? Square pyramid will be something like this. Okay, it is your square pyramid. So in this case, I'm not having same shape. So this is not a regular polyhedral. It's not a regular polyhedral because I'm getting triangles on, it is a set of different triangles and a square. So it is not a regular polyhedral. Triangular prism, what is a prism? If I say this is a triangle, the same shape will be followed till the top. This is your triangular prism. In this case, I'm getting, it is a set of different rectangles. So in this case, it's a combination of rectangle and triangle. So this is also not a regular polyhedron. If I talk about tetrahedron, what is a tetrahedron? Tetrahedron is nothing but it's a combination of equilateral triangles like this. Okay. In this case, I'm using 4 equilateral triangles. That means option D is the correct answer. Okay, option D. Regular tetrahedron, or so we can say tetrahedron is nothing but when 4 equilateral triangles are joined, I'll be getting a tetrahedron. What's the difference between a pyramid and a prism? Pyramid is basically will be having, if I take the cross section, the size of that shape, the size of this square or size of any other this shape will be decreasing. Okay, in this case, if you take any point, the cross section will always be a triangle. So cube is having maximum size. No, we are having more than that. Let me tell you one. What is this? Number of faces in a dodecahedron. I'll be coming back to the previous questions. Let us try to have a discussion on this. This is nothing but this is an example of a regular polyhedron. This is an example of regular polyhedron. Okay. Dodecahedron is basically, I'll be using pentagons. I'll be using approximately, I won't be able to draw it like this. I'm using 12 regular pentagons to get a dodecahedron. 12. It's 12, right? It's not 20, it's 12. Please make sure you're correcting this. Dodecahedron, where I'm using 12 your pentagons. 12 pentagons I'm using to get a dodecahedron. Right? Okay. Done? Fine. So there's a very important difference between a pyramid and a prism. Okay. One second. Battery low hai. Perfect. Chaliye, come back to this. So so we are having 6 squares. If I'm using, I'll be going for a cube. If I'm going for a 12 your pentagons, I'll be getting a dodecahedron. Chaliye. A pyramid is cut by a plane parallel to its base, removing the apex. The remaining part is known as. Simple. We are having a pyramid. Okay. If you remove the top portion, what is the lower portion called? It's called frustum. Very easy. I think this is second most easiest question in the entire session. Okay. Perfect. So the next 47. Among the following solids, the regular polyhedron will be a sphere, a cube, a square prism, or a square pyramid. A sphere, a cube, a square prism. For a cone is a truncated portion. Exactly. Regular polyhedron. B, A, C, D. देखो, prism won't be able to have a, if I say square prism, if I take a square prism, if I say this is a square prism, right? तो prism में क्या होता है? Same cross section throughout, like this is a square prism, right? Something like this. But in this case, what will be happening? This height is not equal to this one. So it's not an example of a regular polyhedron. Okay, fine. Virat, we need to check out with that when this rank predictor will be started. Definitely will be letting you know. Don't worry about this. Okay, square pyramid. Square pyramid is something like this. It's a combination of different triangles. Okay, this is your square pyramid. Base will be square. Okay, so in this case also not a regular polyhedron. Now talk about cube and sphere. Sectioned. I'll be talking about this. If I'm taking a section of a cube, okay, if I'm taking a section of the cube, I'll be getting a square. If I say this is a cube, right? If I take this is a cube, if I take a section, right section, I'll be always getting a same shape. But if I talk about a sphere, if I take a section over here, I'll be getting a circle, but the size will be different. Okay, so I cannot say this is an example of a regular polyhedron, right? Is this clear? Fine. So I can say sphere can be the example of I can say pyramid, because the size is decreasing. In this case, the size is decreasing. The square size is decreasing. Okay, so option B is the correct answer. Clear? In this case, if you take the section at this position, we'll be getting the same size. यहाँ पर करेंगे, we'll be getting the same size. Okay, done. चलिए, this question already discussed. 49th, almost we are going for the half century. The orthographic view of a hemisphere may appear as, this is a hemisphere. This is a hemisphere, right? So orthographic view of the hemisphere. Orthographic view of the hemisphere. Simple question, very easy question. Orthographic view of the hemisphere. Hemisphere, guys. देखो parabola नहीं हो सकती. Won't be getting a parabola. Okay. There are two possibilities. Either you are seeing from the sideways, you'll be getting a semicircle. If you are seeing from the top, you will be getting a circle. Semicircle है नहीं, so definitely will be having a circle. है ना? Option B is the correct answer. Perfect. Perfect. Circle. If you are seeing from the side, you will be getting a semicircle, right? Which is not there in the option. That means the second feasibility is in the top, the 90 degree. Okay, so definitely will be having the top view, that is a circle. If you see this semicircle, will be seeing a complete circle. Chale, next question, the 50th question on your screen. A cylinder with 20 mm base diameter, okay, and 60 mm long axis resting on a base on HP. It is cut by an auxiliary vertical plane, okay, inclined at an angle of 60 degree to the vertical plane at a distance of 5 mm from the axis. The true shape of the cut section will be a square of side 20 mm, square of side 60 mm, rectangular of one of the side is 60 mm, another side is less than 20, rectangular with one side of 60 and other is 20. Let us try. हाँ, ये question बहुत important है. This is a very important question. चलिए, let's see who will be able to give the answer. देखो, there is a cylinder. So let me talk about the top view of this will be a circle. है ना? Let me try to draw. This is a cylinder. Okay, this is a cylinder, right? The top view of the cylinder will be a circle, है ना? The top view of the cylinder will be a circle. ठीक है? अच्छा, auxiliary vertical plane. auxiliary vertical plane basically means if I'm cutting a section inclined at an angle, at some angle with the vertical plane. If I say this is the vertical plane, okay, or let me take one scenario, having one page, yeah. Let us suppose this is the horizontal plane. Okay, this is the horizontal plane. This is the vertical plane. So if I cut a section, at an inclination with a vertical plane, that is your auxiliary vertical plane. So if I want to see how much we are cutting, that means I will be able to see from the top view. Top view se dikhega. Let us suppose this is the plane that we are cutting like this. ठीक है ना? With the thick edge, because thick edge वाला होता है cutting section. Okay. At a distance 5 mm from the axis. So I mean this is the axis. Axis say it will be having some distance of 5 mm. So if you cut that cylinder at some offset, what or which shape you will be getting? That means यहाँ से अगर मैं इसको काट रहा हूँ ऐसे करके, so what I'll be getting? I'll be getting a rectangle. Simple. I'll be getting a rectangle. If you try to see, आपको एक rectangle will be getting like this. You'll be getting a rectangle like this. Okay. So what will be the height of the rectangle? The height of the rectangle will be the same height of, if I say this is the rectangle, it will be having the same height as that of the cylinder, which is having a height of how much? 60 mm. So this height will be 60, right? But tell me, what will be this value? Will this be equal to the diameter, less than diameter, or more than diameter? It is having some offset from the axis, which is having 5 centimeter, right? Or 5 mm. 5 mm from the offset. So this distance, I can guarantee say that this will be less than diameter. Perfect hai. Because if this axis is passing through the center, in that case the width of the rectangle will be exactly equal to the diameter. That we can guarantee say. But here it is having some offset from the center. That simply means that this length, this one, or this one will be less than that of the diameter. What is the diameter? 20 mm is the diameter. Let us read the options. Square, not possible. Square, not possible. Rectangle with one side 60 mm, other side less than 20 mm, because 20 is a diameter. This is our correct answer. Is this clear? Understood? This is very important and interesting topic. Projections, if I talk about projections or sectional sectioning is important segment. 60 degree, that is basically this one. This is your horizontal plane. This is the vertical plane. With a vertical plane, I am cutting like this. ऐसे करके ना. It is having an angle of 60 degree. It is irrelevant because from where it is passing, that is important. है ना? कहाँ से it is passing, that is important. It is not important कि it is having 60 degree or 30 degree. That is immaterial, right? If it cuts with 0 degree, that means we will be having, no, it won't be like this. 0 degree. 0 degree will be something like this, parallel to this. Okay. Parallel to this means we will be having, in that case, it will be exactly passing through the center. If it is 0 degree, that means it will be passing exactly through the center. It will be passing through the center. Center se jayega. In that case, your dimension will be 20 and 60. Right? Let us suppose they are saying 60 degree and passing through axis, or passing through axis, or passing through the center. In that case, that will be having a section of 60 and 20. Right? ठीक है? Perfect. क्योंकि देखो, this is 60 degree. This is 60. If I say this is 0 degree, that means this plane should be exactly passing through this. Okay, 60 se zyada you won't be able to get. You won't be getting more than 60. Height though will be having 60 only, right? The breadth will be less than 20, or maximum we can have a 20 value. है ना? चलिए, next. A cone is cut by a section plane parallel to the profile. There are 3 planes. If you see, this is your, if a plane is parallel to horizontal plane, what we call that? If the cutting plane is parallel to horizontal plane, then we got a horizontal cutting plane. If a plane is parallel to a vertical plane, it will be your vertical cutting plane. If it is parallel to the profile plane is basically, if I say this is your horizontal plane, if I say this is the horizontal plane, this is the vertical plane, this will be your profile plane. That means in front of this, if I say this is horizontal plane, this is vertical plane, so this will be your profile plane. So a cone is cut by a section parallel to the profile plane. That means I'm having a cone, I'm cutting like this. So what I'll be getting, the true shape of the section will be seen in the front view, top view, side view, or auxiliary view. If you are seeing from the front view, you will be able to see what? You'll be able to see a straight line. Dekho, if I say this is a, let me say, okay, let me take this as a cone. Okay, this is a cone. You are cutting the section like this. You are cutting a section like this. ऐसे cut कर रहे हैं. You are cutting the section like this. So in the front view, you will be able to see the triangle. In the top view, what you will be able to see? You will be able to see a straight line, or we can say a triangle which is having one dimension like this. एक triangle दिखेगा आपको something like this. Okay, but if you want to see the true shape, you have to see in the side view. If you want to see the true shape in the front view, you have to cut parallel to the vertical plane. If you want to see the true shape in the top view, then you have to cut parallel to the horizontal plane. If you want to see the true shape in the side view, you have to cut parallel to profile plane. ठीक है, fine. So horizontal plane, vertical plane, profile plane, तीन planes होते हैं. Let me draw it over here. This is horizontal plane, this is vertical plane, right? And this is your profile plane. This is profile plane, this is vertical horizontal plane, and this is your vertical plane. Done. Chaliye, let's proceed quickly. A cone is resting on its base on the horizontal plane and is cut by a section parallel to the vertical plane. It has its sectional view as, simple question, already we have discussed. I'm having a cone which is being placed on the horizontal plane, right? Okay, this is your horizontal plane. This is the horizontal plane, right? This is the vertical plane, right? So parallel to vertical plane, so I'm cutting a section like this. Okay, so sectional front view, what we will be able to see? I can cut like this, I can cut it like this. What I'll be getting? I'll be getting an ellipse, parabola, hyperbola, or semicircle. Exactly, I'll be getting a hyperbola. If they are mentioning that it is passing through vertex, in that case, I'll be getting a triangle. If they are not mentioning the vertex, that means I can take any point. I can cut it over here. I can cut it over here. I can cut it over here. That will be getting you exactly will be the rectangular hyperbola. The exact answer will be rectangular hyperbola, because in this case, theta equal to 90 degree. Remember the same concept. Theta equal to 90. Semicircle तो नहीं मिलेगा ना. You won't be getting a semicircle. Right circular cone. There also we were cutting the right circular cone. If you remember, if you're cutting like this, you are getting a circle. If you're cutting like this, we'll be getting a ellipse. If I'm cutting exactly parallel to this, we'll be getting a parabola. If I'm cutting more than this angle, I'll be getting a hyperbola. If I'm having exactly straight line, we'll be getting a rectangular hyperbola. Okay. Remember that same concept is being utilized over here. Okay. Chaliye. A sphere is cut by an inclined cutting plane. The true shape will be the best, we can say the best advantage of a sphere is you cut by any angle. You cut the sphere at any inclination, at any, if I say horizontal plane ke parallel, vertical plane ke parallel, inclined to horizontal plane, inclined to vertical plane, right, or inclined to profile plane, you always be getting only one profile, that is a circle. The best part of the sphere. You try to take an example. Let us suppose I'm having a ball. Okay, you try to cut at some inclination, be getting a circle. You cut at horizontal, parallel to horizontal plane, or parallel to vertical plane, or parallel to profile plane. Always you'll be getting a circle. The best part of sphere. Okay. Chaliye, next. Chaliye, next. The knowledge of the following is essential in the sheet metal work. Sheet metal work may, you might be knowing about this concept. We are using the concept of development of surfaces. Okay, if I want to get a profile by using a thin sheet, if I join that profile, I'll be getting a complete profile that we call it a development of surfaces. If you see, let us suppose I'm having three triangles. Okay, I'm having three triangles. If I join this three triangle, what I'll be getting? If I join this three triangle, if I say this is O, A, B, C and A. If I join this OA, I'll be getting a triangle like this. I'll be getting a triangular pyramid. I'll be getting a triangular pyramid. Okay, I'll be getting a triangular pyramid. Oh, sorry, pyramid. It will be pyramid, right? It won't be prism. Prism ke liye you should be having, let us suppose I'm having a rectangle. I'm using 4 rectangles. Okay, let's say this is O, A, B, C, D, A. This is 0, 1, 2, 3 and 0. If you take this, I'll be able to get a square prism. I'll be getting a square prism, right? I'll be getting a square prism. Okay, I hope so you know the difference between prism and pyramid. Pyramid को याद करने के लिए यार, you used to remember that mummy movie था ना? We used to have that movie mummy वाला, zombies, mummies, right? तो try to remember ऐसे करके था ना, pyramid, triangular pyramid. याद करो इससे. If you take the section, it will be slowly having a converging shape if you move towards the vertex. But pyramid, pyramid may you will be having the same profile. Same shape will be, if you take any section, will be having the same shape, that is the base shape. Okay, chaliye. Method of development of surfaces are basically we're having many methods, like 3 basic methods: parallel, radial and triangulation method. All these are the methods of development of surfaces that we are studying under this. Okay, what is basically happening? We used to have a parallel line in we can say prism. In radial line is basically used for your pyramids, and if I talk about pyramids, we are using that. Okay, and if I talk about triangulation method is like this. I'm converting my, let us suppose I'm having a circle, okay, and circle is further converted to a, let me take one shape like this. I'm having a profile like this. Okay, let me take a profile like this. Okay, and it is being converted into a, let's say like this. Okay, so in this case I'll be taking a combination of different triangles, and this is basically your triangular base. I'm changing my one shape to another shape. I'm changing from square to a circle. So in this case I'll be going for a triangulation method. Yeah, it's a very detailed, at least 4 hours is required to explain development of surfaces. Only basic you should be knowing. Okay, that much detailing exam mein to obviously nahi puchenge. Okay. The development of a cube consists of how many number of equal spheres? Very easy question. A cube is basically comprises of how many different squares? 3, 4, 5, 6. Very easy. Already we have seen 6 squares. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and one more below this. No? We'll be having one more below this, top and bottom. 6 squares. Okay? Done? Okay, one very important question. A4 bundle of 500 sheet is having a net mass of how many grams? If the paper is of 70 GSM. Now let me show you one image. You might have seen this kind of images in your Xerox shops. If you see this, this is a bundle, A4 sheet bundle, which is having 75 GSM. Now what is the meaning of GSM? Can anyone tell me in the comment section GSM ka matlab kya hai? What is the meaning of GSM? GSM basically means gram per meter square. That means this sheet 1 meter square will be equal to 1 gram. Okay, 1 GSM. Width of each page. No, it's not like this. GSM means gram. You try to have a clarity in this. देखो ये बहुत interesting question है. This question was asked in civil service, so we can expect this question in the engineering service also. A4 bundle. Now they're saying 70 GSM. That means 1 GSM. 1 meter square of this sheet will be equal to 70 gram. Okay, tell me one very important discussion. 1 meter square is an area of which sheet? This is the last question, guys. This is the last question. 1 meter square is the area of which sheet? A0, we know that. Sir, A0 sheet is having an area of 1 meter square. Okay, that means this sheet, if I say one A0 sheet is having a weight of 70 gram. Can I write it like this? Yes, one A0 sheet is having a weight of 70 gram. Right? Is this clear? Can you tell me one A0 is equivalent to how many A4 sheet? One A0 sheet, because I need to convert into A4 bundle. Na? One A0 sheet is equivalent to how many A4 sheets? So we can directly calculate. Sir, 2 to the power 4 minus 0. 2 to the power 4 minus 0, that is 16 A4 sheets. Right? That means 16 A4 sheets is having a weight of 70 gram. One A4 sheet will be having a 70 by 16 gram. How many A4 sheets are there? 500 sheets. So 500 into 70 by 16. Can you tell me what is the approximate value? 2187.5 gram. That means if you're having a 70 GSM A4 sheet, and if you're using 500 bundle of sheets, it will be weighing approximately 2.1 kg. It will be weighing approximately 2.1 kg. Is this clear? Important discussion. Or we can go for 2190 as the approximate value. Understood? So next time, whenever you are seeing this information, try to have this concept. Okay, try to remember me for 10 seconds. Try to calculate what will be the exact weight. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. We can have one more perspective. Like they are saying there is a 500 bundle sheet having a weight of 2190 gram. They are saying there is an A4 bundle which is having a weight of 2190 gram. What is the number of sheet in that particular bundle? We can have one more perspective in the reverse way. Okay, in that way they are giving you the value of 2190. They are asking how many number of sheets are there. We can have that also as a perspective. Okay, is this clear? So we have taken 3 hours. I needed to take but due to some time constraint I was allotted 2 hours, but आप लोग के साथ I don't know how that 2 hours converted into 3 hours, right? I hope so we are able to give you the best. And this is only the day 1, guys. So day 1 and day 2, tomorrow we'll be having the same schedule. Day 2 will be starting from current affairs, we'll be having project management, we'll be having material science, different standard and quality practice will also be there in the tomorrow's segment. So this is only 50%. Next 50% is still there waiting for you guys for the session, right? So thank you for joining with me. I hope I'm able to super se upar. It was fun session because if you try to learn, because this paper 1 is specially drawing. I used to say many students try to tell me, sir, drawing is very boring and we do not know anything, sir, how to proceed. Let me tell you, if you are learning drawing in a fun way now, you will be able to have a complete clarity, right? Definitely हो गया. देखो, please try to there is one topic being left out, that is safety construction में important है. Try to revise the safety in construction. Okay, I'll be sharing some important notes in my Telegram channel, right? This PDF will be available on my Telegram channel, that is Learn with Suraj. Okay, just after the session, within 4 or 5 minutes, I'll be sharing this PDF on my Telegram channel. You can download it and please make sure you are revising this. This is very important. Okay, we have almost touched all the segments. Design portion mein embodiment design is important, which is bit of theoretical. Okay, you can keep it aside, but safety mein you can go for safety in construction. Electrical safety mein basic hai, no need to have detailed discussion because that is common sense question. Safety के questions आएंगे, that will be common sense. You can able to have. Fire extinguisher के different types होते हैं. Try to have a fire extinguisher के different types. I think you already have studied fire extinguisher different times, so that's why I've not covered that. Okay, so this is it from my side. I hope you all enjoyed. So tomorrow, same time at 11 a.m., you will be having the part 2 of today's session. Same energy, different faces, obviously. Okay, different faculties coming up with their subjects and with energy. So we want everyone to stay connected with BYJU'S Exam Prep, most comprehensive and authentic preparation platform. Okay, thank you guys. Bye bye, take care, stay safe, and all the best from my side. You can ping me if you're having any doubt left out for drawing or design or safety. If कोई भी doubt होता है, please try to message in the Telegram channel. There is one discussion group also. Along with that, you will be able to join in a discussion group where you can discuss your doubts with me. If possible, we can see, because already we have covered like 90% of the segment is already covered. 10% left out is safety ka I'm saying. Let me tell you, construction ka and electrical safety you can study by your own. It's a complete theoretical. Okay, there are 1 or 2 points that will be, I'll be sharing that, don't worry. Okay, there is a PDF with me. I'll be sharing that. You can see that and you can have some more discussion. Okay, thank you guys. Bye bye, take care. Tomorrow 11 a.m. we'll be starting from current affairs with Indrajit sir, and then consecutively we'll be having project management, Dheeraj sir, then Sonu sir, Omkar sir. The complete team is waiting for you, eagerly waiting for you. We want the same energy as you had today's session, so kal bhi same energy you have to continue. So thank you guys. Bye bye, take care, stay safe, good night, and all the best for your engineering service. Don't get demotivated by GATE exam. If you have not performed well in GATE, try to take it as a positive way. Try to rectify your mistake and try to improve your score in the next examination. Exactly. There is one discussion with Suraj Gopi. My name is Suraj Gopi. You can do have a discussion in that. You can send me the pictures. Other students are also preparing. They could also reply, and I'm constantly seeing that if that answer is correct or not. Okay, thank you guys. Bye bye, take care, stay safe, good night, and take care. Bye bye.